Visit actiontermitecontrol.com.
Hate's a strong word, but if you bought your home or refinanced in the last few years, you probably don't love your monthly mortgage payment. Well, rates have finally dropped and refis are back. So don't wait another day to connect with your local home loan expert at mortgagematchup.com. They'll work with you on a personalized refi plan that can help you save money now and for years to come. Don't hate your rate. Refi now. Go to mortgagematchup.com. Powered by United Wholesale Mortgage LLC, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 3038. Licensed in all 50 states and the District of Columbia.
The home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Let's take a look at what's coming up with Four Peaks Brewing. After tonight in New Orleans, we'll be here tomorrow night in New Orleans as the Suns and Pelicans playing back-to-back nights. Then off to the nation's capital, taking on the Washington Wizards Monday at 5 o'clock. And the fourth game of this four-game trip in Cleveland Wednesday. That's New Year's Eve, 1:30 tip-off in the afternoon Phoenix time. Now, we just got the results of the challenge for New Orleans, and it's not good news for James Borrego as he's lost his challenge 90 seconds into the game, basically.
And you and I were talking. I thought it could have gone either way, just depending on what the officials wanted to look at. There was contact in the chest, but he was still moving, so it could have been taken either way, and the Suns came up with the win.
And now Devin Booker hits Mark Williams for the two-hand jam underneath, and we're tied at 2. First points of the night come from the big fella. On the other end, he tries to block the shot from Fears. He did alter it. The shot doesn't go, and Williams comes up with the rebound. Hands it to Dylan Brooks. Suns into the offensive end. Brooks, Euro step into the lane, feeds Williams. He'll go up with it. Miss the running right-hander. Tip up, no. Still battling for the loose ball. It's Gillespie that comes up with it. Steps out to the left wing and drills the three-pointer. Colin Gillespie gives the Suns their first lead of the night.
Yeah, Mark Williams doing all the work and Colin the beneficiary of just picking up that loose ball. Everybody else had taken off down the floor. Colin wide open for that three.
Williams only credited with 2 rebounds right now. It seemed like he had 4 on that possession. Now on the far side, it's McGowan against Colin Gillespie. He drives him into the lane, feeds Queen. A right corner 3 is off the mark and rebounded by Booker, who's off to the races. He brings it into the forecourt, doesn't take the 3, instead gives it to Gillespie for 3, and he hits it again, almost from the identical spot on the floor. Colin Gillespie, 2 for 2 from downtown, and the Suns are up 6, 8-2.
He's already got a running commentary with someone on New Orleans bench.
Queen on the dribble, gets into the lane, runs one up with the left hand, threw it off the top of the board. Bay comes in to grab the offensive board. He fakes like he's going to go up strong, then leans and hits the fadeaway over Mark Williams. So Saddiq Bey gets his first points of the night. It's 8-4. Suns on top. Williams gets a pass deflected off his hands and stolen by Queen. He's going to take Gillespie the other way, then get a pass stolen back by Devin Booker, and he'll get it knocked loose by McGowan, and Queen has it. Now he goes one-on-one with Brooks into the lane. He puts it off the back iron, no good. Got his own miss and gets it poked away by Brooks, but a foul is called. Simone Jelks whistles Dylan Brooks for the reach-in.
Well, here's the thing. I think she's probably right. But she was behind the play, couldn't see what was going on around the front. So, and they called it on the shot. No, he wasn't shooting the ball.
That doesn't make any sense.
It was on the rebound. Wow.
Well, he is going to get to the free throw line, 4-2, and try to pull his team within 2. As the Suns have the early 8-4 lead. First free throw, no good for Derek Queen. He's shooting 80% from the line, and he's made it there quite a bit. So he's definitely a skilled big man, as he comes in averaging 13.4 points, 6.8 rebounds, 4 assists, and a steal, and is in the league leaders as far as rookies are concerned in all of those categories. And the free throw is up and good, so he makes 1 out of 2. It's 8-5 with 8:40 left to go, quarter number 1. And Queen has his first point. After Devin Booker dribbling on the logo. Queen comes to double team with McGowan. Now he leaves, and Booker takes it to the top of the arc, fires the 3, misfires, and the rebound is taken by Fierce. He'll hustle it from left to right. Keeps coming all the way underneath. Runs one up and in off the window. Took Mark Williams right to the rim. And Jeremiah Fears shows why they call him Zero Fears here in New Orleans. He also wears the number 0. As Booker takes it to the right baseline. Forces up a shot that's no good. Got it back. Put it up and in with the left hand.
Great hustle. Just staying with it. And, yeah, that last play, you see the pace of play that New Orleans is playing with right now.
Now Fears a no-look pass to a cutting Murphy, who jams it with both hands and then swings on the rim for effect. The Pelicans back within 1, 10-9, and that was a Excellent drive and dish by Jeremiah Fears. Now Booker left wing, lobs to Williams. He takes it strong, lays it up softly with the left hand, and it just rolls off the rim, no good. Rebounded by Queen, who gives an outlet pass to McGowan's ahead of the crowd. He bounces it to Murphy on the right wing. Trey Murphy III penetrates, then gives to Queen. Left side it goes to Fears, penetrating himself into the lane and brings it all the way across to the right wing beyond the arc with 7 on the timer. Fears goes between his legs once, twice, 3 times against Williams. Takes him to the baseline, fades, and does he get the roll? No, it bounces off the rim. Queen, the offensive board, he'll put it up and in.
Yeah, Mark Williams jumped out on Fears, so someone's got to box out the other rookie on the inside, and he cleans it up. And Derek Queen.
Now Williams' free throw line jumper is up and in, and he's able to hit from that range to put the Suns back on top, 12-11. Mark Williams with 4 points on the night. 6:45 left to go, quarter number 1. Sadiq Bey sizing up Brooks on the left wing. Spins into the baseline. Goes with a reverse layup that's too strong. Brooks is able to grab the rebound, and here come the Suns with numbers. Gillespie up the right side. Thought about the 3 instead. Cross court it goes to Brooks. Penetrates on McGowan's. Backs him down. Now takes him to the rim. Gets pushed and fouled. And he missed the runner, but the shot or the foul will send him to the free throw line for 2.
And here we go. We'll see the first substitutions for New Orleans as Jordan Poole, Zion Williamson come in with our old friend
Jose Alvarado. Is he ready yet? No, they're going to wait. He's coming, but he's not ready yet. He's just kind of lurking, but you know he's going to be out there.
Yeah.
Carlo Matkovic as well.
Matkovic
is out there. And Zion takes the spot of Derek Queen.
So everything matches up well for the Suns. Mark Williams will stay on Matkovic. You got Dylan Brooks on Zion Williamson. Jordan Poole, switch everything on him.
Brooks spends, shoots, and hits both free throws. And the Suns go up 3 again. 14-11 with 6:27 left. Quarter number 1. Brooks with his first 2 points of the night. And off another 25-point performance. As now he defends Zion Williamson at the top of the arc. He puts it on the deck, then throws left side Murphy. He's open for 3. High arcer, in and out, no good. Long rebound to Matkovic. He gives down low. It's blocked away by Devin Booker. He blocked Jordan Poole, and the loose ball taken by Williams. And now we're going to get a foul called on the Pelicans. Dylan Brooks is arguing it should be a transition take foul. Yeah. So is Jordan Ott, and J.B. DeRosa says no.
What? It stopped the break. Jordan Poole reached out and grabbed Dylan Brooks. It stopped the break. The Suns had the ball going up the court. I don't understand how it isn't.
It is just a foul on Poole. That's his first. And the Suns have it with a 3-point lead. We're midway through quarter number 1 as Booker crosses the midway point of the court. As with a left-hand dribble, double team comes. Bounces to Goodwin left wing. Into the corner it goes to Brooks against Zion. They body up each other, and a foul is going to go on Zion Williamson. So a lot of physicality there.
There sure is, and that's just a matter of him being too physical with his hands there. Put both hands on, gave him a shove. And
4th team foul on the Pelicans, so the Suns will shoot from here on out. Is now a pass deflected out of bounds by Fears, who was behind Devin Booker. Dylan Brooks tried to inbound it to Book. Fears knocked it out, so it's going to be another try for Brooks now with 11 on the shot clock. As Simone Jelks bounces it to him. Brooks gives to Booker, left block. He turns and faces Jordan Poole. Now with 8 on the timer. Booker puts it on the deck. Bounce to Brooks for 3. And that's halfway down. It pops out. Williams there to clean it up and put it in.
Always in the right place at the right time. Mark Williams doing a great job on the glass.
6 points, 5 rebounds already for Mark here in the first, and the Suns are up 5, 16-11. Now a steal by Goodwin. He knocks it loose, takes it the other way. He's going to lob to Williams. He got it knocked away. Booker is there. It gets knocked loose, and it's going to be a foul on the Suns. Devin Booker whistled for the personal.
Yeah, Jordan Goodwin does a great job coming up with the steal, but there just wasn't enough space to throw that lob. He got too close in, and defender didn't have to pick one or the other, just played the ball, and Mark wasn't able to catch it and finish it.
Now we see more substitutions. Ryan Dunn and Oso Iguodaro come in, replacing Royce O'Neal and Mark Williams on the floor for the Suns, who are back on defense as Poole brings it up from left to right. He finds Murphy at the top of the arc, penetrates on Dunn to the left elbow, fades and missed short. Rebound taken by Goodwin, and here come the Suns. A pass on the near side stolen away by Poole. It was intended for Booker. He'll try a three and miss it off the back iron. Brooks hustles for the loose ball. It's knocked out of bounds, and Dillon's the last one to touch it. So he and Zion were both hustling for that ball on the far side. It goes off Brooks, so the Pelicans get it with 14 on the shot clock.
And that's why I tell all these young listeners, watch the defense. You know where your offensive player is. Watch the defense as to where you're going to throw the ball.
Now we see Jose Alvarado check in for the Pelicans, and they'll have Poole inbounding on the far side. He's waiting, looking, finally lobs it in cross court. It's Murphy up high to grab it. Down low, Zion posting against Oso. He gives it out to Alvarado, who swings it back to Murphy. Penetrates into the lane. Euro step layup goes for Trey Murphy III. And he's off to a good start. 6 points to lead the Pelicans, and they're back within 3. 16-13 with 4:40 left. Quarter number 1 here at Smoothie King Center. Iguodaro brings it into the front court for the Suns and hands to Booker. He hesitates against Alvarado, then dribbles in between the rings, starts to drive, gets into the paint, tried to feed Goodwin, and the pass was a little wide. It goes out of bounds, and a turnover for the Suns.
Yeah, Devin was expecting Jordan to stay in that three-corner for the short three-point shot, but he tried to get to the rim.
5th turnover here in the first quarter for Phoenix. Now Makovic backing up against Booker. Takes him to the left block. Almost lost the handle. Got it back. Turns. Then leans into Booker. It's blocked from behind by Oso. Booker comes up with a loose ball and gets it to Goodwin. Suns on the move. Jordan into the forecourt with a right-hand dribble. Feeds Brooks. A deep three on the way. No. And the long rebound knocked out of bounds by Makovic. It'll be Suns basketball with 13 on the timer.
Yeah, didn't hit rim, and no one ever had possession. So as you said, go to 13 on the shot clock. Stay there.
Dillon Brooks had a good look. He's now 0 for 3 from downtown tonight, and he's going to get a rest as Jamari Bouye checks in to replace him. Inbounds pass goes from Goodwin to Booker. He turns, finds Bouye left baseline. Bounce pass out to Oso. Now Booker gets it on the handoff. Steps to his left against Makovic. Now Alvarado comes to double team. Booker feeds Oso in the lane. Out to Bouye. He waits, then shoots the three. Missed it short. Ryan Dunn climbs the ladder for the offensive board and resets to Bouye on the right wing. On the left-hand dribble, he throws right side to Dunn. He'll spot up for three and knock it down. Ryan Dunn from downtown after creating that second chance opportunity. He cashes in, and the Suns are up 6, 19-13. First 3 points of the night for the Virginia Cavalier off the bench. Meanwhile, Zion Williamson driving on the other end draws the foul. And that one's going to go on Oso Iguodaro.
Yeah, and you see Ryan Dunn really starting to improve his shooting. We know he can shoot from the short corners, but starting to make him on the wing, and that time Zion just gave it to him. You know, he caught it. Zion was inside the lane, didn't go towards him.
Do you think that might even be on the scouting report?
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Teams are looking at Ryan Dunn. They're going to
let
him to shoot it?
Right now it is, yeah.
He's right
now
around 30%
for sure.
Since coming into the league. But he has shot it with confidence during stretches, and he can get hot.
He can get hot. And as you can see, he continues to work on it, and shot looks good. He just has to get those repetitions.
Zion made the first free throw. Second one goes halfway down and pops out. Now the Suns have it up by 5. Booker to the right elbow, pulls up for a jumper, and that's all net for Devin Booker. He thought he was hit on the arm by Trey Murphy III. He didn't get the whistle from Sean Corbin and having that conversation going the other way. Now Murphy on the alley-oop can't finish it with the layup. It's knocked out of bounds, last off of the Pelicans, so the Suns dodge a bullet there.
Nice defense from the weak side to prevent that lob. Gave pressure.
Speaking of pressure, Murphy pressuring Bouye in the backcourt. He gives it up to Goodwin. And now the Suns up by 7, 21-14 with the basketball. Under 3 minutes to go, quarter number 1. Booker, top of the arc. Lobs to Oso at the free throw line. Outside it goes to Goodwin, a left wing three. Off the mark. Rebound batted by Oso, but it goes right to Jordan Poole. And he'll dribble it up the floor for the Pelicans. Goes behind his back against Goodwin. Drives into the lane. Floater, no good. Rebound tipped up, no, by Zion. Got it back, put it up again. Drew the whistle on the foul, but couldn't get the putback to fall.
We talked about it. Suns have not been rebounding the ball great from on the defensive end, something that hopefully they get better on this road trip.
And we get a timeout on the floor. 2:29 left to go. Quarter number 1. It's the Suns 21 and the Pelicans 14.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds. GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com to save today.
Phoenix Suns basketball is back, and the excitement is real. Every game counts, and every play matters.
Right hand, raising up over
From unforgettable performances to jaw-dropping moments, the energy is always sky high. No better way to experience it than live Mortgage Matchup Center. Secure your seats today at Suns.com.
The Phoenix Suns have a new coach, a new GM, and some new young and talented players, but some things remain the same, like D. Book and D. Schwartz. That's Dr. Schwartz for those asking. Yes, the team eye doctor of your Suns is back for his 26th season. While he may not be able to dribble behind his back, he is the most advanced LASIK surgeon in the Valley. So for those of you interested in LASIK surgery, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center is offering free consults in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Mornings, it's Bickley and Murata, 6 to 10 a.m. Bickley and Murata, 6 to 10 a.m.
I like Vinny a lot. I like you too, Bick.
Middays, it's Wolf and Luke, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Wolf and Luke, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. What is up? What's going on, Luke? Afternoons, it's Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6 p.m. Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6 p.m.
Bertie, what's going on?
Arizona's biggest sports personalities are on the local sports leader. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Don't just pay, PayPal, preferred payments partner of the Phoenix Suns, who lead the New Orleans Pelicans 21-14. 2:29 left to go, quarter number 1. Welcome back inside Smoothie King Center. John Bloom, Tim Kempton with you. And right now, the Suns breaking the huddle on the sideline, bringing Colin Gillespie, Jamari Bouye, Oso Ighodaro back on the floor with Jordan Goodwin and Devin Booker. And so far, Tim, they have definitely taken a lot more threes than the Pelicans. 10 of them have been taken by the Suns. They've only made 3. Pels on the other end, 0 for 3.
0 for 3, and then you go to the number that we're going to continue to watch is rebounding. The Suns are up 13-11 in rebounding category, but guess what? They've gotten on the offensive glass 5 times. New Orleans has already gotten 6 offensive rebounds, John Bloom. That is not trending well for the game and the weekend.
No, it just seems to be something the Suns are facing right now. Zion Williamson misses another free throw and is now 1 for 3 from the line tonight, still with just 1 point off the bench. 2:29 to go, quarter number 1, and Williamson will have one more free throw coming his way. This is his 16th game of the season, as he has dealt with some injury issues as he has throughout his entire career. He's played 230 games now, and this is year 7. So that just kind of tells you. I know if you don't want to do math, it's roughly around 30 games a year if you were to extrapolate it. But it is a year still where he could get a lot more games played if he plays this season like he did 2 seasons ago, nearly 7. Here's Gillespie dribbling on the right wing after Williamson made 1 out of 2. It's a 6-point Suns lead. Goodwin drives, tried to feed a cutting Ryan Dunn, but he threw it too high for Ryan, and it's out of bounds. Another turnover for the Suns, and that's been a problem tonight. That's 6 already.
6 already. They're usually a lot better at passing around the rim in these situations, but so far a little bit of a struggle, but they are up 6.
Now Zion fumbling the ball against Brian Dunn. He has it dribbling right side, drives into the right block, bounce pass stolen away by Gillespie. Here come the Suns trying to push the pace the other way with 1:45 to go in the first. Gillespie calls his own number. A 3 is no good. The dunk attempt by Ryan Dunn on the putback hits the front iron, and it's taken by Murphy. Zion the other way, throws down low Makovic, and we're going to get a foul on the Suns. That was on the pass. Colin Gillespie reaching in on Zion Williamson. And that foul for Gillespie is his first. Here comes Micah Peavy checking in for the Pelicans. And Trey Murphy III will get a rest. Stevie, the rookie out of Georgetown, has also had some good stretches of basketball here. He's played in 26 games this season for the Pels. And now we get officials are talking things over, and it's going to be free throws for New Orleans. They were going to have the basketball out of bounds. Instead, that is now the penalty. I'm guessing second foul inside of 2 minutes is why they're going to have free throws here. And that means it's going to be Zion Williamson.
They're still talking about it.
Are they trying to see who was fouled, perhaps? It looked like it was on the pass of Zion.
Yeah, it's definitely Zion. I think they're checking to see if it is free throws yet.
Okay. So they are conferring right now. And J.B. DeRosa puts the two fingers in the air. Zion Williamson ready to get back to the line where he's 2 for 4 so far tonight. And 76% this season. As I mentioned, his 7th. The Spartanburg, South Carolina native puts the first one up and in. 21-16, Suns on top. Their biggest lead's been 7 so far tonight. And they trailed by 2 early before going on this run and taking control. Now Williamson takes his time, bends, shoots, and hits both on this trip. And is 4 for 6 from the line tonight. That's where all his points have come from off the bench. It's a 4-point game. 21-17 with 90 seconds to go. Quarter number 1. Bouye gives to Gillespie. Now it's a cutting Oso in the lane. He'll lay it up, and it'll count as that's going to be goaltending. The call on Carlo Makovic.
Yeah, and there's that execution and ball movement by the Suns, getting an easy bucket at the rim.
Oso Ighodaro with his first points of the night off the bench, and it's 23-17. Phoenix on top. Minute 25 left as Jose Alvarado brings it up the floor from left to right against Jamari Bouye's pressure defense. He gets around a screen from Makovic. Lobs to Makovic. It's too high off the window, but Zion there to grab it and throw it down. That's what you get from Zion Williamson, that explosive jumping ability, and he was right on time that time. 6 points on the night for Williamson. Suns lead is down to 4. Goodwin gives to Bouye at the top of the arc. He drives on Jordan Poole. Pull-up jumper is around the rim. No good. Tip up by Bouye. No, but a foul sends him to his back, and Jamari Bouye earns that trip to the free throw line.
And the Suns continue to do a nice job on the offensive glass. Jamari Bouye, it looked like Oso was going to get there, but it was Bouye not giving up on the play, getting fouled by Makovic, wasn't it?
Yes, it was Makovic on the foul, and the free throw
misses it.
No good for Bouye, who has been excellent all season, and he was talked about tonight before the game by his coach Jordan Ott in his pregame availability, just about the adaptability of Bouye and how he's come in, and the team has not missed a beat. In fact, in a lot of respects, he's helped them and lifted them when he's come in, averaging 7.5 points and just under 2 assists and 2 rebounds a game. Bouye goes 1 for 2 at the line. Suns by 5. 24-19. 45 seconds left as Poole steps back, drills the 3, count it, and the foul on Oso Ighodaro. A chance at a 4-point play for Jordan Poole. And that's a big momentum builder for the Pelicans, as Poole will have a chance to bring them within 1 with 42 seconds left to go in the quarter.
Yeah, tough play. You're trying to guard a smaller, quicker guy outside, and just an over-aggressive closeout against Jordan Poole.
And now Jordan Ott will bring Devin Booker back on the floor for the final 42 seconds of the quarter. Out there with Gillespie, Goodwin, Ighodaro, and O'Neal. And Royce has also checked back in for this final stretch. Jordan Poole at the free throw line. He's got his first 3 points of the night. It came on that step back 3 where he drew the foul on Oso Ighodaro. Now he makes it 4 as he hits the free throw. 24-23, Suns by 1. Gillespie hustles up the right side. He's guarded by McGowens. Throws to Booker, posting against Alvarado at the free throw line. He leans into him, then turns, shoots, and hits that fadeaway. Devin Booker in the mid-range, able to get the Suns back up 3 with just under 30 seconds left. That was also intentional, 2 for 1 there with the clock. 5-second difference between the game clock and the shot clock, which is down to 12 as Poole dribbles in between the circles, fakes the 3 this time, gives it up to Makovic. He throws to McGowan's left corner, penetrates baseline, hangs in the air, reverse layup, no good. Rebound Goodwin, gives it up ahead to Booker, who is knocked down but finds O'Neal on the right side. Now Gillespie lobs to Oso. He can't handle it. It's tipped away. Poole will throw it up at the buzzer, and that's well short. And at the end of the first quarter here in New Orleans, it's the Suns by 3. 26-23 our score. Second quarter action live from Smoothie King Center comes your way next.
I run this like cardio.
Phoenix, you've waited for this moment. The unstoppable Cardi B presents Little Miss Drama Tour. Cardi B, live at Mortgage Matchup Center, March 1st. Cardi's brand new album, Am I the Drama, is available everywhere now. Get tickets now at CardiB.com.
At Bell Bank, the Valley is our home, and we're committed to investing in our community. With 4 locations across the Phoenix Metro, you'll find all the financial tools you need to reach your goals. Whether you're saving for the future, starting a business, or buying your first home, we have the experience and expertise you can count on. And we're proud to be the official bank of the Phoenix Suns. Visit Bell.Bank to learn more. Bell Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Give up bread to reach your health goals? We would never. Hero Bread makes soft, fluffy, and delicious bread, buns, tortillas, and more, all with ultra-low net carbs, 0-gram sugar, and high fiber. Each serving boasts more protein than conventional grocery store options, so you can crush your macros. Hero also drops other limited edition, ultra-low net carb baked goods like rich, flaky croissants and more. Find Hero Bread at your local Sprouts or Whole Foods Market or online at hero.co. That's HERO.co.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
The home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Play your game with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. And we've got one quarter in the books here in New Orleans. Suns lead the Pelicans 26-23. Tim Kempton has traveled with his yellow highlighter and put it to work during this last break. What stood out in that first quarter?
Well, the turnovers. They haven't given up a lot of points, only 3, but they've turned it over 7 times already. So that's 7 possessions that they didn't get to get a shot up at the basket. They're doing a nice job. Lead the first quarter 26-23. Just take care of the ball a little bit better.
Pelicans will start on offense, working left to right. Here to get the second quarter underway. Alvarado hits Makovic at the top of the key. Now Zion comes to get it with Bouye defending him. Poole on the left wing turns and shoots over Gillespie. He knocks it down, and that is a 3. It looked like his toe might have been on the line, but no. Jordan Poole ties it up at 26 apiece. Poole with 7 points off the bench to lead New Orleans. Now Iguodala on the right wing takes a couple dribbles and hands to Gillespie. He penetrates, throws it back up top. Bouye, his pass deflected, but O'Neal is there to grab it with 8 to shoot. Dunn open for 3. He had to go halfway down and pop out after hitting his first one on the opposite side of the floor. And Makovic there for the rebound. Now Zion Williamson brings it up the right side, guarded by O'Neal. He takes it to the top of the key and hands to Alvarado with 12 on the shot clock. Jose directing traffic, backs up near midcourt, now starts to penetrate, pulls up for 3 and missed that short. Rebound Oso has it, gives it off to Bouye. 1 minute into quarter number 2. We're tied at 26 here at Smoothie King Center. O'Neal has it top of the arc. He's going to fire a deep 3. That's off the mark and rebounded by Makovic. Suns unable to find the range here. Now 3 of 13 from downtown. Missed their last 4 efforts. Now Poole 3 is short, but it's rebounded by Ryan Dunn. And Jordan Poole had to double clutch that before he shot that 3. And came up well short. Dunn on the drive. Gives it down low. Oso will throw it down with both hands. A great feed from Ryan Dunn to Oso Iguodala.
Yeah, it starts with the aggressiveness. Break the defense down. Get them out of position. The Suns do that. Get an easy bucket.
4 points for Oso, and the Suns back up a deuce, 28-26. Makovic open for 3 right side. He got it. And Carlo Makovic puts the Pelicans back up by 1, 29-28, and that is three-pointer number 3 made by the Pels here tonight on just 9 tries. Suns 3 of 13 on the other end. Now Dunn teeing one up in the corner. That's no good. And the rebound goes to New Orleans. It's Poole busting out of the pack with it. He bounces to McGowan, who gets up in the air, runs over a defender, and it's going to be a charge, I believe, on Bryce McGowan. He was out of control. Meanwhile, Ryan Dunn down in a lot of pain now.
He took the worst of it. I think someone fell into him, unfortunately. He's grabbing his knee. That's never good. Kind of like an offensive lineman getting rolled up on, and that's exactly what happened.
Colin Gillespie took the charge and fell down into Ryan Dunn. Yeah. And Dunn now down on the baseline, and we're going to have a timeout on the floor, I believe, with 9:52 left to play in quarter number 2. Pelicans up by 1, 29-28. We'll take a break. Come back after these messages.
Oh, you didn't know? Gila River Resorts and Casinos is Arizona's #1 casino, and no one does it better. So, play hard, relax like a movie star, party like a rock star, and dine like a king or a queen. However you do you, no one lets you take it to legendary status like we do. Gila River Resorts and Casinos. You do you. Visit one of our 4 locations, Wild Horse Pass, Lone Butte, Vicuiva, or Santan Mountain, or visit GilaCasinos.com to learn more.
Oso again! Sun Center Oso Ighodaro has always had the right people to guide him.
My family, my coaches, my community.
Now Oso has Mountain America Credit Union on his side.
I love how they're here to guide me forward, and they'll do the same for you.
Open a My Style checking account featuring the Phoenix Suns debit card and get a $150 bonus for a limited time.
Make the winning play. Visit macu.com/suns today.
Insured by NCUA. Terms, conditions, and exclusions apply.
Dunks, dimes, and no-looks are great on TV, but catching them from the hardwood is a whole different experience. That all starts with buying tickets at Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the Phoenix Suns. Ticketmaster gets you to the game so you can experience all the sights, sounds, and styles, from seeing your favorite Sun stars up close to hearing the squeak of the sneakers on the hardwood. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, Ticketmaster's got your back when it comes to scoring tickets. Get tickets at Ticketmaster.com/Suns. See you courtside, Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Mornings, it's Bickley and Marotta, 6 to 10 a.m. Bickley and Marotta, 6 to 10 a.m.
I like Vinny a lot. I like you too, Bick.
Middays, it's Wolf and Luke, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Wolf and Luke, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
What is that?
What's going on, Luke?
Afternoons, it's Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6 p.m. Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6 p.m.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Arizona's biggest sports personalities are on the local sports leader. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
9:52 left to go. First half action here in New Orleans. The Pelicans have taken a 1-point lead, 29-28. And some tough news for the Suns. Ryan Dunn just left and went into the back. Now, the good news is, TK, he was walking in on his own power.
Yeah, walking in, they'll just go back, kind of evaluate and make sure there's nothing wrong to the structure of the knee.
Looked like the left leg, maybe a hyperextension of sorts. As we got to look at the replay. Now the Suns have the basketball, working right to left. O'Neal hits Gillespie left wing. He'll lob it down low. Oso waits for it to hit the backboard. Then he couldn't come up with it as he lost it out of bounds underneath the hoop.
And you can see already Zion Wilson, Jordan Poole, and Carlo Makovic off the bench with 16 points of their 29. So it shows you where they're looking to get there. Wow. Jordan Poole's flopping all over the place.
Dribbling against Jamari Bouye, acted as if he took a big shove and ended up getting the whistle from Simone Jones.
Like a bayou redfish flopping out of water.
Here's Derek Queen on the right side. Throws cross court to Sadiq Bey for a three. That's halfway down. It pops out, and Bouye there for the rebound. He'll hustle it into the forecourt with a left-hand dribble. Feeds O'Neal left wing. Penetrates around Queen. Back to Bouye. Up fake for three. Into the air. He'll lay it up and in with the left hand.
Like his aggressiveness. Guy runs you off the line. Don't worry about it. Take what's available. In this sense, it's a layup at the rim.
3 points for Jamari Bouye off the bench. The Suns go back up a point, 30-29 with under 9 minutes to go in the second. Poole on the drive, hanging in the air, adjusts the ball midair and able to finish at the rim. That was a tough degree of difficulty for Jordan Poole on that drive. He's got 9 to lead the Pelicans. Now it's Alvarado stepping in the passing lane. He can't keep it from going out of bounds, but he did deflect it out. And it'll be Suns ball with 12 on the shot clock.
I think they're going to adjust it.
That's what Jordan Knott and Sean Corbin are talking about right now.
16 seconds.
And Royce O'Neal will do the inbounding. near side. Out there with Oso, Bouye, Gillespie, and Fleming seeing some early action now. Rasheer Fleming just checked in. He's been excellent during his time when he gets the opportunity. Now he gets open for a three, and it goes halfway down again and pops out. Queen comes up with the rebound for the Pelicans, and they have it up by one, 31-30 with 8.5 to play in the second quarter. Queen against Iguodaro, backs him down on the left block, then spins, fades, and misses short. Rebound to Gillespie. Nice defense by Oso on the rookie Derek Queen. Here's Oso handing it to Fleming in the right corner. He doesn't shoot the three this time and gives it up to O'Neal, top of the arc. Back to Oso on the right elbow. He gives to Gillespie for three. And that's good on the right side for Colin Gillespie. He's 3 for 4 from downtown and leads the Suns with 9. 33-31. They're back up 2. But Alvarado gets to the rim and lays it in as he beats everybody down the floor.
Yeah,
and got a great bounce pass.
Yeah, you just got to run with him. He got past everybody.
There's Jordan Poole who gave him the pass. Now Gillespie gets a nice pass from Oso. Feeds Fleming for a wide open three, and that's off the back iron, no good. From the right corner, rebounded by Poole. He's quickly the other way. Left-hand dribble drive. Gets all the way underneath. Layup goes again for Jordan Poole, who got knocked down and thought he was fouled. Didn't get that, but he did get the bucket, and it's 35-33. Pels on top, 11 from Poole to lead everybody tonight. Iguodaro on the dribble. Here's to Gillespie. He wants 3 more. And it went halfway down again and popped out. This time, Sadiq Bey comes up with a rebound and outlets it to Poole. Up the right side, a deep 3 on the way. No, that was a heat check for Jordan Poole, and it hit the front iron. Oso Iguodaro there for the rebound. Bouye up the right side. Drives, then feeds Fleming. He goes strong to the rim. The layup goes off the window.
Heads up play by the youngster. Hey, I had 2 open looks from 3. They're not going right now. Let me attack the rim and get a bucket. Nice play by Rasheer Fleming.
First points for the rookie out of St. Joe's. Now Zion hanging in the air. Can't get the double pump layup. Outlet pass, it's Fleming beating everyone down the floor. He'll lay it up and in off the window again. And the Suns go up by 2, 37-35, thanks to back-to-back layups from Rasheer Fleming. Timeout Pelicans, 6:42 to play. First half action here at Smoothie King Center.
What makes you smile? The roar of a crowd? A home team win? How about saving money on one of your biggest investments, your home? A mortgage broker can guide you through the process and could save you thousands of dollars when you buy or refi. Find a local home loan expert at mortgagematchup.com for home loan savings that'll make you smile. Powered by United Wholesale Mortgage LLC, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 3038. Licensed in all 50 states and the District of Columbia.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior like beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Big news, Arizona! Your roof is now part of the home team. United Roofing and General Contracting is the official roofer of the Phoenix Suns. Need a full roof replacement or a repair before monsoon season? Want help navigating your insurance claim? We work with all carriers and have you covered. So schedule your free roof inspection today and get ready because the roof has officially been raised. United Roofing and General Contracting, 602-806-ROOF.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
The home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
6:42 left to play. First half action here in New Orleans, and it's the Suns 37, the Pelicans 35. Join the club and ride in style with your Phoenix Suns license plate. All proceeds support the Phoenix Suns, Phoenix Mercury Foundation. And to purchase or upgrade your plate, visit suns.com/foundation and go get yours today. TK and I both love seeing all those rides around, whips, as the kids like to call them, riding
Whips.
around town with the
Sleds.
with the Suns plates on them.
Sleds, you
It's a
like
good look.
sleds?
Sleds is cool, especially this time of year.
Yeah.
I mean, you might get confused on the actual sled that you're going to use as opposed
Not
to
in Phoenix.
No. All right, here we go. It's going to be Pelicans basketball. We've had a battle so far tonight between these two teams. Suns still looking for some more threes to fall. They're 4 of 18, and remember, they need to hit 7 in the first half for you to get some free burgers courtesy of Carl's Jr. We'll tell you more about that in just a bit. 6:40 left in the second, and here comes Jeremiah Fears up the floor for the Pelicans. He's got one green, one red sneaker on as he gives it up to Bay, posting against Booker. Left block. He turns into the lane. Blocked by Williams, and it's taken away by Dillon Brooks, and now the Suns are on the move with numbers. O'Neal trailing for 3 on the right side. He hits nothing but the bottom of the net, and it's a 5-point Phoenix lead.
And that was from the Smoothie King Center logo.
It was indeed. All the way out there past the hash, Royce O'Neal knocking it down, and now it's 40-35. A leaning shot by Fears doesn't go. Mark Williams, the outlet pass ahead to Brooks in transition for 3. That's off the mark, but Devin Booker there to grab the offensive board. He turns into the lane, and it's knocked away from behind by Fears and stolen by Poole. Outlet pass Fears up the left wing. Hesitates against Dillon Brooks. Backs it out beyond the arc and feeds on the left baseline to Derek Queen. He has his pocket picked by Mark Williams. Just an out-and-out steal. Williams took it away from the rookie Queen. Now he beats him down the floor, but Booker didn't see it. Instead, he drives, hangs, and hits with the running left-hander.
Yeah, they're making some good defensive plays and turning it right into offense.
Now a lob the other way. Murphy didn't shoot it, and instead he backs it out and then finds Queen spinning in the lane. Up fake on Williams 3 times, threw it off the window and in. So Derek Queen showing some patience that time. Kept it away from Mark Williams, who just picked his pocket on the previous attempt. And Queen, the rookie off the bench, or rather in the starting lineup, has 5 points. And now foul called on the far side, and Jordan Poole can't believe it. Devin Booker was holding the ball. Trey Murphy III also in the vicinity, but Booker started to drive on Poole, and we get a whistle and a foul. There was a lot of contact there.
Sure is. And I thought 2 hands used to be an automatic whistle, but not in today's day. You see a lot of hand checking. You see, 2 hands on guys, pushing them when they come to set a screen. See offensive players pushing off with 2 hands.
Suns just had their biggest lead of the night equaled when they were up by 7. Now it's down to 5 with 5:10 left to go. Booker gets it from Williams. Drives around Peavy. Pull up 18-footer. Around the rim, no. Tip up, yes, by Rasheer Fleming, who's been active since checking into the game.
Sure has. How about him? Rookie making the most of the opportunity again. Someone being ready to play.
44-37, Suns again up 7. Here's Murphy at the top of the arc around a screen from Queen. He throws left side to Bay. Penetrates with a right-hand dribble. Stops at the dotted line and hits from right there. Sadiq Bey able to knock down that shot as he gets into the paint and has 4 points on the night. 44-39. Here's another Royce O'Neal 3. Another deep one. This time it rolls off the rim, no good. And Derek Queen there for the rebound. He brings it up the center of the floor, directs traffic, looking for Bay. He finds him on the right side beyond the arc. Bay puts it on the deck against Dillon Brooks, goes behind his back on the right baseline, still on the drive, fades away and hits that one as well from just inside the right elbow. Sadiq Bey with back-to-back shots and 6 points on the night. It's a 3-point Suns lead, 44-41 with 4:05 to go. Booker holding near midcourt, starts to dribble to his right. Now he's double-teamed, throws into the corner. A wide-open Fleming for 3. Off the rim, no. Tip up, no. Another tip goes for Mark Williams, who stayed after it after missing the first putback. He gets the second one, and he's got 8 points and 8 rebounds on the night. 46-41, Suns back up 5 with 3:40 left. Quarter number 2. Fears on the dribble. Spins on Fleming. Gets to the right elbow. Leans past Fleming. Puts it up. No. And a foul is called as Fears ends up on his back.
Mark Williams said, well, heck, if you're not going to pass it to me, I'll just go get it off the glass. He continues to do a nice job on the offensive glass. Second chance putbacks.
Yes, he does. 8 rebounds, and 4 of those have come on the offensive side. Jeremiah Fears to the free throw line for the Pelicans. First trip to the stripe tonight for the rookie, who has 2 points, 3 rebounds, and an assist. And he misses the first free throw. He's shooting 79% from the line. And Fears, in a number of categories in the rookie leaders, he leads all rookies in steals, 4th in scoring, and 6th in assists. native of Joliet, Illinois. He spent a little time playing high school ball in the Valley at Arizona Compass Prep.
Yep. They've had some pretty good drafts. You look at the guys that they've drafted, all contributing. It's it hasn't turned into a whole bunch of wins yet, but they definitely have some talent, that's for sure.
Fears able to hit the second free throw. So he's got 3 points on the night, and the Suns' lead is cut to 4, 46-42. Booker holding left wing. Double teamed. He hits Gillespie on the right side. Now a bounce pass to Fleming in the paint. He turns and gives it back to Collin. Penetrates, hangs, floater up, blocked away, and taken by Queen. Here come the Pelicans on the move. Queen drives on Fleming, loses the ball out of bounds, and it's going to stay with New Orleans. Suns thought that was off of Queen.
Yeah, that was Collin Gillespie really doing a nice job getting back in traffic. They're going to challenge it.
They are. So Jordan Ott agreed with Collin Gillespie that was not off of him. And a timeout on the floor for the challenge. 3:11 left to play in the first half. It's the Suns 46, the Pelicans 42.
Suns fans, a new season means a new chance to shine. And just like your Phoenix Suns, Ford's starting lineup is ready to rise to the occasion. Whether it's the strength of F-150, the boldness of Bronco and Bronco Sport, or the speed of Mustang, Ford brings the power, style, and capability to drive what's next. So rise and shine, Suns fans, and get behind the wheel of your new Ford truck or SUV today. Only at your Desert Ford dealers, proud partners of the Phoenix Suns.
Phoenix Suns basketball is back, and the excitement is real. Every game counts, and every play matters.
Right hand raising up the Durant. From unforgettable performances to jaw-dropping moments, the energy is always sky high. No better way to experience it than live at Mortgage Matchup Center. Secure your seats today at Suns.com.
The Phoenix Suns play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Davey DeRosa just taking the headset off at center court and talking things over with Sean Corbin and Simone Dumps before he lets us know the results of the challenge.
After review, there was no proximate foul on the play, and the ball last goes off of New Orleans. Therefore, the challenge will be successful. The game clock will be set to 3:12, and the shot clock at 24. Phoenix will retain this timeout and their ability to challenge.
So that is a good result for the Phoenix
Suns.
Suns.
Great result. And again, the Suns doing a real nice job with their challenges, I think. Jordan Ott and the coaching staff.
Got Justin Maxey in row 2 with the, it's not an iPad anymore. It's a laptop. It's a full-on laptop.
For sure.
But he's looking at that to get the first look possible and to indicate to Jordan, and they've got their own language on how they communicate between the two of them to decide to challenge or not to challenge. And this time it was right on the money. Suns with the ball and a 4-point lead. 3:05 left, quarter number 2. Booker holding inside the midcourt stripe. Takes a couple dribbles to his right. Swings left side to Gillespie and gets it back with 9 on the timer. Now Fleming sets a screen and slips it for Book, who's dribbling right side against Jeremiah Fears. Double team comes. Booker fades on the right baseline and missed everything. Rebound to Zion. Ahead to Fears in transition. He drives past Brooks and lays it in off the window to give the Pelicans 2 more and bring them within 2. 46-44. Fears now with 5 on the night. Gillespie beats Fleming right side. Tried to hand it to Booker. It's knocked out of bounds by Fears. 15 seconds on the shot clock. 2:32 left to go in the first half. Here comes Goodwin checking in for Rasheer Fleming, who gets a round of applause as he goes back to the Suns bench.
Great confidence builder for him, those minutes he just played.
And bounce pass from Goodwin goes to Mark Williams. He holds the ball with one hand, looking for Booker to grab it. And Zion's all over Book. Instead, he gives to Goodwin, who penetrates, floats it up and in with a running right-hander.
And that's what you do. If there's too much attention on a teammate, take advantage of it. Jordan Goodwin does just that.
Now he nearly steals it from Fears, who gets it back, drives past him, and throws a pass knocked away and is stolen by Goodwin, who did not stop hustling on that play as he never stops hustling. 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go. A bounce pass from Goodwin to Williams in the lane. He hesitated, lost it off the window, but goes up and jams it off the rebound. A self-alley-oop for Mark Williams.
Yeah, he realized he was going to travel. He didn't expect the defender to be there. So he saved the play by what you said, John Bloom, throwing it off the glass and turning it into alley-oop to himself.
Now Zion on the drive. Can't get the runner to go. Williams another rebound. He's got a double-double here in the first half. Gillespie on the drive. Gets it knocked loose out of bounds. It went off his leg, says J.B. DeRosa. So the Pelicans turn the Suns over, much like the Suns just did to them moments ago on a fast break. 1:37 left to go in the half. Here comes Jose Alvarado checking back in for James Borrego and New Orleans, and it'll be Derek Queen to the bench.
Yeah, smaller lineup out there right now. See what the Suns do.
Alvarado brings it up the right side, hands to Williamson. He penetrates around Williams, lays it up. No, but a foul and a ticky-tack one at that on Mark Williams.
Wow. That's a tough play.
And it's going to be his first personal tonight, and it's going to send Zion back to the line where he has been active. 4 of 6 so far tonight. 6 points, 4 assists, 3 rebounds for Williamson.
If they called that contact on every play, all we would be doing is shooting free throws in this game.
I would not sign up for that.
No.
I like all the other action that happens
so do I.
on the basketball court. More than just the 15-foot freebies. As the first one's good for Zion. He's got 7 now on 5 of 7 from the line. Takes a couple dribbles. Still just 25 years of age, Zion Williamson. And he puts that one up and in. It's 50-46. Suns lead it with 90 seconds left here in the first half. Don't forget, at the half, Mitch Varelvis has your NBA scores and recap of this first half here in New Orleans. Colin Gillespie around a screen from Mark Williams. He drives to the right elbow, then backs it out, lobs to Williams in the lane. He'll float it up as he's falling down and draw the foul on the Pelicans. That's going to go on Jose Alvarado. And for Jose, that'll be his first personal.
Yeah, nice play by the Suns there, recognizing the switch. And Colin getting it to Mark Williams against Jose Alvarado down low.
Wasn't on the shot, so the Suns will inbound. Goodwin gets it to Gillespie. He thought about the 3, didn't take it. Instead works to his left, finds Booker top of the arc. Alvarado defending Book. 8 on the shot clock. Booker into the lane. Pull up jumper, short, tip up. Yes! Jordan Goodwin again hitting the offensive glass. Able to find the range, and the Suns go back up 6. 52-46 with a minute to play in the second. Jeremiah Fears hands it to Bay. He brings it right wing, dribbling against Colin Gillespie. Now Zion Williamson holds with 10 on the shot clock. Back to Bay in the right corner. Hesitates, then shoots a 3 over Williams. He missed that one. And Dillon Brooks is there for the rebound. Suns have it with a 6-point lead. Their biggest lead tonight's been 7. Booker on the drive. Got bumped, put it off the window, no good. But he did draw the foul on Jose Alvarado, and that'll be his second. And send Book to the line for 2.
Great play by Devin in transition. Alvarado backing up out of position. Heads up play, gets himself to the free throw line.
And these are going to be his first attempts of the night from the stripe, as Booker has been excellent getting himself to the line all season and leads the Suns in free throw shooting, having made 182 out of 210 attempts so far this season, and he hits his first here tonight. 53-46. Suns lead it by 7. That equals their biggest advantage. And Booker, with one more free throw, can join Mark Williams in double digits with 10 points on the night. Jordan Poole leads all scorers with 11 for the Pels. 37 seconds to go. Booker bends, shoots, and missed in and out. Rebound tipped up and taken by Williamson. Here comes Fears quickly the other way. He drives into Gillespie, lays it up and in.
Wow. That was some speed. Suns tried to go to the offensive glass. New Orleans came up with it, and it was a 3-on-1 break running at Colin Gillespie.
7 for Fears on the night, and it's a 5-point lead for the Suns. 53-48. Difference is 7 seconds between the game clock and the shot clock, which is down to 8. Booker dribbling against Murphy. Hesitates, then drives. He's double teamed. Throws it outside to an open Goodwin for 3. That's off the mark. Rebound Williamson. Outlet pass stolen by Goodwin. Down to 5 seconds left. Jordan bounces to Gillespie on the right wing. Steps back for a 3, and that one's no good off the back iron. And at the end of the first half, it's the Suns by 5. 53-48 our score. Mitch Varelvis has your halftime NBA scoreboard coming up. We'll be back with all the first half stats. Get you ready for second half action live from Smoothie King Center. Again at the break, Suns 53, Pelicans 48.
KMVP FM Phoenix, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You live for this. The wins, the losses, the slam dunks, and the buzzer beaters. The dream that this is your team's year. Hope is what keeps you coming back. So you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when everything's on the line, your support means everything. That's why the NBA store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
At Pacific Office Automation, we don't make technology. We make technology work. That's why we're a proud technology partner of the Phoenix Suns. Find your total office solution for copiers and printers, managed IT and cloud services, telephone systems, data security, and more. Experience our uncommon commitment to customer service. Visit PacificOffice.com. We make technology work.
Give up bread to reach your health goals? We would never. Hero Bread makes soft, fluffy, and delicious bread, buns, tortillas, and more, all with ultra-low net carbs, 0-gram sugar, and high fiber. Each serving boasts more protein than conventional grocery store options, so you can crush your macros. Hero also drops other limited edition, ultra-low net carb baked goods, like rich, flaky croissants, and more. Find Hero Bread at your local Sprouts or Whole Foods Market, or online at hero.co. That's HERO.co.
Sun Auto Network, the official auto and tire service partner of the Phoenix Suns, is your one-stop shop for car care. With 60 Valley locations, Grulix, Sun Devil Auto, and Wilhelm, we bring you complete tire and auto service with national coverage. From oil changes and brakes to new tires and full-service repair, we've got every mile covered. And with the strength of the Sun Auto Network, you get the same expert care, benefits, and trusted service wherever the road takes you. Sun Auto Network. Local care, national strength. Drive confidently. Go Suns.
Oso again! Sun Center Oso Ighodaro has always...
This is the Arizona Department of Public Safety. A turquoise alert has been issued for Maricopa County. The Maricopa County Sheriff is looking for 13-year-old Raylan Phillips. Raylan is a white female, 5 feet 2 inches tall, 117 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. Raylan was last seen leaving her residence on foot, December 26, 2025, at 10:30 a.m. near 182nd Avenue and West Puget Avenue. Raylan was last seen wearing pink pants, long black t-shirt, brown purse with sunflowers and skulls. Raylan suffers from a medical condition which may cause her to become lost or easily confused. Her family is concerned for his safety. Please call 911. If you have contact with the missing person, please call 911. Monitor TV and radio for updates.
Sure. Yeah, Mark Williams with some early activity in this one. On the glass, 8 rebounds, 10 points for the big man. He was going to work early in this one. 5 of 9 from the floor overall for Mark as the Suns hold on to a 5-point advantage over the New Orleans Pelicans. 53-48 is the halftime score. Welcome back into the Suns Basketball Network halftime studios. Mitch Varelda's back here with you as we take a look at the standout performers in the first half. Well, Mark Williams is one of them, leading the Suns in scoring with those 10 points. He's getting some help, though. A couple of 9-point performances in the first half. One from Devin Booker, who is 4 of 9, has 1 attempt from 3, did not make it. He's also got 5 rebounds and a couple of assists on the evening, as well as a steal. The other 9 points coming from Colin Gillespie. He's 3 of 8 from the floor. All 3 of those makes coming from long range. He's got 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and a steal, as well as a blocked shot to go along with it. As far as on the Pelicans side of things, their leading scorer with 11 points off the bench is Jordan Poole, 4 of 9 so far, 2 of 5 from long range. He's also got 3 rebounds and assists and 3 steals. So a lot of activity from Jordan Poole so far in this one as they're working him back into starting lineup shape. Zion Williamson, another person in that category. He's got 8 points behind Poole. He is 1 of 4 so far from the floor, but he is 6 of 8 from the free throw line. Also has 5 rebounds and 5 assists. Taking a look at some of the team totals, Phoenix has made the most of their second chance opportunities. They have 12 offensive rebounds and have turned that into 17 second chance points. As far as some of the other numbers, it's relatively even. Both the Suns and the Pelicans getting out on the fast break, 8 points apiece there.
New Orleans getting more help from their bench than Phoenix, 24-20, but obviously that's because they've got two starting caliber players coming off the bench. And the Suns were having struggles with turnovers early in this one. They're up to 8 now. They had 6, or I believe it was 5 through the first quarter, but that has calmed things down. And the Pelicans have not been able to capitalize, just 3 points off of those 8 Suns turnovers. The Pelicans have 7 turnovers, and it's led to 4 Suns points. We'll come back. We'll take a look at the scores across the NBA. That's coming up next here on the Phoenix Suns Basketball Network.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of the legacy. This game is once in a century. Be there at Mortgage Matchup Center on February 28th. Go to HarlemGlobetrotters.com for your tickets to the 100-year tour.
Give up bread to reach your health goals? We would never. Hero Bread makes soft, fluffy, and delicious bread, buns, tortillas, and more, all with ultra-low net carbs, 0-gram sugar, and high fiber. Each serving boasts more protein than conventional grocery store options, so you can crush your macros. Hero also drops other limited edition, ultra-low net carb baked goods like rich, flaky croissants and more. Find Hero Bread at your local Sprouts or Whole Foods Market or online at hero.co. That's HERO.co.
Suns fans, a new season means a new chance to shine. And just like your Phoenix Suns, Ford's starting lineup is ready to rise to the occasion. Whether it's the strength of F-150, the boldness of Bronco and Bronco Sport, or the speed of Mustang, Ford brings the power, style, and capability to drive what's next. So rise and shine, Suns fans, and get behind the wheel of your new Ford truck or SUV today. Only at your Desert Ford dealers, proud partners of the Phoenix Suns.
Ride to the game in style with Desert Rose Worldwide Transportation, the preferred transportation partner of the beautiful Mortgage Matchup Center. Their premium fleet includes sedans, SUVs, Sprinter vans, minibuses, and of course, beautiful stretch limousines. Whether it's a corporate event, special occasion, or a safe and stylish ride to see the Suns in action, Desert Rose will make every effort to ensure your ride is memorable. Visit DesertRoseLimos.com and book your ride today.
Phoenix Suns basketball is back, and the excitement is real. Every game counts, and every play matters.
Right hand raising up over unforgettable performances to jaw-dropping moments. The energy is always sky high. No better way to experience it than live at Mortgage Matchup Center. Secure your seats today at Suns.com.
The home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here in the Phoenix Suns Basketball Network studios, Suns leading the Pelicans 53-48 at the halftime break. Mitch Verrell is back here with you. Let's take a look at the scores across the association on this Friday. Pretty hefty slate. Not everybody in action, but a hefty slate nonetheless. Nothing has gone final yet. The Suns playing in the earlier window of the NBA's calendar today. But we do have a game that is going to be wrapping up relatively soon in Atlanta, where the Miami Heat are taking it to the Hawks, 123-109 the score there. Just a minute and a half to go. Heat on their way to win number 16. Under 5 minutes to play, just above 4 minutes, though, to play in Orlando. And it's the visiting Charlotte Hornets that are almost up by 20, 110-94. The Hornets leading the Orlando Magic. 2.5 to play in our nation's capital, a future opponent for the Suns on this road trip. And it's the Wizards that are taking it to the Toronto Raptors, 133-115. Again, 2.5 to go in that one. In Indiana, it is no contest between the Celtics and the Pacers. Boston has routed Indiana to this point, 121-99 is the score. Still 6.5 to play in Indiana. Under 5 minutes to go in the third quarter in Chicago. A fun one between the 76ers and the Bulls, and it's the visiting Philadelphia squad up 73-70. We're at the halftime break in Memphis as well as in New Orleans, and the Grizzlies currently lead the visiting Milwaukee Bucks 60-50. We've got 2 more games left on the slate outside of everything else that I've already just mentioned. Coming up at 7:30 in Salt Lake City, so about 15 minutes from now, Utah Jazz are going to host the Detroit Pistons, one of the East's best. And then coming up a little bit later after that at 8 p.m. in Portland. The Trailblazers are going to play host to the LA Clippers, who are coming off of a big win over the Lakers a couple of nights ago. That is a look at scores across the association. As far as injury updates, in case you missed from yesterday, Anthony Davis suffered a groin strain for the Mavericks in their game against the Warriors in San Francisco. It sounds like he's going to be missing a period of extended time. Not that the Suns are in a Mavs calendar anytime soon, but still significant news as far as the West standings is concerned. Again, the halftime score, 53-48. Suns up by 5 on the Pelicans in New Orleans. Time to send things back to the Smoothie King Center, where John and Tim are standing by for all the second half action. That's up next here on the Phoenix Suns Basketball Network.
This has been the Phoenix Suns Halftime Report on the Phoenix Suns Basketball Network. KMVP FM Phoenix, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Everyday community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Oh, you didn't know? Gila River Resorts and Casinos is Arizona's #1 casino, and no one does it better. So, play hard, relax like a movie star, party like a rock star, and dine like a king or a queen. However you do you, no one lets you take it to legendary status like we do. Gila River Resorts and Casinos. You do you. Visit one of our 4 locations, Wild Horse Pass, Lone Butte, The Cueva, or Santan Mountain. Or visit GilaCasinos.com to learn more. Give up bread to reach your health goals? We would never. Hero Bread makes soft, fluffy, and delicious bread, buns, tortillas, and more, all with ultra-low net carbs, 0-gram sugar, and high fiber. Each serving boasts more protein than conventional grocery store options, so you can crush your macros. Hero also drops other limited edition, ultra-low net carb baked goods like rich, flaky croissants and more. Find Hero Bread at your local Sprouts or Whole Foods Market or online at hero.co. That's HERO.co.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Mornings, it's Bickley and Murata, 6 to 10 a.m. Bickley and Murata, 6 to 10 a.m.
I like Vinny a lot.
I like you too, Bick. Middays, it's Wolf and Luke, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Wolf and Luke, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. What is up?
What's going on, Luke?
Afternoons, it's Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6 p.m. Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6 p.m.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Arizona's biggest sports personalities are on the local sports leader. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This copyrighted broadcast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the express written consent of the NBA.
The Phoenix Suns play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Halftime here in New Orleans, Louisiana, and the Suns lead it by 5, 53-48. Welcome back inside Smoothie King Center. John Bloom, Tim Kempton with you. Our engineer is Luke Augusta, and we've got Allie and Max producing inside the studio. It's time for a look at the first half stats presented by FanDuel. Play your game, and TK, what stood out to you?
Well, the 5 of 24 shooting for the Suns, and a lot of them were good looks from the three-point line, only shooting 21%. They have the lead. They took care of the rebounding in that second quarter. No offensive rebounds for the Pelicans in the second quarter. They've got 12, and they've got 17 second-chance points. One of the things we wanted to watch were those points in the paint. The Pelicans average 60 a game. They're right there at 30, but so are the Suns. 30 points in the paint for the Suns. And then the bench. We talked about Zion Williamson and Jordan Poole coming off the bench. They've got 24 points and bench points. Suns bench do a nice job responding with 20. So Suns have a lead. It is close, but you're on the road against a team that's playing very well on their home court. And the Suns doing a nice job here.
And more good news after suffering what looked like a hyperextension to his right leg or right knee area. Ryan Dunn is available here in the second half. He's over there on the stationary bike right now by the tunnel on our left. And meanwhile, his teammates, Colin Gillespie, Devin Booker, Dylan Brooks, Mark Williams, and Royce O'Neal take the floor to start the second half. Pelicans countering with Murphy, Bay, Queen, McGowens, and Fears. Both of the same starting fives, and we're underway. New Orleans will work right to left. Both teams talking before the game, as now we get a stoppage, maybe a clock malfunction. It didn't start, and so they're going to reset that. Both James Borrego and Jordan Knott referring to the possession battle and focusing on trying to win that. Right now, the Suns' big advantage. They have 9 more shots than the Pelicans at the break, 54.
And that goes
to
straight to those 12 offensive rebounds that they've got in the first half.
Exactly. And the Suns did turn it over 8 times compared to 7 for the Pelicans, but they did the job on the glass, as Tim mentioned. And now we're going to get the reset of the clock back to 12 minutes, 24 seconds on the shot clock.
Uh-oh. That's never good.
We're getting a malfunction.
Yeah, got a malfunction, sending the teams back to their benches.
Both teams have gone back to their benches to delay the start of the third quarter here at Smoothie King Center, with the Suns leading by 5, 53-48. And again, these two teams will play here tomorrow night. That one tips off an hour earlier, 5 o'clock Phoenix time, and 6 o'clock here locally in New Orleans. And after that, we'll be off to D.C. to take on the Washington Wizards on Monday night, and then the Cleveland Cavaliers on New Year's Eve. That's the road trip the Suns are facing here. They'll be back home for a couple at home before heading out on the road again.
Well, we know what a game's official after 5 innings in the NBA.
That's correct.
In Major League Baseball. What is it in the NBA? Halftime?
I mean, technically they have not started the second half. I don't know if there is a rule like that in the books.
Unfortunately.
You were to have like a flood in the middle of the third quarter. Does it count when the game is? No, they would just redo the whole thing. And let's hope that never happens and we never have to deal with that.
Exactly.
Right now we're dealing with some clock malfunctioning here in New Orleans, and they are still working at center court to try to rectify it. Looks like they're going to put 11:56 on the clock. So we have technically started the third quarter.
This is
They're
true.
not going to reset it back to a dozen. And they're trying to synchronize the shot clock with the game clock. Right now they've got 3 seconds off of one and 4 off the other. Now it looks like they got it. 57 on one and 21 on the other. Is that what we're looking for, J.B. DeRosa? He's having an extensive conversation. And while they're talking about this, we can send some well wishes to our guy Eddie Johnson, who's back home.
Yes.
For those who are watching the television broadcast tonight, you might have been surprised to see Rex Chapman on the call with Kevin Ray. Rex will be on this trip subbing for EJ. So shout out to Eddie. Hope you're doing well, man.
Enjoy the golf, Eddie.
Exactly. You know that's what he's up to. In between the raindrops that have made their way to the valley, like many other places around the country. And here come the Pelicans as we are back underway to start the third quarter. New Orleans working from right to left. Trey Murphy III gives to Sadiq Bey. He holds down to 5 on the shot clock. Now he's dribbling against Booker to the free throw line, and jumper's on the way and short with defense by the Suns. But Royce O'Neal struggling to grab it on the baseline. It's out of bounds, and the Pelicans will get it back. A fresh 14 will go on the shot clock.
Got him late in the shot clock. Do a nice job there. Had jerseys around it, just couldn't come up with it.
Bryce McGowan's inbounding underneath the basket to our left. And he waits, then finally gets it into Derek Queen. Holds above his head. 12 on the timer as he surveys the scene. Puts it on the deck to drive past Williams. And a foul will get called on Mark Williams. That is his second personal.
That's a tough one. You got the big guy. Yeah, he's taken a 3 already, but just use your length. If he takes a 3 from there, you can live with that.
Inbounds pass coming from Sadiq Bey. He lobs it to Derek Queen between the circles. Played just over 30 seconds here in the third. Still 53-48, Suns on top. Queen with the dribble. Leans into Mark Williams, puts it over his shoulder, and gets it to go in the lane. Derek Queen using the strength on that move. And he's up to 7 points on the night. It's a 3-point game. 53-50, Suns on top with their first offensive possession of the second half. Booker holding on the right wing. Got McGowan's on him. Finds Williams in the lane. He'll go strong and jam it with both hands. An opening in the paint for Mark Williams, and he exploits it. 12 points on the night to lead the Suns. And they're back up 5. Fierce into the lane. Fades over Gillespie. Got the roll and the foul, and a chance at a 3-point play for the rookie Jeremiah Fears. And that time he just took it to Colin Gillespie. then leaned in to get a little contact. There wasn't much. Leaned back for the shot and got the roll. Now he's at the free throw line. Jeremiah Fears 1 for 2 from the stripe. Make it 1 for 3 as he misses that one. Stuck on 9 points for the night. Suns with the 3-point lead in the ball. Gillespie bounced to O'Neal right wing and gets it back at the top of the arc. Now he feeds Dylan Brooks, who dribbles in between the circles, steps back for a deep three and buries that one. Dylan Brooks missed all 4 of his threes in the first half, but he hits his first attempt of the third, and the Suns go up 6. 58-52, 10:25 to go. Third quarter action. Trey Murphy III dribbling on the right wing against Mark Williams. He penetrates, fades from 14, missed it off the back iron. Williams skies for the board. That's his 9th of the night. And Gillespie gives it to him, cutting in the lane. He'll throw down another jam in transition. Mark Williams putting on the hustle and getting rewarded for it from his point guard, Colin Gillespie. 14 to lead all scores for Williams, and a timeout for James Borrego and New Orleans. 60-52. The Suns with their biggest lead of the night. 10:09 left to go in quarter number 3.
Suns fans, the game moves fast, and the ones who lead, they never slow down. And like your Suns, Ford is designed for the fast break. Quick off the line, strong in the paint, and always driving forward. With the unstoppable F-150 and Super Duty or the dynamic Maverick, Ford trucks are made to handle the pressure when it counts. So take the lead in a Ford, the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. Only at your Desert Ford dealers, proud partners of the Phoenix Suns. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024.
Action Termite and Pest Control is proud to be the official pest control provider of your Phoenix Suns. With over 5,000 5-star Google reviews and more than 50 years of protecting Arizona homes, Action is the name you can trust. From scorpions and spiders to termites and rodents, Action has you covered so you can focus on the game. Take action against pests today. Call 602-899-2222 or visit actiontermitecontrol.com.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating? Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal. Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros? Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate. Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste? Get your own. All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com? Yep, and they've got a deal going on. Oh, love a deal. I am so in. Smart move. Pro move. All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
The home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I'll give the gift of Suns basketball this holiday season. Right now you can select any 5 Suns games for the rest of the NBA season and receive an exclusive Suns holiday gift box featuring a custom beanie, a mug, a t-shirt, an ornament, and an autographed photo from a Suns player. Packages start at just $87 and are available through December 31st. Enjoy big savings, pay no fees, and receive priority access to playoff tickets. Visit suns.com/holiday pack to purchase today. Suns by 8, 60-52. We've got 10 minutes left in quarter number 3. Pelicans with the basketball working from right to left. As we bring it back to live action, Sadiq Bey holding the ball on the left wing against Devin Booker, puts it on the deck, goes to his left. Now Gillespie comes to help. Bey swings to Murphy, right side McGowan's penetrating into the lane, hustles a shot up and draws the whistle, and a foul will be called on Royce O'Neal.
And again, great defense up until the 23 seconds of that possession, and they foul him to put him at the free throw line. Mark Williams having another heck of a game. He's got 9 rebounds, 14 points. Those 14 points come without having to play called for him. So hustle, running the floor, getting on the offensive glass.
He called his own play and threw himself an alley-oop. That was impressive. You'll see that one on all the highlights.
That was the high-level IQ right there. Realizing he was at a position, was going to get called for a violation if he didn't throw it up against the glass. So That was a good play.
And he went up high to jam it after it hit the glass. And now both free throws go for Bryce McGowan. He has his first 2 points of the night. Pelicans get back within 6, 60-54. Williams feeds Gillespie. He's open for 3, and he hits again. Colin Gillespie has made 4 of 6 threes on the night. He's got all 12 of his points from beyond the arc. And the Suns have their biggest lead, 63-54, with 9:25 to play. And dribbling on the right side is Fears. He feeds McGowan's in the corner. Bounce pass out to Queen beyond the arc. Takes a couple dribbles and hands it off to Murphy. He penetrates, then pulls up with a little floater in the lane. No good. Williams had it, lost it out of bounds, and it's going to go back to New Orleans.
That's a tough play for a big guy. You want to step up and help out on the penetration. You want to challenge that shot. And then he's got to get back and try to box out the big guy himself. So good job by Mark not giving up the rebound. And now we got subs in for the Pelicans.
And instead of Zion Williamson, it's Yves Missi getting some action off the bench right now for James Borrego as Murphy steps back for a jumper in the lane. No good. Williams able to grab his rebound. That's number 10 to go with his 14 points. Gillespie into the forecourt. Suns by 9 with the ball. Booker had it knocked away. A steal. Murphy comes up with it. Ahead it comes to Bay. He lobs back to Murphy, and he'll lay it up and in.
They're good in transition, John.
They really are. They got a lot of length and athleticism. And
Suns have done a nice job limiting those possessions.
Now Booker double teamed on the far side. Lob down low. It's Williams. Gets hammered in the paint before he turns and shoots. The foul's going to be on the floor. And it's going to be on, I believe, Trey Murphy the third. Is that who picks that one up? Let's see who. No, it's Yves Missi getting his first personal foul. Missi, the second-year pro out of Baylor, who was taken number 21 in the draft in 24. And another draft pick that I think a lot of people have lauded and applauded for the New Orleans Pelicans.
Exactly.
Didn't see any action in the first half, but he comes in. This is his 24th appearance, and he's averaging 17 minutes a game. Booker on the right wing, holding against Missi. He's got the length on him. Booker puts it on the deck, feeds Brooks, left corner for 3. That's around the rim and out. Boy, that took a while before it popped out for Dillon Brooks, and it stays a 7-point Suns lead. McGowan's into the lane with a Euro step, feeds Missi, and he'll lay it in. Nice pass from Bryce McGowan's to the cutting Yves Missi, and it's 63-58. Suns lead down to 5 after they just had it up to 9. McGowan steps in the passing lane, knocks it out of bounds. It goes off Royce O'Neal. And Royce tells the coaches not to challenge that call. It clearly went off him. Now Bay open for 3, missed it short. And Devin Booker with a nice box out, able to grab the rebound and get it ahead to Colin Gillespie on the right wing. Now Booker trailing, will fire a deep 3 and knock it down. Devin Booker several steps beyond the arc, able to hit his first trifecta of the night. He's into double figures with 12, and the Suns lead it by 8, 66-58, 7:45 to play in the third. Now McGowan's trying another jumper. This one's blocked off the window, but a foul whistled by J.B. DeRosa on Royce O'Neal, and Bryce McGowan's is going to get to the line.
Suns starting to make threes at a little better clip right now. They were, 5 of 24 to start the game. They're 8 of 28, so 3 of 4 here in this third quarter. See if they can keep that up.
Booker hitting the latest one. Colin Gillespie, Dillon Brooks also able to take the lid off, so to speak, but still just 29% from deep for the Suns. So if they're going to come back to their averages, they're due to knock down a few more. The Pelicans on the other side, 3 of 13. As McGowan hits the first free throw, second one also good for the Nebraska Cornhusker, and it's 66-60. Suns lead by 6 with 7:40 to go in the third. Here comes Royce O'Neal into the forecourt. Finds Mark Williams at the top of the arc. Handoff is knocked away and stolen by Murphy. He's going to take it the length of the floor and jam it. Big time right hand flush for Trey Murphy III, and a quick timeout for Jordan Ott and the Suns to keep this place from getting louder than it already is. 66-62. Suns lead down to 4. 7:28 to play in the third, and we're back after these messages.
Picture it. Your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps, spiced cider in every glass, laughter around every plate. At Fry's, we know these moments matter, and we make it easier to bring them to life with quality that's affordable in every aisle. This season, don't just host, make every moment unforgettable. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
On the basketball court, the soccer pitch, or even the golf course, your crew brings their best not just for the win, but for that post-game celebration. When victory tastes like Michelob Ultra, it's worth every drop of sweat. And if you don't win, you'll still get the beer. It's just on you. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, 2.6 carbs, 95 calories. Superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Disney on Ice invites you to an adventure that's off the charts as DJ Mickey and his friends remix your favorite tunes from The Lion King, Frozen 2, Moana, The Little Mermaid, and Wish. Plus, the party goes off the charts when special guest DJ Stitch takes control. Every beat creates a magical moment. Only at Disney on Ice, Let's Dance. Playing Mortgage Matchup Center January 15 through 18. For show details, visit DisneyOnIce.com and get your tickets today.
Hate's a strong word, but if you bought your home or refinanced in the last few years, you probably don't love your monthly mortgage payment. Well, rates have finally dropped and refis are back. So don't wait another day to connect with your local home loan expert at MortgageMatchup.com. They'll work with you on a personalized refi plan that can help you save money now and for years to come. Don't hate your rate. Refi now. Go to MortgageMatchup.com. Powered by United Wholesale Mortgage LLC, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 3038. Licensed in all 50 states and the District of Columbia.
The Phoenix Suns play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Go vote now and help send your Phoenix Suns players to All-Star 2026. Every time you vote, you're entered in to win a trip to All-Star with your NBA ID through the NBA All-Star Voting Sweepstakes. And you can scan the QR code online or vote now, vote daily on the NBA app or suns.com/All-Star26 for your chance to win. As we welcome you back to Smoothie King Center, Suns lead the Pelicans 66-62, 7:28 left to go in the third. And Royce O'Neal ready to trigger it in.
Pelican and James Ray, they're on a strict minutes. I thought, think you would see Zion, but nope. He doesn't come in before the 6-minute mark.
So the Suns bring it up from left to right. Goodwin, Booker, Iguodaro, Brooks, and O'Neal. Dillon Brooks on the left baseline. Dribbled off his foot, and it's stolen away by Murphy. Now another turnover by the Suns. That's 14 on the night. And here comes Saddiq Bey up the left side. Gives to Murphy the third. He's got Brooks in his pocket. Murphy starting to dribble against Dillon Brooks, who's all over him. He dribbled off his foot. It's going to go out of bounds. And Dillon Brooks gets credit for that turnover.
He sure does.
Not the box score, but from us he does.
Toughness, aggressiveness, putting pressure on an uncomfortable ball handler out at the half-court line.
It's a great thing to learn to do if you're out there and you play sports. If you lose the ball, just do everything you can to go back and get it back. That's what Dillon Brooks just did. Here's Booker throwing a pass that's kicked by Bryce McGowens. Goes out, and it'll be Suns ball. Still had 16 left on the shot clock, so they'll leave it there. 6:51 left in the third. And a 4-point Phoenix lead. Royce O'Neal inbounding near side. Finds Booker, top of the arc. He steps to his left. Now drives, gets to the rim. Layup goes for Devin Booker with the right hand as he beat Yves Missi to the rim that time. And it's a 6-point Suns lead. 68-62, 6:40 to go in the third. Alvarado on the drive. Cut off by Iguodaro on the right baseline. Backs it out beyond the arc and bounces it to Bey. He spins on O'Neal, takes it to the rim and jams it. How about Saddiq Bey with that move?
Pretty impressive. Went quick. No help on the baseline. He scores the ball, and then you got Dillon Brooks right back at the Pelicans off the glass on a right-hand drive.
He was able to answer it, and Brooks now with 7 points on the night. 70-64. Suns back up 6. Missi bounces to Bey on the right baseline. Now he takes it to the dotted line in the lane and back gives it out to Murphy beyond the arc on the left wing. He drives on Jordan Goodwin. Leans into him. Goodwin slaps the ball away. Murphy gets it back. Feeds Alvarado for 3. That's no good. Bey taps it on the far side and saves it into McGowens. Now Murphy for 3. That's short. And Oso has the rebound. He had Dillon Brooks leaking out, but he didn't see him. And Oso throws cross-court to Booker into the forecourt with a left-hand dribble. Devin goes between his legs, hesitates against McGowens. It's into his body, then throws right corner to Goodwin for an open 3. That's off the front iron. Tipped out by Oso, but it goes out of bounds as Royce O'Neal couldn't grab it, and it'll be Pelicans basketball.
Good execution. Devin drawing defenders, finds an open shooter in the corner. Jordan just not able to cash in.
Here comes Zion Williamson checking in.
Yeah. He is on strict minutes, John Blow.
14 in the first half. He had 8 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. So super productive in those 14 minutes. So
they're going to him now, too. It's not
Jordan Poole not out there right now as well, as here comes Trey Murphy III around a screen from Misi and a foul called on the Suns. Now Dylan Brooks gets shoved by Murphy. They get in each other's faces, and now they're going to be separated by the officials. Jordan Goodwin also doing some peacekeeping there. And Dylan Brooks still having a conversation with J.B. DeRosa, and an animated one at that, and with Sean Corbin as well. Trey Murphy III shoved Dylan in the chest, but Murphy's going to be the one going to the free throw line as the foul was called on the floor on Dylan Brooks. And that's his second personal. And now we will get a technical foul as Dylan Brooks did not stop jawing with J.B. DeRosa. So it'll be Murphy to shoot the technical as well before he gets to the line to shoot the two free throws that were intended initially. 91% free throw shooter, Trey Murphy III, and the first one no good off the back iron. That's a technical.
Ball don't lie.
There you go. And again, he shoved Dylan.
Yeah, Dylan, he may say some things, but he's real smart about not, being the guy to create contact. And like we said, I mean, why wasn't there a technical on Murphy for the shove?
Murphy hits the first of two free throws on the trip to the line, and now it's a 5-point game, 70-65. He's into double figures with 10. Jordan Poole leads the Pelicans with 11, and Poole just checked into the game for the first time here in the third. Second free throw also good. 70-66, Suns by 4. They had that lead up to 9. That's the biggest it's been. Booker feeds Iguodala. Outside it goes to Goodwin. Left corner Brooks for 3. He got it. Dylan Brooks lines it up and knocks it down and puts the Suns back up by 6. His foot was on the line, so they say it's a long 2. 72-66. Now Murphy gives down low Zion. A reverse layup goes for Zion Williamson hanging in the air. He's able to hit it and cuts it back to a 4-point game, 72-68. Williamson with 10 points on the night off the bench. Brooks getting booed now as he drives into Murphy's body, takes him down to the left block. Little shimmy, fadeaway shot no good, but a foul called on Murphy, who just throws his hand in the air.
Good job. That time you got the wave. Murphy waved at the official. The offside official saw it and called it.
And Jose Alvarado's now holding Trey Murphy III away from J.B. DeRosa and Simone Jelks as Murphy gets called for the technical. Good spot there, TK. I didn't see the initial T.
Yeah, Murphy waved at the official. We've seen Luka Doncic and LeBron James do it all the time. They don't play by the same rules. And that time,
it's not a hello wave. It's a different type of wave. It's not
it's
the
a
kind
brush.
of wave.
Yeah, it's a brush off wave.
And that's what Murphy was guilty of there. And now the free throw from Dylan Brooks is up and no good. Booker made the technical. So Book on the night has 15. Brooks is at the line to shoot 2, and he just missed the first. He's got 9 points, 3 rebounds, an assist, and a steal on the night. He's missed 5 of his 6 threes, but he's 2 for 3 at the line. Takes his dribbles, bends the knees, shoots, and gets the roll. 74-68. Suns back up 6. 4:38 left in quarter number 3. And again, this game has not left single digits. Suns' biggest lead's been 9. They've trailed by 2. Alvarado on the dribble against Ryan Dunn, who just checked back in. Here's a lob off the window and in for Jose Alvarado, who got the step on Dunn. Ryan suffering a leg injury in the first half. We weren't sure whether he'd be back, but here he is in the third. Now Brooks steps into a 3. He missed that one off the back iron, and Alvarado's off to the races the other way. Fakes a pass, shoots the 3, and he got it. Jose Alvarado, immediate impact off the bench, brings the Pelicans within 1, and we get another timeout for Jordan Ott and the Suns. 4:03 left to go in the third. It's Phoenix 74, New Orleans 73.
I run this like cardio.
Phoenix, you've waited for this moment. The unstoppable Cardi B presents Little Miss Drama Tour. Cardi B, live at Mortgage Matchup Center, March 1st. Cardi's brand new album, Am I the Drama, is available everywhere now. Get tickets now at CardiB.com.
This next one's for all you CarMax shoppers who just want to buy a car your way. Wanna check some cars out in person. Wanna look some more from your house.
Okay. Want to pretend you know about engines?
Nah, I'll just chat with CarMax online instead.
Wanna get pre-qualified from your couch. Woo! Wanna get that car
ASAP.
You wanna do it your way.
Want to drive? CarMax.
The home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I'll make every pass, steal, drive, and dunk matter more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the Phoenix Suns. Right now leading the Pelicans, but only by one, 74-73, 4:04 to play in quarter number 3. And it's Jordan Goodwin, Devin Booker, Oso Ighodaro, Dillon Brooks, and Ryan Dunn, the 5 in black. On the floor for Jordan Ott and the Suns. Goodwin gets it in the middle of the floor, around a screen from Ighodaro. Now he waits for Booker to come get it. Top of the key. Devin on the dribble. Gets all the way underneath. He'll lay it up and in as he gets knocked down and fouled. It's the deuce and the damage for D-Book.
Yeah, and they can't challenge it, so he'll go to the free throw line. They're saying he kicked it out, but...
There's a little shove from McGowan's on the hip. There wasn't much there.
McGowan's definitely walked into him.
Just gave a little right-hand push on Booker's hip, and that was enough to send Booker to the ground. And again, he is adept at that. He knows when he takes the contact that you're probably not going to get the call if you don't fall down. and so a lot of times you see him hitting the deck.
The NBA does like flopping.
It just seems like the officials
they like
tend
a good
to
flopper.
Hit that whistle when they see somebody fall. And this time Booker able to get to the line, try to finish off this three-point play, put the Suns back up 4. 3:46 to play in the third. Booker waits, shoots, and hits. And he's got 18 to lead all scorers tonight. Book's had a bunch of huge games against the Pelicans. And remember, spent part of his youth in high school not too far away in Moss Point, Mississippi, and has a bunch of folks here that have made the journey again to come watch him play. Now we get a whistle and a foul in the backcourt. It's going to go on the Suns and send Jose Alvarado back to the free throw line for the Pelicans. That foul called on Ryan Dunn, and that is his second personal. So Alvarado at the line. So far tonight for Jose, 7 points off the bench, make it 8. 3 for 5 from the floor. He's got a couple rebounds and a couple of assists. And his performance in the playoffs a few years ago against the Suns was really his coming out party in the NBA. Second free throw also good for the fifth-year pro out of Georgia Tech. And it's 77-75. Suns lead back down to 2. Booker into the forecourt. Alvarado hunting a steal, didn't get it as he snuck up around Booker, who maintains the dribble, then feeds Goodwin on the left wing. 10 on the timer. Booker gets it back top of the arc. Alvarado on his hip. Left side back to Goodwin with 6 to shoot. He penetrates, gets it stripped by Poole, and a steal for Messi. Here come the Pelicans. Alvarado fakes the 3. Hits Poole trailing the play. He spins past Goodwin into the lane. Lob to Messi, but a foul called before the jam. It's going to go on Jordan Goodwin, and I think it's going to be free throws for Jordan Poole.
Yeah, and the free throws, where are they now? Starting to add up, John Bloom? Yeah. This will be 24 and 25. The Suns have only shot in 10.
That is a significant difference there.
Sure is.
Tamari Bouye gets ready to check back in for Phoenix. Jordan Poole, an opportunity to tie this game up at 77 as he heads to the line, where he shoots 94% this season, and he misses the first.
Good job, John Bloom.
I've been trying. It's a couple times tonight. We just got to give them enough love to where they just get overconfident.
Yeah, it was 13-6 in attempts in the opening half, and now in the third quarter, they're shooting a bunch of them.
Poole was 50 of 53 before tonight's game. He's now 51 of 55. This is 1 for 2 tonight. Second one on the way. And he missed that one. Went 0 for 2 on that trip. That percentage is going to drop dramatically after that 0 for 2 trip for Jordan Poole. Suns stay up by 2. Now Bouye around a screen from Booker. Gives it to Devin on the logo center court. He's got Jordan Poole defending it. Booker loses the handle but comes up with it. Drives past Zion. Flips it to Goodwin. Left corner 3 is around the rim. No good. Booker skies for the board. Ryan Dunn gives it back outside to Bouye for a wide open 3. That's off the mark. Dunn is there to clean it up with a left hand put back off the glass. Then the Suns go up 4, 79-75. 2:45 to go in the third. Alvarado hustles into a 3 on the left wing. That's off the back rim. Booker another high rebound, comes up with it, and hands it back for Jordan Goodwin. So Book now hitting the glass. He's got 6 boards, or make it 7 to go with his 18 points. Pete Zigodaro out to Dunn. He'll try a 3. That's off the back iron and comes down. Takes a bounce before Jordan Poole grabs the loose ball for the Pelicans. He brings it up the left wing, drives into the paint, hangs in the air, floats it back outside to McGowens, who dribbles between the circles and then feeds Poole on the right side. Down to 8 on the shot clock. Jordan Poole with a left-hand dribble, goes between his legs, fakes the step back, now does try it, and misses everything off the window. It's the rebound to Jordan Goodwin with under 2 minutes left in the third. Suns by 4. Hooker on the dribble. It's a screen from Goodwin. Works his way to his left. Feeds Goody at the free throw line. Out to Bouye. Right corner 3 is up and no good. Rebound fought for underneath, and it's out of bounds to the Pelicans, and a foul will be called as Ednisi hit the deck.
Yeah, I thought the Suns kind of figured their way out of the three-point hole when this quarter started, but we've just seen 2 wide-open threes missed by the Phoenix Suns. This one leads to a foul on the offensive glass, and the Pelicans will come down and shoot 2 more.
Suns have missed their last 6 three-point attempts after starting 3 for 4 here in this quarter, as you mentioned.
And again, they've been open. They've been good looks.
Now it's going to be Ednisi to the free throw line, the second-year pro from Baylor and native of Cameroon. Just 21 years of age, puts the first free throw up, no good. He shoots 52% from the stripe.
18 of 26, 17 of 26.
They're going to curse themselves if they lose a close one tonight with all those free throws they missed. One more coming up for Misi with 1:45 to play in the third. Suns 79, Pelicans 75. And Misi spins the ball in his hands, bends, shoots, and hits. 79-76. And Misi has 3 off the bench tonight. So Oso will bring it up the floor for the Suns with 1:40 left in the third. He crosses over on Misi, gets him down low, and backs it out to Bouye on the left wing. Damari puts it on the deck, then swings to Dunn. They play catch with 9 on the shot clock. Bouye crossing over at the top of the arc. A step-back jumper around the rim, no. Oso tips it back to Dunn. He steps beyond the arc, then penetrates into the lane, gets to the rim, and lays it in.
Great job keeping it alive and then attacking the basket. Oso keeps it alive. Ryan gets it and attacks the hoop.
7 off the bench for Dunn tonight, and it's a 5-point Suns lead again. 81-76, just over a minute to play in the third. Dribbling on the left wing is Poole. He throws right side to Misi, who penetrates around Gillespie, who crumbles to the floor. Zion Williamson throws down the jam on the rebound. Meanwhile, Gillespie up to his feet, but in a lot of pain, grabbing his right leg. And now the Suns with the ball down, or up by 3 with 50 seconds left in the third. Gillespie still out there, throws to Bouye left corner, gets it back. Now right wing, it's Goodwin stepping into a 3. That's around the rim, no good. Alvarado the rebound, ahead it comes to Poole. He's going to drive on Gillespie, take him into the lane, dump to Misi for the jam, and it's a 1-point game. Back-to-back dunks for the Pelicans, Williamson and Misi. It's 81-80, Suns lead, 34 seconds left in the quarter.
Just giving up, again, off the turnovers, off offensive rebounds, the Pelicans really speed the game up, and as we talked about, the athleticism at the rim is pretty impressive.
Now Gillespie, hounded by Jordan Poole, 35 feet away. He puts it on the deck, dribbles around Poole, and we get an offensive foul called on Ryan Dunn, who tried to set a screen, slipped it, but apparently got his hands on one of the Pelicans and gets whistled for the foul. Here comes Rasheer Fleming hustling off the Suns bench in the last 19.9 seconds of the quarter. Dunn just picked up his third personal, but they need to get Colin Gillespie off as he's still grabbing his right leg in pain.
I think his right groin strain.
Yeah, he fell to the floor with no contact, and that's always worrisome.
He slipped on a wet spot over there.
15 seconds left. Here's Poole into the forecourt for the Pelicans, looking to take a lead going into the fourth. McGowens falls to the floor, and a foul whistled on the rookie, Rasheer Fleming. So Bryce McGowens is going to get to the free throw line with 7 seconds left in the quarter.
This is an ugly product. All the flopping that goes on in this league. I mean, guys just breathe on them. They fall down. And the bad thing is the official rewards it. And when there's a clear flopping, there's a flopping rule that you can give a technical to.
Right.
But they don't do that either.
First free throw no good for McGowan, so the struggles continue at the line for the Pelicans, who are now 18 of 28, that's 64%, but they've made 18. Suns have only made 7 free throws, only tried 10 of them themselves. Second free throw on the way, short, and it's tipped up, no good. Then it's tipped out of bounds, and they're going to give it to the Pelicans. 5.9 seconds left, and New Orleans will have it with the shot clock off. Suns just couldn't grab the ball. 2 misses from Bryce McGowan, and it stays a 1-point Suns lead. 5.9 seconds left, and Dylan Brooks jumps off the Phoenix bench. And we'll check in to replace Royce O'Neal. Pelicans basketball. Alvarado inbounding underneath the basket to our left. He waits, looks, still looking. Finally gets it into McGowan. He takes one dribble, loses the handle, and it's a steal for Dylan Brooks. He'll try a shot as the clock expires, and he hits nothing but the bottom of the net. It didn't go through the net, and that will take us to the end of the third with the Suns by 1, 81-80. Stay with us, folks. Fourth quarter action live from Smoothie King Center coming up next.
What makes you smile? The roar of a crowd? A home team win? How about saving money on one of your biggest investments, your home? A mortgage broker can guide you through the process and could save you thousands of dollars when you buy or refi. Find a local home loan expert at mortgagematchup.com for home loan savings that'll make you smile. Powered by United Wholesale Mortgage LLC, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 3038. Licensed in all 50 states and the District of Columbia.
Ride to the game in style with Desert Rose Worldwide Transportation, the preferred transportation partner of the beautiful Mortgage Matchup Center. Their premium fleet includes sedans, SUVs, Sprinter vans, minibuses, and of course, beautiful stretch limousines. Whether it's a corporate event, special occasion, or a safe and stylish ride to see the Suns in action, Desert Rose will make every effort to ensure your ride is memorable. Visit DesertRoseLimos.com and book your ride today.
Every day begins with the promise of something new, a new perspective, a fresh start. At Banner Health, right here, right now, we're pioneering new ways to treat cancer with our own immune systems. We're among the first to treat Parkinson's with a patient's own cells. And we're a world leader in artificial heart implantation, all while training over 1,300 doctors every year. Impressive, right? It's just another Banner day. Banner Health.
The local sports leader. Mornings, it's Bickley and Marotta, 6 to 10 a.m. Bickley and Marotta, 6 to 10 a.m.
I like Vinny a lot. I like you too, Bick.
Middays, it's Wolf and Luke, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Wolf and Luke, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. What is that? What's going on, Luke? Afternoons, it's Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6 p.m. Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6 p.m.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Arizona's biggest sports personalities are on the local sports leader. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Time for the fourth quarter in New Orleans with the Suns leading by a point, 81-80. Let's get some game insights brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Visit teamidoc.com. Tim Kempton, what do you got for us?
Yeah, Suns haven't given up the lead, but struggled to score the ball. They started 3 of 4 in that third quarter. They went 0 of 7 to finish it up. And the free throws, 9 of 16 compared to 3 of 4 for the Suns. They got whistled for 10 fouls in the quarter. The Pelicans, only 3.
Good news, Colin Gillespie back on the floor for the Suns after it looked like he suffered what looked like just a tough fall, slip and fall on wet floor. But he's back out there with Goodwin, O'Neal, Iguodaro, and Fleming. Rasheer Fleming seeing some action tonight. The rookie out of St. Joe's has been impressive. 3 for 6 from the floor. He's got 6 points in his 8 minutes. And we get a little delay again. Is this a clock issue once again? Now we're ready. 11:58, so they took 2 seconds off the clock. And the inbounds pass goes to Oso. He hands it to Gillespie. He's into the forecourt. Suns working left to right. Colin brings it to the right wing and finds Royce O'Neal, top of the arc. Left corner, Goodwin for 3. That's off the rim, no good. Rebound battled for. Oso taps it out to Gillespie, who's wide open for 3. He missed it short. And now the Pelicans grab the board, and a foul called on the Suns, Oso Iguodaro.
Suns have gone cold from the three-point line, John Bloom. Again, just wide open looks. They just can't find it right now.
They missed their last 9 threes and are now 8 of 37, 22%. Zion holding him offensive end, gives to Poole for a three. He bricked it off the board, thought he was fouled, and now it's Goodwin into the forecourt. Suns with numbers. Jordan gives to the trailing Iguodaro. He waits and hands to Gillespie. He fakes the three, gives it back to Oso for the jam time. Oso Iguodaro flies to the rim and throws it down with both hands. Suns back up 3, 83-80, and Oso's got 6 off the bench tonight. None louder than those two. 50 seconds into the fourth, the Suns up 3. Poole lobs to a posting Zion Williamson. He turns, shoots, and hits over Royce O'Neal. That was too easy for Zion, who's got 14 on the night off the bench. And it's 83-82 Suns. Gillespie goes behind his back against Alvarado. Takes him to the left elbow. Fades and hits the mid-range jumper.
So good at getting in the paint there, then creating space for a shot. Jose Alvarado is actually smaller than he is, so... And again, we have another off-ball foul. Royce O'Neal on Zion Williamson, so that'll be the second in the quarter already.
And for Royce, that is his third personal. It's a tough assignment right now with Zion playing with the ferocity that he has.
I'd almost put Rasheer Fleming on him, give him a little life under fire in the NBA.
A little more length.
Bigger, stronger. He's got length.
Bounce pass into Alvarado, who beats Gillespie to the rim and lays it in reverse style. And just like that, it's back to a one-point game, 85-84. Jose Alvarado off the bench with 11. And now the Suns bring it back from left to right. Goodwin finds Gillespie on the logo center court. Jordan Poole all up in his business. Gillespie puts it on the deck. Stops right elbow. Leans into Poole. Lost the handle. It's still loose on the floor. Stolen by Murphy. Here comes Zion. Hustling into the forecourt. Runs into Goodwin. Misses the layup. And a foul is called on Jordan Goodwin. That'll be his third, or rather second on Jordan.
That's third team foul. They're already shooting free throws on the play. I mean, just run into someone. I would go down the other end right now and just run into someone. It's a foul on one end. It's got to be the same on the other.
Williamson at the line, takes his time, and misses the first. He's 6 of 9 from the stripe tonight. Has 14 points to lead the Pelicans. Suns being led by Devin Booker's 18, 14 each from Mark Williams and Colin Gillespie. And Mark Williams is a guy that you'd like to see come in and finish strong in this game. He started strong and was really a dominant force, but has been sitting for a while as Williamson puts the second free throw up and gets that one to go. So we're tied at 85. Pelicans haven't led since early tonight when they were up by 2. Suns have led by as much as 9, so it has not exceeded single digits all night. Oso hands it off to Royce O'Neal. We've got 10:05 left to play. Now Gillespie, back to Royce. They play catch. Colin holding on the right wing with 8 to shoot. He's got Misi, the bigger guy, defending him. Puts it on the deck, drives him to the right baseline, spins, throws it back outside to Royce O'Neal with 1 second to go, and it's going to be a shot clock violation. Royce didn't see it. He instead threw a rifle pass to Rasheer Fleming, but there was no time to get a shot off for the rookie.
The Suns just stood around a little bit too much in that possession. Give Pelicans credit for their defense, but the Suns were a little lackadaisical on that possession.
17 turnovers now for Phoenix. That has been an issue tonight. We're tied at 85, 9:40 to go. Alvarado, this is a pass left wing. Poole for 3. Short. Rebound Zion in traffic. Had it knocked loose by Oso, but a foul called. And Zion Williamson's going to head back to the free throw line, where the Pelicans already have 31 attempts tonight.
I know you like the experience and Royce O'Neal playing defense. Now we're going to come back with Mark Williams, but I would give Rasheer Fleming a chance on him.
I'd like to see it too. 9.5 minutes left. Mark Williams, as you mentioned, heads to the scorer's table to check in for the Suns. Zion's first free throw is good. He's 8 of 11 now at the line, has 16 points to lead the Pels. And Williams checks in for Oso Iguodaro. One more free throw for Zion to try to equal the Pelicans' biggest lead of the night at 2. He comes in averaging nearly 22 points a game. This is his 16th game of the season, and he's made a big difference when he has been healthy. Williamson makes them both on that trip, and now he's 9 of 12. 87-85. Pelicans lead it by 2. Gillespie Gets it from Goodwin on the left wing. He's open for three. He'll try it and miss it short. Rebound, Misi has it. Ahead, here comes Zion. Head of steam, takes it all the way under the basket, feeds Murphy for three. He got it in the right corner, and that was created by the momentum and gravity of Zion Williamson. Trey Murphy III gives the Pelicans their biggest lead of the night. Timeout Suns, 9:12 to play. It's the Pels 90 and the Suns 85.
Oh, you didn't know? Gila River Resorts and Casinos is Arizona's #1 casino, and no one does it better. So, play hard, relax like a movie star, party like a rock star, and dine like a king or a queen. However you do you, no one lets you take it to legendary status like we do. Gila River Resorts and Casinos. You do you. Visit one of our 4 locations, Wild Horse Pass, Lone Butte, Vicuiva, or Santan Mountain, or visit GilaCasinos.com to learn more.
Yates Buick GMC is proud to introduce our 2026 starting lineup of vehicles built to perform. Leading off, the GMC Sierra 1500. Power, capability, and strength. Up next, the Buick Envision. Sleek, stylish, and designed for comfort. And holding it down, the GMC Yukon AT4 Ultimate. Bold, rugged, and ready for anything. Yates Buick GMC, serving the Valley for over 40 years with honest prices and world-class service. Visit us in person or online at yatesbuickgmc.com.
Phoenix Suns basketball is back, and the excitement is real. Every game counts, and every play matters.
The right hand raising up over From unforgettable performances to jaw-dropping moments, the energy is always sky high. No better way to experience it than live at the Mortgage Matchup Center.
Secure your seats today at Suns.com.
Give up bread to reach your health goals? We would never. Hero Bread makes soft, fluffy, and delicious bread, buns, tortillas, and more, all with ultra-low net carbs, 0-gram sugar, and high fiber. Each serving boasts more protein than conventional grocery store options, so you can crush your macros. Hero also drops other limited edition ultra-low net carb baked goods like rich, flaky croissants and more. Find Hero Bread at your local Sprouts or Whole Foods Market or online at hero.co. That's HERO.co.
The home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Well, coming soon to Mortgage Matchup Center, Duran Duran, January 5th. Disney on Ice presents Let's Dance, playing January 15th to 18th. K-pop stars twice on January 28th, and Cat Williams on January 31st. Tickets are available at MortgageMatchupCenter.com. You can go get yours today. Suns down 5, TK, 90-85, 9:12 left to play, and the Pelicans on a run right now.
Yeah, you just have to be patient and stay with what you do well. Don't get sped up here. Don't try to, get the lead back in one possession. There's plenty of time.
Booker and Brooks back on the floor for the Suns with Gillespie, Williams, and Dunn. Gillespie into the forecourt, gets a pick from Williams, drives to the right elbow, goes behind his back, throws left side to Brooks. Jab step move for Dillon. Now he backs down on Bay. Step back jumper from 15 is good for Dillon Brooks, and it's back to a 3-point game.
Right like that. Big hoop. Settle him down.
Dillon joins 3 others in double figures now. He's got 12 points on the night, 90-87. Suns within 3 as Alvarado drives through the paint, feeds Poole for 3 on the left side. That's off the back iron, no good. Gillespie into the forecourt quickly for the Suns. Hesitates around Poole, he dribbles on the right wing. Now it's Brooks back on the left side in the mid-range. He spins on Murphy. Baseline jumper, no. Rebound tapped out by Williams, but it goes right to Poole. He brings it past Gillespie. Lobs down low. It's too high for Murphy, out of bounds.
Well, he doesn't want to pass, and when he does pass, he doesn't throw very good ones. Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole's looking to do one thing, and that's score the ball. So
he's got 11 points, but he's taken 13 shots to get those 11 tonight. 4 of 13. Here's Gillespie up the right side. Bounce to Williams at the top of the key. He waits for Booker, then gives it to him beyond the arc, and a foul called on Jose Alvarado, reaching in on Booker. And for Alvarado, that will be his 3rd personal. This is the first foul.
Foul differential. 23-13.
That's for the game.
That's for the game.
Yeah, that's a big differential. The Suns still in this thing because of the possession battle that they're winning, 80-72 right now. And the Suns with the ball. Booker on the dribble. Hesitates against Misi, then takes a shot. And it's going to be a foul on Misi as Booker grabbing his eye right now. After the little hezzy dribble, Misi came down and hit him in the face with the left hand. So that's Yves Misi picking up personal foul number 2. And that is the second foul on the Pelicans here in the fourth. 7:56 left to play. Suns down 3, 90-87. Just trailed by 5. That's their biggest deficit. They've led by as much as 9. Booker gets a screen from Williams. Dribbles over to the left wing. Gets past Misi to the rim. It's blocked from behind by Misi. He's knocked down, and a foul is called on Misi. Devin Booker's going to get to the free throw line, and he's asking for a goaltend as well. Did Misi take it off the window? No, he got it before it hit the glass, it looked like, on the replay. Now, of course, everybody here at Smoothie King Center is asking James Borrego to challenge that, but they lost their challenge 90 seconds into tonight's game. He may not have been with us back then, but James Borrego and the Pelicans used a challenge in the first minute and a half, and it was unsuccessful, so they do not have one. And Booker's at the line. First free throw is good.
Yeah, James Borrego is going to take a timeout now. Get a chance to talk to the officials.
Nothing else can be accomplished from that, however. 7:45 left to go, and Devin Booker will be at the line. When we come back, it's the Pelicans 90 and the Suns 88.
Oso again! Sun Center Oso Ighodaro has always had the right people to guide him.
My family, my coaches, my community.
Now Oso has Mountain America Credit Union on his side.
I love how they're here to guide me forward, and they'll do the same for you.
Open a My Style checking account featuring the Phoenix Suns debit card and get a $150 bonus for a limited time.
Make the winning play. Visit macu.com/Suns today.
Insured by NCUA. Terms, conditions, and exclusions apply.
Picture it. Your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps, spiced cider in every glass, laughter around every plate. At Fry's, we know these moments matter, and we make it easier to bring them to life with quality that's affordable in every aisle. This season, don't just host, make every moment unforgettable. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Suns Up, Suns fans. Make some noise for the foul shot giveaway from Chick-fil-A. Anytime the opposing team misses 2 consecutive free throws, fans in attendance win a breakfast entree in their Chick-fil-A app. Get ready to score some of your favorite chicken when the Suns play at home, because your neighborhood Chick-fil-A is running the foul shot giveaway all season long. So go see a game this year, and when you're cheering on the Suns, cheer for chicken. Download the Chick-fil-A app today so you don't miss out. Go Suns!
Suns fans, tonight could be your night. FanDuel's giving new customers a shot to level up fast. That's right. New customers get $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. However you want to play, now's the perfect time to join. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the Phoenix Suns. 21 plus and present in Arizona. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342.
The Phoenix Suns play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
And the Phoenix Suns tip off the New Year Mortgage Matchup Center against the Sacramento Kings. That's Friday, January 2nd at 7 p.m. Don't miss the energy and catch all the action live a week from tonight. So we'll be back downtown Phoenix next. Get your tickets now at suns.com/ticks. We got 7:45 to play, TK, and we got a ball game here in New Orleans.
Yeah, we sure do. Suns coming out of the timeout. Will be at the free throw line with Devin Booker.
He's going to have one more shot.
Yeah, just got to keep your composure now. There's, like I said, the Pelicans are flopping on everything. Offensive end, they're flopping. Defensive end, they're flopping. You got Jose Alvarado talking away while he's should be on the bench.
And he's still out on the floor with a towel over his shoulders talking to Devin Booker, who's standing at the free throw line ready to shoot one. He made the first. We went to break, and now here's the second to try to make it a one-point game. Booker eyes it, tries it, and buys it, and the Suns are back within one, 90-89. Devin leading all scorers with 20 on the night. 7:40 left to play. Jordan Poole left hands it across the timeline. Guarded by Gillespie. Brings it over to the left wing and bounces to Bay. Back to Devin Booker. He takes him down to the baseline. Bay still on the dribble. Spins baseline. Shoots and misses the fadeaway. Rebound knocked out of bounds, and it'll be Pelicans basketball. Mark Williams thought it was off of Misi, but J.B. DeRosa gives it to New Orleans. So 14 on the shot clock, and Bryce McGowan's to inbound. Looks underneath the hoop, can't throw it there. Now still looking. McGowan's finally throws a lob outside. It goes to Misi near midcourt. He hands it to Poole on the right wing. Jordan, a pull-up 18-footer is good. And Poole has made 5 of his 14 shots now, has 13 off the bench. 92-89, Pelicans up by 3. Gillespie into the forecourt. Waiting for Booker to come around a screen from Williams. He gives it to him on the logo center court. Now Book on the drive. Whistles a pass to Dunn left wing. Into the corner. Gillespie for 3. Off the back rim. Booker up high for the board. It's knocked out of bounds by McGowan's. And the Suns will get it with 14 to shoot.
Yeah, someone's got to step up and make a 3. Another good possession. You move the ball. You get Colin Gillespie in the corner. You just can't find it. Devin does a good job keeping the play alive.
Booker now gets the inbounds pass, jumps it up, and knocks it down from 15 feet on the right side. So Booker with 22, and the Suns back within 1, 92-91. And we get a foul in the backcourt on Colin Gillespie trying to defend Jordan Poole, and that's going to already be the penalty. With 6:48 to play, Pelicans are going to be shooting a lot of free throws.
They sure are. Well, they've already shot a lot of free throws. Just going to add to it. Was it the Lakers we saw this?
Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
And with them, you expected with guys like LeBron and Luka, even though Luka wasn't out there, but with the Pelicans, it's a surprise. You just wouldn't expect this kind of a discrepancy. Meanwhile, you also wouldn't expect a guy who shoots 94% from the line to go 1 for 4, but that's what Jordan Poole has done tonight. He just missed his 3rd free throw of the night after coming in having missed 3 all season. 50 of 53 coming in, and he's 1 for 4 tonight. 13 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, though. So he has been stuffing the stat sheet. And he gets the second free throw to go. So it's a 2-point Pelicans lead, 93-91. And remember, these two teams go right back at it again tomorrow night here at Smoothie King Center. Devin Booker into the forecourt with a right-hand dribble. Picks it up and then gives it to Gillespie. Gets it back with 10 on the shot clock. He waves off a screen from Williams. Drives to his right. Gets bumped by McGowan's. Hangs in the air. Gets the shot up. It falls. The whistle blows and the basket goes. It's a deuce and the damage for Devin Booker.
Great job going through the hands of McGowan's. Keeping his composure. Gets that shot up and bounces around the rim and falls through. Great opportunity for a 3-point play, and the Suns to take the lead again.
He's at 24 on the night. One more will be just shy of his average, which is 25.5, and he puts that up and in. So Book has made 6 of 7 from the line and leads all scorers tonight. He also gives the Suns the 1-point lead, 94-93. Jordan Poole brings it up the right wing. Gives it to McGowan's in between the circles. He penetrates on Booker to the dotted line. Almost travel with it before giving it to Bay. He gets underneath and is fouled. Going up with it by Mark Williams. So the Suns able to regather the lead after going down by as much as 5. But now it's going to be Saddiq Bey back to the free throw line with an opportunity to retake a Pelicans lead.
Yeah, Saddiq Bey, another one of those guys, real aggressive, strong player. Wants to put it on the floor and get to the rim. And how many free throws has he shot tonight?
That's
John?
his first.
Really?
Yeah, how about that? That's a little bit of a surprise. When his team has 36.
Yeah. And this is with Zion Williams. I expect him to come back the last 4 minutes of the game.
In and out, no good for Bay on the second attempt, as he's an 80% free throw shooter, but goes 1 for 2. Tied at 94. Suns bring it up the right wing with Booker dribbling on Trey Murphy III. Penetrates to the left hand. Got around Murphy to the rim. He got another runner to go off the backboard and in for Devin Booker. Then we're going to get a technical foul called on Book as he and Trey Murphy III were jawing at each other.
No, he wasn't jawing with Trey Murphy. He got fouled on the play, said something to Sean Corbin, and he gave a T right away.
Yeah, Booker did think he was fouled.
Well,
and now it's going to be Jordan Poole to shoot the free throw. Technical variety on the other end. 6 minutes left to play. 2-point Suns lead. Make it 1 as Poole's free throw's good. 96-95. And he's now 3 for 6 from the line. and has 15 points on the night. So the Pelicans basketball after Devin Booker with that strong drive got to 27 for his point total. Right now he's just trying to get his team a W. And that would be their first back-to-back wins in over a month. It's November 23rd if they're able to get a win here tonight. But right now it's a fight. Here's Murphy on the drive. Gets all the way underneath and lays it in. Trey Murphy the third. An easy drive to the rim, and he has 17 points on the night. It's back to a one-point game and a lead for the Pelicans. Bounce pass underneath, stolen away by Poole. That's his fourth steal as he brings it up now from right to left. New Orleans leading 97-96. Poole drives past Williams, flips it up and in with the right-hand runner. 99-96, 17 for Poole. And the Pels up by 3 with 5:20 to go. Booker brings it across the timeline, lobs to Williams at the free throw line. He's going to go strong to the rim, missed the layup, but a foul called on Poole, and that'll send Mark Williams to the line.
Suns are doing a nice job. Devin Booker being very unselfish. Again, just like we've seen just about every game this season, the double team of Devin Booker in the middle of the floor. Mark Williams catches it. The last possession he turned it over. This time he just got real aggressive, said, okay, you got a small guy underneath there. I'm just going to go and take it to the rim.
First free throw rattles out for Williams, who has the double-double tonight, 14 points, 10 rebounds, a couple of assists, a block and a steal as well for Mark, who's been fantastic. And see if he can knock this free throw down to pull the Suns within 2. 99-96, they trail it. Williams shooting 77% from the line this season. Just turned 24 last week, and he's able to hit that free throw and bring the Suns to within 99-97 with just over 5 minutes to play. Jordan Poole left hands it across the timeline. Gillespie watching him there. Now he swings right wing to Derek Queen, who just checked back in for the Pelicans. The rookie turns and fires to Williamson, who's also back on the floor. He drives underneath, blocked by Dunn, and a foul is called. As someone lost a shoe underneath the basket. That's Jordan Poole. The shoe went flying all the way to the baseline. And in the meantime, a foul called on Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, this is really getting ridiculous.
Third foul on Brooks.
40 free throws to 15 in the game. There's not that much of a disparity.
First one from Zion is good. He's 10 of 13 himself and has 18 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists on the night. He puts the Pelicans up by 3, 100-97 with 4:58 to play. Williamson spins it, bends, shoots, and missed short. Mark Williams, another rebound for the Suns, who trail by 3 with the ball. And again, still under 5 minutes to go. Booker, top of the key, drives into Murphy, throws a jumper up after the whistle, and a foul will go on Murphy.
That's a heads-up play by Devin Booker again. Yeah, hey, so working on one end, it's got to work on the other. Just run into the player. I mean, that's not a foul in my book, but
it is tonight.
But it is tonight.
It has been tonight, so take advantage of it while that's the call. And that's what Booker's trying to do. The first free throw's good. He's made 7 of 8 from the line, has 28 points on the night. If you want to look back at the stretch that Book had back in 2024, it was ridiculous. He scored 52 points in back-to-back games against the Pelicans that year on January 19th and April 1st. And I remember coming here and having Pelicans fans just shaking their heads going, how do we stop this dude? Then he went back to Phoenix. Remember, in 2022, he had 58 against him at Mortgage Matchup Center. As Murphy gets the top of the key, drives on Dunn, fades from 10 and missed everything off the window. Williams the rebound. Suns have it, down 1 after Booker made 2 free throws. It's 100-99. Book has the ball with 29 points here tonight. Holds on the logo, finds Williams in the lane. He turns, gets bumped and fouled by Williamson. And it will be Mark Williams shooting 2 free throws.
Yeah,
here.
Again, double team Devin Booker. Mark Williams runs right to the front of the rim and gets fouled by Zion Williamson. Nice play by both those guys, understanding what the other team is doing to them defensively and how to get a good shot.
First free throw good by Williams, and it will be one more to try to give the Suns a 1-point lead. As Devin Booker out there with Gillespie, Brooks, Dunn, and Williams. Second free throw also good. So Mark is now 3 for 4 from the line. He's got 17 points, 12 rebounds on the night. And the Suns are up 101-100 with 4:15 to play. Jordan Poole brings it up from right to left. Gillespie defending him in the man-to-man. Poole hesitates, drives him to his right, feeds Queen in the right corner. He thought about the three, didn't take it over Williams. Now starts to drive on the baseline. Williams bats the ball away. It's loose, stolen by Gillespie. Queen tries to steal it, but Gillespie brings it up, feeds Williams in the lane. He turns, shoots, and draws another foul on Trey Murphy III, who again can't believe it as he's yelling at Simone Jelks. Murphy's going to pick up his third personal, and Mark Williams is back at the line to try to extend this 1-point Suns lead.
And how about the effort by Mark Williams? Gets a turnover on one end, strips Derek Queen, and then he's the first guy down the floor.
And Colin Gillespie just eyeballing him, waiting for him to set him up on that drive into the lane. Williams' first free throw is good, and now we get a timeout for James Borrego and the Pelicans. 3:53 left to play here at Smoothie King Center. It's the Suns 102 and the Pelicans 100.
Phoenix Suns basketball is back, and the excitement is real. Every game counts, and every play matters.
The right hand raising it over. Unforgettable performances to jaw-dropping moments. The energy is always sky high. No better way to experience it than live. Mortgage Matchup Center. Secure your seats today at Suns.com.
Sun Center Oso Ighodaro has always had the right people to guide him.
My family, my coaches, my community.
Now Oso has Mountain America Credit Union on his side.
I love how they're here to guide me forward, and they'll do the same for you.
Open a My Style checking account featuring the Phoenix Suns debit card and get a $150 bonus for a limited time.
Make the winning play. Visit macu.com/Suns today.
Insured by NCUA. Terms, conditions, and exclusions apply.
The home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Well, the Suns may have already tipped up, and you can head to FanDuel now, place a live bet, and get in on the action. 102-100, Suns lead the Pelicans. 3:53 left to play here at Smoothie King Center. And it's going to be Mark Williams at the line for one more free throw to try to lift the Suns up by 3. But this has been tight, wire to wire, TK.
Sure has. Both teams have played hard, making runs. Both teams coming back. Mark Williams doing a phenomenal job. Wow, what an effort tonight by him.
He gets the free throw to rattle around and drop. He's 5 of 6 at the line, 19 points, 12 boards, and the Suns are up 3. Poole hustles into the forecourt with a right-hand dribble, puts on the brakes, and then feeds Williamson on the right side. He's got Dunn defending him. Williamson back to Poole in between the rings, 8 to shoot. They play catch. Zion driving on Dunn, gets all the way underneath, scoops it up. No, jammed home on the rebound by Yves Missi.
Yeah, he just draws so much attention. Even when he misses it, he creates opportunities for his teammates.
The Suns lead cut to 1, 103-102. Missi off the bench with 5 tonight. Booker dribbling left side, steps back for a 3 over Murphy, and he missed it off the rim. Sadiq Bey hustles for the rebound, and the Pelicans with a chance to retake a lead. Just over 3 minutes left to go. Bey dribbling right side, hands it to Murphy, gets it back in the corner. Thought about the 3, instead puts it on the deck. Drives into Dunn, then fades from 10, missed it short, and Ryan Dunn grabs the board. Suns maintain that 1-point lead with 2:50 to play. Gillespie up the left wing, gets a screen from Williams, lobs it to him on the roll, and he'll throw it down on the alley-oop. That was Colin Gillespie and Mark Williams running a two-man game to perfection, and the Suns go up by 3, 105-102 with 2:40 to go. Williams with 21 on the night to go with 12 boards. Poole on the dribble, hesitates on Gillespie, throws it off the window and in. Thought he made that through contact. Again, he has words of Simone Jelks. The Suns lead is cut to 1, 105-104, 19 off the bench for Jordan Poole to lead the Pels. Gillespie gives it to Brooks at the top of the arc. Dillon drives past Poole into the lane. Pull-up jumper. Money for Dillon Brooks. Give him 14 and give the Suns a 3-point lead again.
Yeah, great play. One-on-one move. Jordan Poole tried to flop and get the foul, so he got left behind on the possession.
Now Poole, a step back 3 on the left wing is an air ball. Rebounded by Murphy. Taps it to Missi under the rim, and now Missi throws it back outside to Poole. 5 on the shot clock. Bounce past Zion. Takes it to the rim. Layup goes for Williamson. Just too much for Ryan Dunn in the paint. He's got 20. And it's 107-106 Suns with 1:45 remaining. Gillespie left hands it into the forecourt. Poole defends him loosely, just inside the timeline. Now Williams comes to set the screen. Collin to his right. Hesitates, drives past Messi to the rim. The layup too strong, and it's taken by Williamson. Collin Gillespie had a straight line to the rim. He just couldn't finish. Williamson on the drive, takes it into the body of Williams. The ball's knocked loose, saved off of Bay by Mark Williams. Toe on the end line. He was able to tiptoe it without going out of bounds, and the Suns get the ball with a 1-point lead, 1:19 to play.
Yeah, two Pelicans came together, knocked it away from each other, and Mark didn't let it go out of bounds, caught it, saved it in off the leg of a Pelican player.
So the Suns have it up by 1 with 1:15 to go. Gillespie into the forecourt. He'll drive into the lane with Poole on his hip. He'll fade and hit it from the left elbow. Collin Gillespie couldn't hit the running layup, but he's able to hit a tough step-back jumper in the lane, and he's got 16 on the night to go with his team-best 9 assists. Suns by 3, 109-106, a minute to go here in New Orleans. Poole on the drive against Dunn. Fakes the step back, takes him underneath, throws the pass deflected and stolen by Booker. Suns have the ball in a 3-point lead with 50 seconds left. Brooks hits Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark, and the Suns go up by 5, 111-106. Timeout Pelicans, 44.9 seconds remaining, and we'll come back to Smoothie King Center right after this.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of the legacy. This game is once in a century. Be there at Mortgage Matchup Center on February 28th. Go to HarlemGlobetrotters.com for your tickets to the 100-year tour.
At Bell Bank, the Valley is our home, and we're committed to investing in our community. With 4 locations across the Phoenix Metro, you'll find all the financial tools you need to reach your goals. Whether you're saving for the future, starting a business, or buying your first home, we have the experience and expertise you can count on. And we're proud to be the official bank of the Phoenix Suns. Visit Bell.Bank to learn more. Bell Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
The Phoenix Suns play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
44.9 seconds left on the clock here in New Orleans. It's the Suns 111 and the Pelicans 106. John Bloom, Tim Kempton back with you, along with our engineer Luke Augusta and Allie and Max producing inside the studio. Pelicans have the basketball. Murphy, Williamson, Messi, Bay, and Poole, the 5 in white. Suns counter with Booker, Brooks, Williams, Gillespie, and Dunn. Murphy inbounding on the far hash. Looks, gets it into Zion. He dribbles against Dylan Brooks, takes him underneath, and finds Messi on the left baseline. Back out to Poole for a 3. It's short. Rebound Booker. And up high to grab it. And now with 35 seconds left, he brings it up the floor. Pelicans trying to foul intentionally, and Poole does execute the foul on Devin Booker. He's got 8 rebounds to go with his team best 29 points.
That was a poorly drawn-up play for the Pelicans, and the Suns made him pay. Zion Williamson's left-handed, so he started going to his left. Help came and shut him off, and he kicks it to the corner, and I believe it was Messi. Yep. It was Messi, who's not, a three-point shooter. So then, the Suns do their job. And then he's short.
Devin Booker misses the first free throw. He's 8 of 10 tonight at the line.
You're up 5. You want to get this to two possessions at least and make both those possessions three-pointers.
31.9 seconds left on the clock right now. Booker with one more free throw as the Pelicans bring in Jose Alvarado. And Book will take his time. Couple dribbles, bends the knees, shoots it, and hits it. 112-106. 30 points on the night for Booker to lead all scorers. 30 seconds left. Suns by 6. Poole dribbling on the far side. Hands it off to Trey Murphy. He gets past Gillespie, goes strong to the rim, and lays it in. And the Suns allowed that to happen because it's down to 22 seconds left. They lead it by 4. Williams gets the inbounds pass, and he's quickly grabbed and fouled by Zion Williamson.
Yeah, would like to see a little bit more effort by Collin Gillespie and Devin Booker to get that ball. But the beauty of Mark Williams is he's a good a good free throw shooter.
He is. He's been good tonight, 5 of 6 from the line. He's shooting 77% for the season. That foul actually went on Trey Murphy III, not on Zion. And Murphy picks up his third personal. Mark Williams, 23 points, 13 rebounds, 2 steals and a block. Also a couple of assists. As you mentioned, phenomenal, although he does miss that one off the back iron.
Yeah, with definitely like 1, then you get it to 5, so
20.7 seconds left. 112-108 Suns.
The Pelicans do have 2 timeouts, but he makes that one. Now they're going to call it so they can advance it.
And that's what they just did, so we'll take a break with them. 113-108. Suns lead it with 20.7 seconds left on the clock, and we're back after this.
Phoenix Suns basketball is back, and the excitement is real. Every game counts, and every play matters.
The right hand raising it over From unforgettable performances to jaw-dropping moments, the energy is always sky high. No better way to experience it than live from Mortgage Matchup Center. Secure your seats today at Suns.com. Yates Buick GMC is proud to introduce our 2026 starting lineup of vehicles built to perform. Leading off, the GMC Sierra 1500. Power, capability, and strength. Up next, the Buick Envision. Sleek, stylish, and designed for comfort. And holding it down, the GMC Yukon AT4 Ultimate. Bold, rugged, and ready for anything. Yates Buick GMC, serving the Valley for over 40 years with honest prices and world-class service. Visit us in person or online at yatesbuickgmc.com.
The home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back inside Smoothie King Center for the final 20.7 on the clock. Suns lead it by 5, 113-108. Derek Queen set to inbound for the Pelicans on their offensive end. He gets the ball from J.B. DeRosa. Holds, looks, still looking. Finally gets it into Saddiq Bey. Drives on Dunn, steps back for a 3. Missed it off the rim, and Booker grabs another rebound. He's quickly into the forecourt. Devin on the dribble, down to 12 seconds left. Pelicans trying to get to him. Instead, he lobs to Dunn underneath the basket, and he's just going to lay it in off the window easily to put the Suns up 7, 115-108. 6.6 seconds left to play. And the Pelicans inbound it. Williamson gives it to Queen. He'll bring it into the forecourt, down to 1 second left. Queen throws it off the window, no good, and that'll do it here at Smoothie King Center. Or are they going to whistle a foul?
Call the foul.
They are going to call a
Devin
foul.
Booker. Devin wants Jordan not to, and I would challenge it. Last play of the game.
Again, zeros are on the clock right now.
Yeah. Well, they're going to go and look at the clock.
See if the foul happened prior to or after the expiration of the clock.
Okay, that's J.B. DeRosa, our crew chief. They're going to look to see if there's any more time left or if this is all she wrote at 115-108. That's the score right now. Suns by 7, and you would think they would just go ahead and end this thing with here's no possibility of the Pelicans coming back.
Let's see, is there a foul?
Derek Queen dribbling into the lane. He ran into Devin Booker, and here's J.B. DeRosa.
After review, the illegal contact happens at .4 in the game clock.
So the game is not over yet.
So now I'm challenging. Just to add, if you're going to let me. But Jordan nods. He's just going to let the game go.
I think that's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
They're going to let Derek Queen shoot a couple free throws and end this thing. Queen on the night.
Devin Booker was looking for him to challenge.
He was, but he's not going to win that one. 7 points, 6 rebounds for the rookie tonight. Under his averages, he's been excellent this season, but the Suns did a nice job against him. First free throw, no good for Queen. He'll get one more with 0.4 of a second remaining. Here at Smoothie King Center, Suns lead it by 7, 115-108. And again, these two will run it back tomorrow night, 5 o'clock tip time, Phoenix time. And the second free throw from Queen, no good off the back rim, and that'll do it. Suns win, 115-108, the final score tonight at Smoothie King Center. First back-to-back wins for Phoenix in over a month as they improve to 17-13 on the season. Now 7-8 away from home and 2-0 against the New Orleans Pelicans. They'll play them for the third time tomorrow night right back here at Smoothie King Center. Again, that one starts at 5 o'clock, but tonight they are able to get the win, and they win it by 7, 115-108, TK.
Yeah, another gutsy performance. They don't give up. They got down, late 5 points, didn't hang their head. kept on making plays. They fought through all the free throws that Dylan and J.B. DeRosa still talking.
They are. The official's still on the floor.
It's not animated. I think they're trying to figure some stuff out. But, again, another tough win on the road against a team shooting a lot of free throws.
Maybe we'll find out what that conversation was about, because joining us right now from down on the floor is the one and only Dylan Brooks. Hey, congratulations on the victory tonight, Dylan. I know this one, it wasn't easy from our vantage point. I'm guessing it wasn't for you either.
My God, people are still on Christmas time, bro. Even the coaches. Jesus.
Dylan, great win. Listen, you're known for your defense, but your offensive game is really stepped up and helped the Phoenix Suns tonight. Is that on purpose, or is it just kind of coming through the game situations? But you're averaging over 22 points a game, really stepping up as that main second scorer behind Devin Booker, and really doing a great job on the offensive end as well.
Yeah, I've been working. I work every single day. There's not a day that I don't put a shot in the rim. So when my number is called, I score the basketball, and my defense has definitely got to be better. There's a lot of steals and blow-bys that happened today, but I'll find a way to stick with it and, hit timely shots.
Well, I know I can speak for Planet Orange, Dylan, as we refer to Suns fans, and they are thrilled to have you as a resident. You've been making a big difference for this team. I want to ask you what you were just having a conversation about, because this was a crazy one, and you guys had a conversation even after the game was over with J.B. DeRosa, the officials. Can you shed some light on that to us?
Man, if I share, I might get fined.
Okay, don't do that then.
We're grown men in this game, and refs got to be watching for some flops. There's a lot of players that be flopping, and that deters from the physicality with a man's game. We leave that for, overseas and in college.
Devin, you and I both know there's a rule in the call flops. Are you surprised that they don't do it more often with so much flopping going on in the league?
Oh, no. They're worried about the contests, slapping the hand. That's a DB call. They worry about that.
Yeah, I think they need to change what they're looking at. I agree with you, Dylan. Hey, last thing for you. I don't know if you're a soccer fan at all, but I've been meaning to ask you. My favorite team in England is called Aston Villa, and the fans are called the Villains.
Oh, yeah?
So we would love to bring you on as an honorary if you're into soccer at all. I don't know if that's something you ever...
I'll join. I'm watch a little soccer here and there.
Beautiful. Love to hear it. Hey, congrats on the win. Go get another one tomorrow night.
Appreciate it.
Great job, Dylan. Thanks for spending some time with us.
We appreciate Dylan Brooks always, and again, he's been massive for this Phoenix Suns team this season. He's our CarMax conversation tonight as he finished up on the night with 14 points, 3 rebounds, 2 steals, and an assist. And again, all that defense and just mind work that he does out there on the floor.
Yeah, I think you and I can go back. When he was on other teams, I didn't like him, but I always respected him because of that tenacity and, and it was out of respect, like, man, why can't our guys play like that?
Exactly.
You loved the way he played. You just didn't like it because he was doing it to your team. And luckily we have him now. And it's enjoyable to watch because he brings that – he really enjoys – the Zion Williamsons, the Luka Doncic's, going up against that number one guy on the other team. He takes a whole lot of pride in it.
Yeah.
And we've seen what he's done with the other guys on this team, how he's lifted them on the defensive end, and how this team now is known as gritty. They don't give up. If you don't bury the Suns, they're going to come back. And great addition to this team, and really love watching them play.
Great having him as our CarMax conversation as well. We'll continue discussing this one next on the Suns Report postgame.
Sun Auto Network, the official auto and tire service partner of the Phoenix Suns, is your one-stop shop for car care. With 60 Valley locations, Grulix, Sun Devil Auto, and Wilhelm, we bring you complete tire and auto service with national coverage. From oil changes and brakes to new tires and full-service repair, we've got every mile covered. And with the strength of the Sun Auto Network, you get the same expert care, benefits, and trusted service wherever the road takes you. Sun Auto Network. Local care, national strength. Drive confidently. Go Suns.
At Bell Bank, the Valley is our home, and we're committed to investing in our community. With 4 locations across the Phoenix Metro, you'll find all the financial tools you need to reach your goals. Whether you're saving for the future, starting a business, or buying your first home, we have the experience and expertise you can count on. And we're proud to be the official bank of the Phoenix Suns. Visit Bell.Bank to learn more. Bell Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Big news, Arizona! Your roof is now part of the home team. United Roofing and General Contracting is the official roofer of the Phoenix Suns. Need a full roof replacement or a repair before monsoon season? Want help navigating your insurance claim? We work with all carriers and have you covered. So schedule your free roof inspection today and get ready because the roof has officially been raised. United Roofing and General Contracting, 602-806-ROOF.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Mornings, it's Bickley and Marotta, 6 to 10 a.m. Bickley and Marotta, 6 to 10 a.m.
I like Vinny a lot. I like you too, Bick.
Middays, it's Wolf and Luke, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Wolf and Luke, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
What is up? What's going on, Luke?
Afternoons, it's Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6 p.m. Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6 p.m.
Bernsey, what's going on?
Arizona's biggest sports personalities are on the local sports leader. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You live for this. The wins, the losses, the slam dunks, and the buzzer beaters. The dream that this is your team's year. Hope, it's what keeps you coming back. So you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when everything's on the line, your support means everything. That's why the NBA store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
You've been listening to the Phoenix Suns and exciting NBA action. The Suns are brought to you in part by Gila River Resorts and Casinos, Arizona's #1 casino. No one does it better. Banner Health, official healthcare partner of the Phoenix Suns. Mountain America Credit Union, the exclusive home of the Suns card. And FanDuel. Play your game. This is the Phoenix Suns Basketball Network. Here comes complete post-game coverage. It's time for the wrap-up of the game on Suns Report, driven by CarMax. Buy with confidence from CarMax.
108 the final score, first of back-to-back nights between these two teams, and the Suns grabbed the victory, although it wasn't easy, Tim Kempton, as it was a 3-point game after one, and in fact, neither team ever led by more than 9. The Suns had a 9-point lead into the second half, but the Pelicans were able to rally, take a 5-point lead of their own, and then the Suns rallied again and win it by 7.
13 lead changes. 8 times this game was tied. Yeah, it was back and forth the whole night, and the Suns just persevered. You look at Mark Williams had a phenomenal night, 24 and 13. The Suns really did a nice job. You look at some of the numbers. They gave up 6 offensive rebounds in the first quarter, only 11 for the game, so that's 5 the rest of the night. They did a great job there. You talk about the Pelicans, dominating everybody with points in the paint. They had 66 tonight. That's a big number.
It is.
But the Suns were right there with 60, so that was impressive. The Suns had another balanced scoring night, 26 assists on their 44 buckets. They dominated the glass overall, 53 to 37. And they get a well-deserved win. They played hard. They made plays when they needed to. They didn't get rattled when the Pelicans did take that lead in the second half. They come away with a nice win on the road.
Even though they shot 20% from deep, they missed their last 12.
12.
Remember, they were 8 of 28 when they had hit 3 of 4 to start the third quarter. Then they go 0 for 12 to finish from 3 and end up 8 of 40 for the game at 20%. Now, the thing for them is that the Pelicans shot 20% from 3 as well, so they didn't do any better. They went 5 of 25 from beyond the arc. Where the Pelicans did most of their damage was at the free throw line. They got 42 attempts compared to the Suns' 25, made 25 of them, though, just under 60%. So that really hurt New Orleans' chances here tonight. We'll take a look at some of the individual numbers as the Suns report continues next.
Give up bread to reach your health goals? We would never. Hero Bread makes soft, fluffy, and delicious bread, buns, tortillas, and more, all with ultra-low net carbs, 0-gram sugar, and high fiber. Each serving boasts more protein than conventional grocery store options, so you can crush your macros. Hero also drops other limited edition, ultra-low net carb baked goods like rich, flaky croissants and more. Find Hero Bread at your local Sprouts or Whole Foods Market or online at hero.co. That's HERO.co.
This next one's for all you CarMax shoppers who just want to buy a car your way.
Want to check some cars out in person? Want to look some more from your house? Okay.
Want to pretend you know about engines?
Nah, I'll just chat with CarMax online instead.
Want to get pre-qualified from your couch? Want to get that car ASAP? You want to do it your way.
Want to drive? CarMax.
Oh, you didn't know? Gila River Resorts and Casinos is Arizona's #1 casino, and no one does it better. So, play hard, relax like a movie star, party like a rock star, and dine like a king or a queen. However you do you, no one lets you take it to legendary status like we do. Gila River Resorts and Casinos. You do you. Visit one of our 4 locations, Wild Horse Pass, Lone Butte, Vicuiva, or Santan Mountain, or visit GilaCasinos.com to learn more.
The Phoenix Suns play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Tonight's postgame is driven by CarMax with upfront prices and CarMax certified quality. That's the way car buying should be. You can learn more at CarMax.com. Suns beat the Pelicans tonight, 115-108 the final. Taking a look at some of the individual numbers, it was Devin Booker leading the way, as he does so often when he plays against his one of his childhood teams. He was here for high school years when he was in Moss Point, Mississippi, and a lot of folks come out to watch him play. They must have been happy. He had 30 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals on the night. And then, as you mentioned, Mark Williams really putting on a performance tonight.
Yeah, the guys are killing his assist total right now. Devin's making the right play. They're double teaming him, or he's getting in the lane, he's kicking out to those guys, and they missed a lot of shots tonight. We talked about the open, talk about just going to outmath them. They outmathed them finally, 115-108, but 8 of 40 from behind the arc. Just unbelievable. And to get 42-25 free throws. The Suns, they played hard. They played smart. They made plays when they needed to. This is an impressive win when you didn't shoot the ball like you normally shoot it, like we expect them to.
4 guys in double figures for each team, 30 for Booker, 24 for Williams, 14 for Brooks, and 16 for Gillespie, who led him with 9 assists. For the Pelicans, it was Zion Williamson with 20, 19 for Jordan Poole, both those guys coming off the bench, and then Trey Murphy III with 19 to lead the starters, and 11 more from Jose Alvarado off the bench as well. Suns win it by 7. Coming up next, we will take a look at tomorrow night's matchup against the Pelicans and wrap things up from New Orleans.
Hate's a strong word, but if you bought your home or refinanced in the last few years, you probably don't love your monthly mortgage payment. Well, rates have finally dropped and refis are back. So don't wait another day to connect with your local home loan expert at mortgagematchup.com. They'll work with you on a personalized refi plan that can help you save money now and for years to come. Don't hate your rate. Refi now. Go to mortgagematchup.com. Powered by United Wholesale Mortgage LLC, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 3038. Licensed in all 50 states and the District of Columbia.
Phoenix Suns basketball is back, and the excitement is real. Every game counts, and every play matters.
The right hand raising up over From unforgettable performances to jaw-dropping moments, the energy is always sky high. No better way to experience it than live from Mortgage Matchup Center. Secure your seats today at Suns.com.
The Suns are your ticket to ride. When the Suns play at home, your game ticket doubles as a Valley Metro rail fare. This offer is in effect 4 hours before every Suns home game and through the end of the transit day. Skip the traffic, save on parking, and ride light rail straight to the arena. It's all part of your ticket to ride with the Suns and Valley Metro. Find the best way to and from Mortgage Matchup Center at valleymetro.org/Suns or download the Valley Metro app. That's valleymetro.org/Suns or download the Valley Metro app.
The home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Down the stretch we come here on the Suns Report post-game after a 115-108 Suns win over the Pelicans. We're going to do it all over again tomorrow night, TK. You ready for that?
Yeah, why wouldn't we? Hang out in New Orleans. Maybe see a little music tonight after the game.
I'm down. And then get some good food before we leave tomorrow, for sure. All right. Well, we will have all the action for you. Suns and Pelicans running it back. 5 o'clock start tomorrow. That means the pregame starts at 4:30 with Tim and I. And then, of course, all of the play-by-play from Smoothie King Center. After the Suns win it by 7 tonight, they go up 2-0 in the season series with the Pelicans. These two teams will play one last time in Phoenix later on. But tomorrow night's game, as I mentioned, again, that's a 5 o'clock start. Then March 6th is the date in Phoenix at Mortgage Matchup Center for the final meeting of the season between the Suns and the Pelicans. Want to thank Luke Augusta, our engineer here in New Orleans. We'll work with you again on a double tomorrow. Good luck in the morning with the football action, and we'll see you tomorrow night here at Smoothie King Center. Thanks to our producers, Ali Narini and Max, back in the studio, and thanks to all of you for tuning to another edition of Phoenix Suns basketball. Again, the final from New Orleans, Suns 115, Pelicans 108. If you're listening to our flagship station, 98.7 FM, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, Mitch Vareldis, Kellen Olson, have your post-game show and taking your phone calls to talk all about this win for the Suns, who improved to 17-13. First time they've put back-to-back wins together in over a month. For Tim Kempton, I'm John Bloom. Good night, everybody.
You've been listening to Suns Report, brought to you by CarMax. With upfront prices and CarMax certified quality, that's the way car buying should be. Learn more at CarMax.com. This is the Phoenix Suns Basketball Network.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns Postgame. Arizona Sports Suns Postgame. Hosted by Mitch Vareldis.
And the second free throw from Queen. No good off the back rim, and that'll do it. Suns win 115-108. The final score tonight at Smoothie King Center. First back-to-back wins for Phoenix in over a month as they improved to 17-13 on the season. Now 7-8 away from home and 2-0 against the New Orleans Pelicans.
Yeah, that ending was kind of weird, but there's a couple of theories being floated around. Number one theory is that Devin Booker never forgets. That's theory number one. And then theory number two is there is a certain group of individuals that, not tonight, but I associate myself with on the regular, that are very happy that it was a 7-point victory as opposed to a 5-point victory. I'm sure
not a theory in terms of why the Suns scored, to be clear, but like everyone's suddenly piquing their interest at it. There's already a lot of chatter about the people who had 5.5 one way or the other.
There's plenty of people outside of the Suns fan base that was purely watching the end of that game for the sake of how the end of that game would end. And, well, there you go. 115-108 was the final score tonight. Mitch Vareldis, you heard Kellen Olson, our Suns guru. We're chilling here, talking about a Suns victory. That's the first time they've won back-to-back wins since the end, or back-to-back games, I should say. It's the first time they've won back-to-back games since the end of November. That 3-game stretch against, Portland, Minnesota, and there was
San Antonio.
San Antonio. That's the last time that they won back-to-back games. Now they're back into that column, Kel.
Yeah, there's two ways to look at this game, and you can lean whichever way you want. Way one, which is really sloppy, and you found a way to win in the closing stages. Way two, this was just really, really sloppy, and it continues the trend of what we've seen from them over the last couple of weeks, which is lots of turnovers and lots of work in other areas of the floor within the margins that are canceling out. For example, the amount of second chance points that they had in this game should have been what carried them to a pretty comfortable win. But instead, the free throws in particular were what really allowed New Orleans to hang around in this game. And then the 3-point shooting as well. They were 8 of 40 from 3 in this game, 20%. And we're starting to see those numbers start to intensify a little bit, but it was good to see in the last 2 to 3 minutes, especially in the last 6-7 minutes overall, emphasizing Mark Williams. His rim runs were a huge deal. And then Gillespie, Mitty, done block, run out, game's over, just like that. There you go. That's what good teams do.
And of course, your star player stepping up when the moment it calls for it. Devin Booker was super efficient in the second half of this one. He finished overall 10 of 16, but in the second half, he finished 6 for 7. In the second half. I'm just going to let that hang for you. But either
not getting a laugh from me on that, Mitch. I'm sorry. I love you, buddy, but not happening.
21 second half points of his 30 points. He it didn't feel necessarily like full on Armani mode, but he certainly stepped up when the game needed him to step up the most. He was awesome in the second half.
Yeah, his energy had to be better in the first half. So it's kind of one of those, again, you can look at these games in two different directions. Yeah. I think that if he would have been more effective in the pockets that he was playing inside of, they would have won. And what I mean by that is he had Bryce McGowan's, Jose Alvarado, or someone else of that ilk defending him. And the Suns were going pigeon mode, which was attack the mismatch, attack the poorest defender. And one of the poorest defenders is guarding him as well. They went to those actions quite consistently. A lot of it was missed 3-point shots, to be clear. A good chunk of it was as well. But I think a good amount of it, too, was the turnovers that were sprouting out of it. Book had 4 himself. So I think that that's an area where he had to be better in that game. With that said, Mitch, the biggest number there that kind of points to how instrumental he was in this game. He was plus 21. So you can look at 30 points, 10 of 16, and he was, I thought it was a more uneven performance from him that wasn't represented there. But ultimately, when he was out there, they were taking care of business quite a bit. So strong second half from him. Would have liked to see him come out with more energy in the first half that wasn't there. Him and Dylan, both their energy wasn't good enough at the start of the game. But I'm getting really picky because that's the expectation we hold for this team every single game. But even the team that plays the hardest out of anyone in the league like they do, you're going to have these weird Friday, Saturday, Sunday night games somewhere in there. This one particularly tricky because of the holidays just these past couple of days. You're going to have a few of these a year no matter who you are, and this was one of them, and most teams lose them. The Suns did not tonight.
4 Suns finished in double-digit scoring. Booker, we mentioned, had 30 points. 24 for the big man, Mark Williams, as part of a double-double with 13 rebounds. 16 points for Colin Gillespie. Good to see him get his shooting stroke back after struggling the last few games. And then 14 points for Dylan Brooks. Not the most efficient night for him, but it didn't matter. It was made up for by the other offensive contributions from Booker and Williams in particular. Let's talk about the turnovers, because the way that it was going at the start of the game, it was they had 5 or 6 turnovers in the first quarter, and then they seemingly calmed down. They had better control of the basketball in the second. And then the third quarter, things just kind of convulsed on them in terms of control of the basketball. And it felt like to me that a majority of the turnovers were, it was either a Jordan Poole steal, because he had 4 of them, if I'm not mistaken. But then the other part of it is these miscommunications on some of these passes where guy is cutting to the basket and then wants to dump it off to the open man slightly outside. But what the outside man ends up doing is they end up also cutting to the basket, and then the ball is overthrown over their heads. There's a couple times that happened, and I'm just wondering if those miscommunications will get ironed out as they get back into basketball rhythm.
Yeah, and just some of the instinctual stuff on drives, too, where Booker had 4 turnovers, Gillespie had 4 turnovers, Goodwin had 3 turnovers as well, where they're driving into, those elbow areas where the help defender's coming over. Sometimes he's not coming over, sometimes he is, and, the active hands of New Orleans were able to get in there. And, again, it was for people waiting to call about officiating, I totally get where you're coming from. The officiating in this game was trash. It led to a really bad product to watch in the second half, but in the first half especially, the physicality was at a point where there were bumps that New Orleans was able to get away with that was not forcing some of those turnovers, but you just had to continue to play through them. To that point, this was not a good Jordan Goodwin game. 2 of 10 from the field, 0 of 7 from 3, with 3 turnovers for him as well. He did have an offensive rebound, ended up with 6 rebounds in 20 minutes. But again, it's one of those situations where he doesn't really play all that well. I thought Bouye was 1 of 6. He didn't have a good game either, but look at that column. Gillespie was 16. We mentioned Book was super efficient, and then you get one of Mark Williams' best games of the year. So yeah, you continue to see this with this team where even when guys have ineffective nights, I thought Royce defensively really, really struggled in this game. They just got enough from everyone somehow to win the games. They just keep managing to do this with how shorthanded they are. It's pretty remarkable.
Pelicans on the opposite side of things. They got 20 points off Zion Williamson off the bench, which I imagine is going to continue tomorrow as they work him back into true basketball shape. 19 points from Jordan Poole. Same situation where they're working him way back slowly from an injury, but he's one of the more valuable shooters on their team. And then Trey Murphy with another 19, and then 11 more off the bench from Jose Alvarado. There was just some moments in this one where it felt like the Suns were going to slip up and fall. And what I've been having to accept reality of time and time again is that they keep finding the ways to win, even through the worst of the worst in some of these matchups where the fourth quarter is getting slowed to like a screeching halt. They commit 4 fouls within the first 2 minutes of the quarter. And then it's just every other possession. It feels like there's some sort of stoppage. Really hard to get in rhythm, but the Suns were able to overcome it in the end, in spite of the inconsistencies with pace in that fourth quarter.
Yeah, it was just going to be, and why I was so critical of Book specifically in the first half is if they just had one like 11-2 run somewhere in that second quarter or third quarter, this would have never gotten to theatrics and all of this talk of officiating and all these close. Like it was a 1-point game with 90 seconds to go before the Suns started to get some stuff going. They're showing the replay right now on the screen. Like Mark Williams had that big save too. He was really great in this game. I'm curious to see if he plays tomorrow. We're at that timeline now where it's been almost a month since their last back-to-back, and Jordan Knott at the time sounded more optimistic than he normally did about the chances of Williams playing in a back-to-back. So we'll see tomorrow. We won't get any updates from post-game talk because the GOAT, Dwayne Rankin, out there getting some vacation time, rightfully so, for today, spending some holiday time back home with his family. So we won't get any updates from the arena per se, but we'll keep an eye out there for sure. And then Zion, the same thing. Like Zion they had no answer for him at all in this game, but with the minutes restriction, I do wonder if he's going to play back-to-backs as well. So that injury report dropping tomorrow afternoon, it'll be interesting to see who's in, who's out.
Zion at 28 minutes, relatively hard cap for him there. Mark Williams got up to 27. And this would be the first time, if he's not immediately ruled out tomorrow, this would be the first time that Mark Williams plays the second night of a back-to-back this season. The previous 4 that they have played, Kellen, they are 1-3, and you don't necessarily have to chalk that up to, they didn't have Mark Williams, so they stood no chance. It's really hard to play the second night of a back-to-back. We've seen it from the Suns for years. I'm curious how the rest of the team counteracts that second night of a back-to-back, given how physical this game was, how frustrated they were with the officiating, and quite frankly, 42 attempts at the free throw line resulting in only 60% of the shots being made. There's no way that if this Pelicans get those opportunities again, that they're going to shoot that poorly from the line again.
Yeah, I was hoping to see in this game some of the numbers, or at least like just like a cleaner, not product, because that makes it sound like I'm like saying in terms of like ticket sales, but like a cleaner brand of basketball is going to make it easier for them to win games. Like we saw 10, 15, 20 games into the year that they really found a groove with. That has been mostly missing over this month through a gauntlet of the schedule, rightfully so. We're out of the gauntlet now, and game 1 out of the gauntlet was not back to the cleaner brand of basketball that we've seen, but the improvement that I'm talking about can still happen tomorrow because, look, they didn't do it tonight, but if they can do it tomorrow, that would still show progress of like, okay, we look at everything that went wrong, because it was I can't remember if it was the Warriors game where they played the Warriors back-to-back games. Offensive rebounding for the Warriors was a huge problem in the first game. They did not correct it in the second game. It's like, okay, to your point, can we tone down the fouling a bit? Again, should have been 42 free throws now. It should have been like 28 or 30, but the Suns still should have wound up at 15 to 20. Like they've been getting massacred in the free throw margins all year. It is not unique to this game or unique to how the game is being called for them. It's not an area where they're good. The Pelicans are first in rim frequency. The Suns are 28th. The Pelicans just get to the basket way more than the Suns do. It's okay. Everything's fine. Nothing's going to happen. But tomorrow, can they cut down on some of these areas? Turnovers? Can they get some more shots to fall? Can they just play cleaner somewhere? Because if they do, they'll easily beat this team tomorrow.
All right, one more thing for you, and then we'll let you go. The one thing that I'm very encouraged by based off of this performance, they out-rebounded the hell out of this Pelicans team. 52 to 38, 16 offensive rebounds as well. A massive improvement based on what we've seen. Really the entire month of December, they've been out-rebounded or tied in the rebounding margin. So for them to be able to get their hands on some more basketballs off of the defensive end and the offensive end was very encouraging to see, I thought.
Yeah, 16 to 12 in offensive rebounds. And if you look at, I don't have the numbers in front of me. I would have to go back and look through the flow, but I'm guessing that at least like 5 or 6 trips to the line for the Pelicans were off of an offensive rebound as well. They had 12 offensive rebounds. Zion had 4 of those, and he had 14 of their 42 free throw attempts. So again, his availability tomorrow is going to be a big deal. But yeah, totally. They got the rebounding back on track against a team that is bigger and more athletic than them. They need to keep it up tomorrow, especially if Mark is out. It would be a great time to play Kaman tomorrow, to be honest.
Yeah, we get some Rasheer minutes in there. A good, healthy 10.5 minutes or so after Ryan Dunn went down. He was he had some fun moments. It wasn't pretty the whole way, but I thought when Rasheer was out there, he had some bright spots there. All right, Kel, appreciate it. You can read the recap right now on ArizonaSports.com. Let's do this again tomorrow. What do you say?
Yeah, sure. See you tomorrow. Great hoodie. Look at you repping your squad.
You with your hoodie too. I mean, I just you love hoodies. I know that you're a big hoodie guy. This one fits you.
That one does too. I mean, you got the Broncos thing. I've just got like the plain colors going on. You got the
this
brand
is
new.
a good blue, the royal blue.
There you go.
It's one of my favorites.
See you tomorrow.
See you, Kel. All right. Now it's time to talk with the rest of you. 602-260-9870 is the number. If you want to get in on the conversation, 602-260-9870. We'll come back, get your thoughts next. Suns win 115-108 over the Pelicans. This is the Suns postgame show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows, but what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Freeway Chevrolet. The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes trail loss. Not available with special financing. Lease and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
Arizona Sports Suns postgame show. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Gillespie bounce to O'Neal, right wing, and gets it back at the top of the arc. Now he feeds Dylan Brooks, who dribbles in between the circles, steps back for a deep three, and buries that one. Dylan Brooks missed all 4 of his threes in the first half, but he hits his first attempt of the third, and the Suns go up 6.
Offensively speaking, not the most efficient Dylan Brooks night, but we forgive you because you are Dylan Brooks after all. 14 points, also a plus 15 while he was on the floor, so that a little more impactful than the fact that he only had 14 points. 5 of 12, 1 of 7 from 3. Nobody shot that well from three-point land today. There was a combined 13 three-point makes between the Suns and the Pelicans on a combined 65 shot attempts. So it's not like three-point ball was anybody's specialty tonight. Dylan also back in the rebound column after that 25-point performance the other night. 3 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals as well for Dylan. All part of a Suns win. 115-108 the final score from the Smoothie King Center in New Orleans. Welcome back to Suns postgame. Mitch Vereldes here with you. Now taking your thoughts on the game. You heard what Kellen thought. You heard what I thought. Now let's talk with you. 602-260-9870 is the number to call. 602-260-9870. Let's kick things off with Dewey, who is calling from Scottsdale this evening. What's going on, Dewey? Hope your holidays were well.
They were well, and I hope yours were too. Thanks for taking my call, Mitch.
Of course.
Just one observation, and like your comment on it, Dylan Brooks didn't have the greatest night, but man, I tell you what, he's the guy that we've needed for several years. Yeah, he got a lot of fouls, whatever, but he is what we've needed, the spark plug. And then my second point is, and you do not have to comment on this, was Scott Foster refereeing tonight? And I'm going to hang up and listen to you.
It's funny, Dewey. I appreciate the call. As a matter of fact, Scott Foster was not refereeing tonight. He happened to be on the Christmas Day slate because, Scott Foster's big time, so he's got to have the big games. And that is all I will say on that. But anyway, to your point about Dylan Brooks, and we've learned this very quickly this year, basketball teams need this type of a player. And what I mean by this type of a player, and I don't want this to sound like I'm diminishing the other great things that we've gotten from Dylan Brooks as a member of the Suns, but just somebody to be in, and I think everybody on this station has used this term maybe once or twice, but an enforcer, right? Somebody who is not going to take no nonsense from the opponent. And we saw it. Things got chippy. There were, I think it was 3 technical fouls were handed out today in this game. So I would imagine there's going to be a little leftover chippiness going into tomorrow's matchup. But I think, too, that having a Dylan Brooks on your team is much better than not having a Dylan Brooks on your team. You, of course, have the added benefit of him shooting at the ridiculous levels, like career-high levels this season. But you also just have somebody who's willing to keep not only your team motivated, but really find a way to get under the skin of the opponents, right? Like the way that he and Book were joking back and forth and being really animated when Derek Queen missed those free throws at the end of the game, when the end of the game was really weird. But either way, Suns are better off having Dylan Brooks than not. And that is a Captain Obvious statement here at this point in the season. Let's keep it rolling. Richard in Mesa, you're up next here on the Suns postgame show. Hope your Christmas was well, Richard.
Oh, absolutely, Mitch. And it's even better now seeing the Suns finish another game. That's the one thing you can say about this team. Unlike the Cardinals, they finish games. They can finish games. You mentioned the enforcer, Dylan Brooks. Of course, I love Dylan Brooks, but that's what he does. He's an enforcer. He's an instigator. But the nice part is, yeah, he can score too and do other things. But I got to mention this. I heard this morning on Bickley and Murata, they were saying, well, this is Dylan Brooks' team. This isn't Booker's team. And the year before, it was Kevin Durant's team. It wasn't Booker's team. My question is, who cares whose team? And by the way, it's Robert Sarver's team, you idiots. But they play team basketball, Mitch. I mean, we're not worried. Nobody's worried about whose team it is or who the big leader is. I mean, one day Dylan may make the winning shot. The next day it's Booker, or maybe somebody else makes the winning rebound. Who cares? They sounded like 2 little school kids in the backyard. My daddy's bigger than your daddy. I mean, it was just sickening. And last but not least, I want to give William Stout points on that shot. I don't know if you saw it or not. He threw it up against the backboard.
Yeah.
And then that was pretty cool, I thought. That was pretty imaginative, creative. So I'll give him a big carpe diem. Thanks for taking my call, brother. I'd like to listen to the rest of the callers, and I hope you had a great Christmas as well, sir.
Thank you, Richard. I very much did appreciate you calling in. Yeah, I can't believe I haven't even mentioned the fact that Mark Williams, he had a healthy amount of lobs. The percentage on the lobs was not great. Some of the lobs were a little off kilter. So Mark Williams at one point was like, you know what? I can do this myself. And he just throws it off of the backboard and dunks it in. God, man, it was good to see him play the way he did, because there was a bit of a not a full-on disappearance, but you weren't really noticing him as loud as he was like in the month of November. And these past 2 games, the game against the Lakers and then this game tonight, Mark Williams was loud. He was proud. He was in charge on the floor. And this is a Pelicans team that brings some size and some physicality to it, too. Like Derek Queen, he's a rookie. His defense is not amazing, but he's been a very talented addition to this Pelicans team. Still plays very much of that 6'10 frame. Of course, Zion Williamson, They were throwing some Yves Missi in there in the second half. I thought he was really bothersome, at least on that end. But, yeah, really good game for Mark Williams. Very proud to, well, maybe proud's the wrong word, but either way, very excited to see him look the way he did again tonight. Eli in Sun City, you're up next here on the Suns postgame show. Hope your holidays were well.
Hey, yes, they were, absolutely, Mitch. I hope yours were well as well. Yeah, just I know we talked back and forth a little bit. Mark Williams impressed me tonight. I am going to stick with that. So, you know, obviously missing a late foul shot, but you know what? They still, like Richard said, you know, they finish games and they can win games unlike the other sport teams here in town. So, so that's great. But it was kind of, my friend called me up and he said it was kind of a boring win. And I'm like, yeah, there was some, you know, funky stuff that went on towards the end and blah, 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 blah. But, you know, Booker had 30 points, 9 rebounds. So that was pretty cool. You know, when Bouye is on, he's on. And when he's off. And he was off. And so is Royce O'Neal, too. So I hope both of those two get back on track for tomorrow. And I'm grateful that Dunn was okay. When I heard that he went out, I was like, oh, my goodness, no. So I'm just glad he's okay. And, yeah, maybe we can stack another win tomorrow. And, you know, again, like Richard said, you know, Christmas was great. And getting another Suns win on the road is icing on the cake. So great talking to you, Mitch. And there's just one final thing I want to say, okay, if that's okay. I've always wanted to say the local sports leader. All right, have a good night.
Well done, Eli. Well done. Sooner or later, you're going to find yourself behind one of these granted, you're on the airwaves almost as much as I am at this point. I say totally affectionately. Yeah, there's, to your point about some of the other role player performances / bench player performances, this is probably the worst that I can recall with Jamari Bouye. 1 of 6 from the floor, missed all of his 3-point attempts, was really just not making the massive impact that he had in the last couple of games coming off the bench. Jordan Goodwin, as Kellen had mentioned, didn't have a great night either. Royce O'Neal was, not that you're asking him to be chucking up threes all the time, but 1 for 4 in that area. He was picked on a bit on the defensive end. It's just, you hope that some of these performances don't kind of leak into the rest of the top performances. Like the top performances were obviously enough to help the Suns win the game, but you know, 115 isn't necessarily a guaranteed victory score. So eventually you're going to need the extra help from the rest of the crew. I thought getting the offense they got out of Booker and Williams was crucial. Colin Gillespie looked so much better offensively in this game tonight. So as long as they can balance it out offensively, either tomorrow or against the Wizards next Monday, shake off some of that holiday rust, you know, maybe they could get back into looking like a fully wholesome unit here. Let's take one more and then we'll take a timeout. 602-260-9870 is the number. Let's go to Phoenix and check in with Rick here this Friday evening. What's going on, Rick? Hope your holidays was well.
Hey, good. Merry Christmas. I hope you have a Happy New Year. I just got to make one comment, see what you guys think. Tim Timpton also pointed out that I heard just throughout the game, the Phoenix Suns just missing wide open 3-pointers. You know, Booker taking it after them. I feel if these guys can't make wide open 3-pointers and Booker has to carry most of the load, Booker's not going to last the season. He's going to get injured, and who knows what's going to happen after that. But these guys that get paid all this money, if they can't make wide open threes, not just threes that are challenged, but wide open threes.
Right.
I heard that a lot. You know, kick it out, wide open, miss it. What are you guys' thoughts on that?
Appreciate the call, Rick. I've been noticing the downward trend in the 3-point shooting as well these last few games. The Lakers was actually more of a return to form. They were 14 of 34 against the Lakers back on Tuesday. But against the Warriors, they were 12 of 35 in the second game. First game against the Warriors, they were 10 of 35, so 2 fewer than the next night. Against the Lakers, the other time, the time that was really heated and Dillon Brooks got ejected, that game, 13 of 37, so still under that 40% threshold. I mean, I get it. It's harder to shoot from the range that's further away from the basket, obviously. You don't need Einstein to tell you that. But one of the calling cards of this team has been their successful ability to shoot from long range. And more importantly, the individuals shooting from that long range. Tonight was not it either. Dylan Brooks was 1 for 7. Royce O'Neal was 1 for 4. Jordan Goodwin was 0 for 7. And I don't want to sound like I'm harping on Book because he was a big reason why they won tonight's game. He's really been struggling from 3 since returning from his injury. So I wonder, when are we going to see that return to 40%, let's call it? Like, the shooting was not great on either side for either team. So I wonder if some of these threes fall, and to Rick's point, they're getting a lot of open looks. So I wonder what it is. I don't know that it's necessarily regression to the mean. I think that there's eventually going to be a night where they hit those threes again, those wide open shots. They get that consistency back, and they look like the Suns we've seen for most of this year. All right, 602-260-9870 is the number, 602-260-9870. Kelly, I see you. Hang tight. We'll get to you on the other side of this timeout. This is the Suns postgame show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Thinking about fixing your smile? Go with Pro Smile, Arizona's Smile Center. Experts in all-on-X implants and custom veneers, and the only place with oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and lab techs all under one roof. No outsourcing, no delays. This holiday season, get $1,000 off through December 31st. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for your free consultation. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale.
Message and data rates may apply.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Dan Bickley here, and if you've always wanted a beautiful green sparkling lawn, my friends at Turf Monsters are offering a smoking hot deal, 15% off all new turf jobs through the end of December. This includes dog runs, poolside turf putting greens, and outdoor spaces perfect for grilling and game days. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call at 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
All right, Basin earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Arizona Sports Suns postgame, hosted by Mitch Vareldis.
Rebounded by Ryan Dunn, and Jordan Poole had to double clutch that before he shot that three and came up well short. Dunn on the drive, gives it down low. Oso will throw it down with both hands. A great feed from Ryan Dunn to Oso Ighodaro.
I think one of my favorite moments in some of these Suns games is when there's Cutter, who's on the baseline. Cutter meaning the person cutting to the basket along the baseline. And then there's player cutting into the paint from around the 3-point line. So Dunn's cutting in, and then instead of going up for the shot, he does the little underhand, whoo, here you go. Hot potato. Here you go. And Oso takes it. It clears out, and then he goes up for the dunk. I love little plays like that. It's one of my favorites. I thought Oso, outside of the fouls, I thought he had some important minutes out there for some of the stretches. 5 rebounds, 2 of them coming on offense, an assist and a blocked shot. He had 6 points on a perfect 3 of 3 night for Oso in a Suns win, 115-108, the final score from New Orleans. Welcome back to Suns postgame. Mitch Vareldis back here with you, taking your thoughts. 602-260-9870 if you want to get in on the conversation, share your opinions on this game. 602-260-9870. I told you to be patient. I thank you for your patience. Kelly, in surprise, it is now your turn here on the Suns postgame show. Hope your holidays were well, Kelly.
Hey, they were great, man. Merry Christmas. This Suns team, man, it's awesome. It's it's just a reminder where we got to continue to have no expectations for, AZ Sports, and everything will work out. We'll go into the D-back season like that, and hopefully they surprise us. But, Devin Booker's big question mark with his shooting. But, we know he's a great shooter, so I'm going to continue to not worry about that. It's a beautiful team where, somebody's going to step up. For a second there, they were talking about Gillespie being like a six-man candidate. And he regressed a little, and he had a great game tonight. And, Bouye balls out for a few games. And then Mark Williams might take a little bit of a recession, and he had a great game today. So it's just a well-rounded team, man. It's super exciting. Brooks unexpectedly had a quiet night, and he was allowed to, right? Like, Brooks has overperformed all season. I think he's having his best year. Dylan the Villain is so cool to be on our team. Who would have thought, right? Who would have thought we'd have a bad boy like that? And now we do. And I think the biggest factor that we can't forget, man, is Jordan Ott. Like, we have a better record right now than the Cavaliers. We are the 10th best team in the NBA overall, 10 out of 30. How cool is that? And we play Cleveland on New Year's Eve, and I can't wait to watch that game.
Kelly, I got to be honest, you caught me by surprise. No pun intended from where you're calling from. Thanks so much for the call. You just said that they're the 10th best team in the NBA. Oh, my gosh, they are. Wow. Okay, maybe, perhaps I've treated the Suns too harshly. Holy smokes. To his point about Cleveland, that matchup on the 31st, which will be on a Wednesday, should be a good one. And Cleveland has looked a mess. I'd said it the other night against the Lakers about how they're just kind of like the dysfunctional family right now, where everything was great the first year and everybody was really clicking and everybody was having fun. But then all of a sudden Aunt Kathy and Uncle Mark start fighting, and it's now bleeding into the rest of the culture, unfortunately. So that will definitely have plenty of storylines going in, especially if the Suns are able to wrap up a couple more wins before then, because they got the Pelicans again tomorrow night. And this game showed some physicality. So certainly have to rematch that challenge, and hopefully the officials don't get a little too involved this second go around. And then you got the Wizards, who I'm afraid to say anything because they won again tonight, but they're bad. So there's a chance that the Suns can all of a sudden be on a 4-game winning streak going into Cleveland, Jordan Ott's former team, and that should be a fun matchup, assuming the Styles play well. All right, let's make this our last call of the night before I just continue rambling into random tangents. But Josh and Gilbert, you've got the final word this evening. Hope your holidays were well, brother.
Hey, thank you. Merry Christmas to you guys. Hey, so the season's been awesome already. I just want to say that let's not lose focus, right? Because in the beginning of the season, what was our expectations? Really low. Mm-hmm. And they've made it exciting. They made it to where we want to watch these games. And also, we're not even at full 100% health. Jalen Green's still out, and then Allen was out. So it's like we're not even at full health, and we're still competing the way we are. This has been exciting. I think that it's going to be an amazing season, regardless, even if we do go down. But just wanted to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate the call, Josh. Have a good rest of your evening. Something that Kelly brought up, too, about how seemingly we get the success when our expectations are low going into the season. You know, and that does not just apply to the Suns, or not that the expectations are fully low, but lower than, you know, the peak of peaks, the highest of highs, right? Like, how did we feel about the Suns after they went 8-0 in the bubble, and then that offseason were able to get Chris Paul and Jay Crowder, right? Like, were we immediately rushing to the podium and saying that they're going to win the West? I know Kendrick Perkins was saying they were going to be in the West Finals, but I can't remember me saying, oh, they're going to be the best team in the West. We were saying, oh, maybe they'll be a play-in team. Maybe they'll fight for a playoff spot. Oh, and then they just won 50-plus games and were the second seed in the West and then went all the way to the NBA Finals, where I won't say much further beyond that. 23 Diamondbacks. I can't really pinpoint what my expectations were of the 23 Diamondbacks going in, but I'm sure a lot of us were excited about the Corbin Carroll starting the season on the active roster, the excitement about Ketel Marte. But there were some down years with the Diamondbacks, like the 21 season where they won. God, what was it? Did they even win 55 games. I think it was 54 games they won in 21 to then steadily improve by, I think it was like a 20 or so win margin, and then improve by another 13 or so, win just 84 games or whatever it was, and go all the way to the World Series, beating the Dodgers and the Phillies along the way. Sometimes the best teams are the ones we never see coming. It's just weird that it has happened within this half decade. What is this now? 1, 2, 3 with the Mercury, 4 with ASU football in 24, 25, and now this Suns team, where our expectation, it is not the version of the meme that is our expectations were low, but holy, no, it wasn't that. It was our expectations were low, but holy bleep, you impressed the bleep out of us. That's what it feels like right now. All right, let's take a timeout. We got a Hustle Award to hand out. We got NBA scores to go through with a very cool, groovy song of the night. It's been Max approved. You'll hear it next here on the Suns postgame show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discount advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra-rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first. And our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Ryan Dunn gives it back outside to Bouye for a wide open three. That's off the mark. Dunn is there to clean it up with a left hand put back off the glass, and the Suns go up 4, 79-75.
I needed some sort of avenue to be able to shout out Ryan Dunn, and I'm so glad that we have this awesome thing on the Suns postgame show called the Hustle Award, where I can specifically identify how much I was appreciative of Ryan Dunn's performance tonight. 9 points, 4 of 8, 1 of 4 from long range, 8 rebounds, 4 of them on the offensive glass, tying Mark Williams on the Suns tonight. He also had 1 assist, 1 steal, and a block shot, a +1 in the box score plus minus. But nevertheless, I thought Ryan Dunn was flying around as the maniac typically does. All part of a Suns win, 115-108, the final score tonight from New Orleans. Welcome back to Suns Postgame. Mitch Varel here with you. So let's do this again, shall we? But the good news is we get to start a little bit earlier this time as opposed to what we got tonight. We had a 6 p.m. tip tonight, and tomorrow, we're going to have a 5 p.m. tip. So hopefully I won't harbor Max and Allie for much longer than tonight. But it's 9:41. I'm not getting you guys out too late, but tomorrow it won't be too bad. You don't have to do the Cardinals game on Sunday, do you? Or do you? You do? I'm sat on Sunday, I mean. Okay, so I'll try not to keep you too late on Saturday then, just for you. But either way, Allie works hard, Max works hard. I'm keeping them too late. Join us tomorrow starting at 4 for Suns coverage, and then tip-off will be at 5 here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Let's get to those scores, shall we? Little drum build we got going here. Raise your hand if you know this one. I know Max does. Max is a huge fan of New Orleans' own Mute Math. Let's get some lyrics in. I'm in the cuisine, fall down the bended wall. Oh, what you care to be? And all the gambling that got started now on is better off. In high school, I was telling this story to Max, how in high school there was a buddy of mine, we were in concert band and marching band together. He's a big drummer. Loves the drums. This particular song was the first Mute Math song I ever learned of. Played it for me. Wanted to point out specifically the drum part, and it's a fun drum part. Shout out, James. I hope you're doing well, brother. All right, let's get you your scores. This is Burden by Mute Math taking us home this evening. Some fun games in the Eastern Conference. The Miami Heat went into Atlanta, took down the Hawks 126-111. Charlotte Hornets went into Orlando and shocked the Magic 120-105. How about the Wizards? Just their 6th win of the year, but a big one against the Raptors in D.C., 138-117. Boston Celtics have no issue with the Pacers in Indiana, 140-122, the final in Indianapolis. Chicago Bulls with a come-from-behind performance in the fourth quarter to defeat the Philadelphia 76ers 109-102 in the Windy City. Memphis Grizzlies take down the Milwaukee Bucks in Memphis 125-104. And we've got 2 games left this evening. One of them has 5 minutes to play. The other one's got 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. The one with 5 minutes to play is in Salt Lake City, and the Utah Jazz are up on the visiting Detroit Pistons 123-120. If the Pistons lose, it would be just their 7th loss of the year for the Eastern Conference's best. And then the LA Clippers are in Portland taking on the Trailblazers. 5.5 to go in the third quarter. Trailblazers are up 72-67. Again, the final score tonight from New Orleans, 115-108. Suns take down the Pelicans. We get to do this again tomorrow. Coverage again starts at 4 with tip-off at 5 right here on Arizona Sports. Thanks so much to our Suns guru, Kellen Olsen, for his great coverage as always. Thanks to Max and Allie, the tag team behind the glass. Appreciate you both. Thanks to those of you who called in and for listening along. Appreciate your support. Be back again tomorrow. I'm Mitch Varel. Have a good rest of your Friday night. Join us Saturday. The Pop-Tarts Bowl is tomorrow.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Phoenix Suns basketball.
We now join ESPN Radio, already in progress.
Defense just got us. Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
You feel that? The countdown is on for the final Monday Night Football of 25.
60 minutes, the ball and come away with a win.
Feeling Matthew Stafford slinging with that MVP-level glow as the LA Rams look to ride momentum straight into the new year. But in the ATL, Bijan Robinson and the Falcons are resolving to shake up the NFC race. Feeling on-the-field fireworks and the stakes rising. Feeling all the feels for Rams-Falcons Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. Also streaming on the ESPN app.
The College Football Playoff Quarterfinals. First on New Year's Eve, Miami faces Ohio State. Then on New Year's Day, it's Oregon versus Texas Tech. Followed by Alabama, Indiana. Then Ole Miss faces Georgia. The College Football Playoff Quarterfinals on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80, along with Andre Snellings. I'm Gabe Neitzel, and you can tune in for football action Sunday as the Dolphins host the Bucs. Coverage begins noon Eastern on select ESPN radio stations. We have started Week 17. We are just 2 weeks away from the postseason in the NFL. And look, when so many playoff spots have already been scooped up with this much time left, which is the crazy part to me, Dre, because when you talk about the NFL being wide open, usually there are more teams available. Nobody else can get a wild card spot in the NFC. We have basically 2 weeks left to go. The only team that's on the outside looking in that can get in is Tampa Bay. And it's not through the wild card. They could get in as a division winner as they currently trail Carolina. In the AFC, only one wild card spot is up for grabs. And if the Texans can beat the Chargers tomorrow afternoon, they will claim that final wild card berth. So as open as it seems, we're going to get a pretty good idea of what this postseason picture is going to look like. It's starting to come just a little bit more in focus.
Yeah, I think the postseason picture is pretty much in focus. It would be surprising at this point if the Steelers did not make it, right? If the Ravens overtook the Steelers, or if the Texans didn't make it. Like, those would be surprising. But when it comes to the wide openness, to me, it's once we've got the playoff teams, well, who's going to win, right? Because there's just a very small margin between the teams that are in the 1 and 2 seeds and the teams that are in the 6 and 7 seeds, right? Like the Broncos and the Patriots are 1 and 2, and then Buffalo Bills and the Houston Texans are 6 and 7. Would you really feel that much more confident if you were putting your money on the Broncos or Patriots versus the Bills or the Texans? I wouldn't. Like, to me, once the playoffs start, it's almost like a toss-up, and that's why it seems so wide open to me.
Yeah, it really does. And over in the NFC, there's a game this weekend that I'm really intrigued about, and it's the Sunday night game. It's Bears-Niners, because the Niners are a team, while I have certainly respected them and everything that they've done, I look at their injuries with Bosa and Warner, and I know they said earlier this week that Warner might not be out for the season. Maybe he can come back, if they make a deep postseason run. But I just look at that, the defensive side for San Francisco, and I get a lot of questions about whether that defense is good enough. Offense certainly has been good enough. Brock Purdy playing some great football. Christian McCaffrey being healthy. They've been able to navigate the entire Brandon Ayuk situation and him not really and playing and all the drama around that. And that offense is fantastic. But also the Bears, I feel like the Bears have been accused of being frauds at different points this season, but they got a win against the Green Bay Packers, a come-from-behind win last Saturday. I feel this is a huge opportunity for both of these teams to kind of grab everyone's attention going into the postseason of, oh, hey, by the way, we're still here, and we've got a pretty good chance in the NFC.
Yeah, and the Bears in particular, all season, it felt like everyone was waiting for the other shoe to drop. Like, okay, they're getting some wins. They kind of got lucky. They should have lost to my Bengals and it came back and won with like a miraculous finish. And then you look up and, yeah, they're leading the division. I remember a couple weeks ago, they were leading the division, But if you looked at the odds for who were going to win the division, they were still like third, right? Like both the Lions and the Packers were still ahead of them in the odds, even though they were behind them in the standings. And since then, all the Bears have done is won the next 2 games. Now they're 11-4. Now they're putting up a record that looks like, okay, we're not just a solid team. We could be a contending team. And games against teams like the 49ers, who, by the way, are also 11-4, will make a good litmus test for how real is this Bears team actually.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fascinating game on Sunday Night Football where you're going to get just a better feel for one of those teams as they both, again, I feel have flown under the radar at different points throughout the course of the season. And then again, another one of those games, I think tomorrow afternoon, 4:30 p.m. Eastern time, the Texans, you bring up the Texans. I don't have as much faith in them, I think, as you do. C.J. Stroud just hasn't been the guy this year that he has, even the last 2 years. And I know a lot of people said he kind of took that step back last year. They still won a playoff game. But I think he's got that opportunity to go into L.A. tomorrow. If they beat the Chargers, then the Texans, I think you start to feel a little bit better. But for the Texans, you love that defense, and as much as it flies around, it's just, can that offense still put up enough points? Because as good as your defense is, you go up against some of these really good quarterbacks, especially in the AFC. If you end up playing a Josh Allen, he's going to find a way to get things done. And that's just the way it works in the postseason.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's entirely fair. And as excellent as their defense is, their offense has to do something. Yes. You know, like they can't just go in there and be a one-sided team. But you mentioned that there was a lot of talk about the Texans taking a step back last year, and then they won a playoff game. Well, they also won a playoff game the year before. So we were talking earlier about how in basketball you normally see teams step up. I feel like you could say that with the Texans in football. They've been knocking on the door. And this year their offense has been poor, but Stroud actually missed several games. And Nico Collins has also missed some time with some injuries. And so they feel to me like a team that's coming together at the right time. And I wouldn't be surprised if they won a game for the 3rd year in a row. And if you win 2 games, all of a sudden you're in the AFC Championship, and anything can happen from there. And
they still have a chance to chase down Jacksonville and potentially get home playoff games.
Yeah.
If they beat the Chargers, they have the Colts the week after, a team that they beat about a month ago. But they have to play better than they did against the Raiders. They kind of sleptwalked their way through that Raiders game at home last week. Yes, you ended up winning, but you can't afford that type of effort. It's the same thing with Buffalo. Yeah. Like, every team is just so infuriating at different points, Trey, where you want to start believing in them. Like Buffalo going in, having that unbelievable comeback against New England a couple weeks ago. Then they find themselves in a situation against the Browns where Shador's got the ball with a chance to take the lead or win.
Yep.
How are you allowing that to happen this time of year? I understand having those trap games or those teams that you're looking past in September, October. When we get to the end of December and January, you've got to be ramping up and playing your best football, which is why the postseason is going to be fascinating.
Yeah.
Because, there's going to be betting favorites and those sorts of things. I don't know if there's a team I can definitively say, this team is the favorite. I think there's a handful you can make pretty good cases for either way.
Yeah, it feels almost like a giant game of rock, paper, scissors, where like every team has
depends upon the matchup.
Yeah, they all have strengths, they all have weaknesses. You're talking about Buffalo. To me, they've been on offense kind of a one-man band for the last couple of seasons. Obviously, Cook, their running back, has been excellent, but their entire passing game, or most of their offensive frame, just fits on Josh Allen. And what we've seen in recent weeks is if they run up on a dominant defense that can rush the passer and defend on the outside, and Allen isn't able to do anything in the passing game and they become one-dimensional, that's when they get really vulnerable. And Cleveland took advantage of that because Cleveland's got an excellent defense, right? But Myles Garrett, the team might stink, but the defense is amazing. And we've seen that in other of the recent games, too. And the games that Josh Allen has been able to be Superman were when they were playing defenses like my Bengals, right? The Patriots are supposed to be a good defense, but they weren't able to shut down Allen. But the Browns were, the Texans were, even the Dolphins were. And so, yes, that causes concern when you get too many of those type of performances.
All right, quickly, Dre, because you brought him up. You brought up the Browns. You brought up their great defense. Does Myles Garrett set the sack record this weekend by sacking Aaron Rodgers?
It sure seems like a yes, and that's like symmetry, right? Because he'd be breaking the record that Strahan got by sacking Brett Favre, and Aaron Rodgers has always been following Brett Favre.
Yeah, there would be a certain amount of fun symmetry if that does indeed happen this week, and could potentially bring a bright spot to what's been kind of a bleak season for Cleveland. Coming up next, it's SportsCenter all night. This has been Game Night, ESPN Radio, and the ESPN app.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. We hope you're enjoying a football-filled long holiday week. Now we're back Monday with Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner to break down all of Week 17, plus I'll preview the college football playoff quarterfinals. All that and more on The Rich Eisen Show on Disney+, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Penske is the trusted source for reliable, quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, visit one of our retail locations, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck at the right price for your business. We offer tools to help you gather the information you need to make a smart purchase, and our vehicles are backed by a solid service history, so you can be confident the truck you buy is ready to work for you. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
Becoming a medical assistant opens so many doors to healthcare careers, and in 9 months, this could be you. Get hands-on training in real-world labs, clinical externships, and the support of fellow students and teachers at Pima Medical Institute. Visit pmi.edu for details.
Did you know you can opt out of winter? With Vrbo, save up to $1,500 for booking a month-long stay. When thousands of sunny homes are waiting for you, why subject yourself to the cold? Put the snow shovel down, put the parka back in the closet, and don't you dare scrape another windshield. Slip into some flip-flops, consider a sunless tan, and use the monthly stays filter to save up to $1,500. Book your warm getaway at Vrbo.com.
Fight stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Coming up on SportsCenter all night. Michigan has their new head coach.
It's not like we're going to bring them in and they're going to go 3-9. Like that type of thing would be absolutely stunning. They may not go 15-0, but they're going to do pretty well.
The Sixers and Bulls go at it in Chicago.
Giddy, left corner, Jalen Smith with a power move on him. Bang!
and throws it down with a right-handed jump. We have the latest with the Ravens and Packers QB situations heading into their matchup at Lambeau.
I think Malik Willis has done a great job every time he's had an opportunity to fill in for Jordan Love.
Plus, bowl season continues to roll on.
Run it with Taylor. Flips it outside to the left. Breaks a tackle. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Minnesota.
From the worldwide headquarters of ESPN, this is Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Alex Del Barrio.
Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Be part of All Night Nation on the Dr. Pepper call-in line. Call us at 888-SAY-ESPN. That's 888-729-3776. ESPN Nation is brought to you by Dr. Pepper. It's not college football season without the delicious taste of an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. College football, it's a pepper thing. A lot going on a busy Saturday, or pardon me, a busy Friday in college and in the NBA, in college football with some bowl games, and we're looking ahead to a couple of games in the NFL on Saturday, but we'll start in the National Basketball Association. Philly versus Chicago. Sixers on the road to take on the Bulls. Philly has won the last 3 meetings against Chicago and 4 of the last 5 on the road. Tyrese Maxey playing well for the Sixers, 31 a game, third best scoring mark in the NBA, and tops in the East. But the Bulls, meanwhile, they won 4 in a row, seeking to match their season opening win streak of 5 straight. Bulls trailing in the fourth quarter. Joel Embiid makes a drive-in layup with 2:45 to go to put the Sixers on top 102-99. But on the other end, on the ensuing Bulls possession, Jalen Smith pulls them closer.
Giddy, left corner, Jalen Smith with a power move on Embiid and throws it down with right-handed dunk. Jalen Smith just posterized the former MVP. Wow. Yeah, wow. That was a Statue of Liberty's hammer. Wow.
Big-time dunk on 6:70 the score, but Philly still up 102-101 at that point. But after a big Kobe White defensive rebound, Kobe White makes a big-time play to put the Bulls in front.
Kobe brings it out beyond the arc on a switch guarded by Embiid. Kobe wants it, feels it, steps back. Left wing three, got it. Big-time shot, Kobe White. That is a big-time shot for Kobe right there. He's 1 of 6 now. That was his first three-point make tonight.
Told you it was a big-time shot. Bulls win their 5th straight, 59 points from the bench. Bulls taking the lead with 1:54 remaining. They close out the game on a 10-0 run. Bulls beat the Sixers 109-102. Joel Embiid, 31 points in the loss for Philly. His second 30-point game this one. Tyrese Maxey, 27 points, but shot just 9 of 24 from the field. Kobe White, who hit that big step-back 3 to give the Bulls the lead on Amazon Prime.
Kobe, so many winning plays on both ends of the floor during that 10-0 run to finish the game. What stood out to you was the difference down the stretch?
During the second half, they was probably up the majority of the game, and we kept fighting. We kept being us, and we stayed together, and everybody contributed down the stretch, and we made some big-time plays. So it was a grinded-out win, coming off like Christmas. So it was sloppy a little bit, but I mean, as long as we got the win.
And you got 59 points from your bench. What tone did they set for the win tonight?
They picked it up. I mean, us as being the starters, we didn't start the game off too good, so we needed a spark, and that's what they did. Shout out to the bench. They come to play every night. I always tell people, we got 10 starters on the team, so.
And this is your 5th straight win. It's been kind of a seesaw season, but right now you guys are on a roll. What do you feel like this winning streak is saying about you guys right now?
There's no quitting us, and I think it talks highly of our character. To lose 7 straight and to come back and win 5 straight, so it talks about our character and who we are. What up, buddy?
Your former teammate congratulating you, and so am I. Yeah. Congrats on the win.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Cassidy Hubbarth with Kobe White on Amazon Prime, again, as the Bulls pick up the win over the Sixers. Continuing on in the NBA, the Celtics in Indianapolis to take on the Pacers. Celtics are 7-2 in December, second best record in the East behind Detroit. Jaylen Brown, 7 straight games with 30 or more, longest streak of his career, tied for the second longest in Celtics history with Paul Pierce. Pacers are losers of 6 in a row, meanwhile, second longest skid of the season, and lost 8 in a row back in November. The 6-24 mark is the team's worst 30-game start to any NBA season in their franchise's history. We'll pick up the action in the third quarter. Sam Hauser picking up where he left off, hitting from downtown.
Celtics by 19 on the ball. 1:51 to go in the third. How about Hauser again? Got it!
Get on that man.
For 7.
Somebody get up on him.
98.5 The Sports Hub. Sam Hauser continued to launch from downtown. More on that in a bit. But Jaylen Brown was the story as he hits from the outside as well on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
And here is Jaylen Brown with 27 points, knowing he's coming out on the left side, dribbling between his legs. It's going to be a step back. It's going to be a 3, and he got it.
I teach you about taking me out of the game. He knew what he needed to get that 30.
His 8th straight 30-point game. Celtics beat the Pacers 140-122. 19th win for the Celtics. Brown mentioned his 30 points, 8th consecutive games with 30 or more. That's the second longest streak in Celtics history. Only Larry Bird had a longer streak, and that was 9, so he can tie that next time out for Boston. Brown tied for the most, the 18th 30-point game this season, tied for the most through the first 30 games of a season in Celtics history. Hauser, 23 points. He was 7 of 8 shooting from downtown, made his first 7 from 3. Sam Hauser on NBC Sports Boston.
Sam, you guys were trailing by double digits when you checked into this game. How did you turn it around and end up dropping 40 on this team?
I don't know. I mean, I think we started to get some stops. Ball was moving. We started making shots. And then the tide just kept kind of turning. We started rebounding really well. And, coming out of halftime, we blew out the lead a little bit more. And so there was a lot of good things happening at once there.
One of those nights for you, in a good way, hit your first 7 shots, all from 3. Was there a moment you knew you had it tonight?
I mean, when you hit your first 3, you start feeling pretty good about yourself, and it just kept going from there, and teammates are finding me, so credit to all of them for getting me open and getting me open shots tonight.
Big games from Peyton to D. White, but Jaylen Brown, 8th straight with 30-plus. Do you guys know that on the bench?
Well, we looked up, and by the looks of the shots he was making at the end there, he was going for it, and credit to him, he's so special, and he can kind of just score on anybody in this league at will, so great having him as a teammate for sure.
No question. How important to get this win to start off the season-long road trip?
It was great. It was great. Always good to start off the road trip with a win, and we got 4 more tough ones here coming up, so everybody's going to have to be ready.
Sam, thank you. Congrats.
Yep, thanks.
Sam Hauser on NBC Sports Boston. Elsewhere in the NBA, Bucks in Memphis to take on the Grizzlies. Grizz have won 7 in a row against Milwaukee, tied for the longest win streak against the Bucks in franchise history. Ja Morant was listed as questionable, but he did go into the game. He'd missed 14 of the last 16 games for the Grizzlies. Grizzlies 9-5 in the games without him in that span. The Bucks did not have Giannis in the lineup, out with a calf injury. Bucks are 3-10 without him this season. Pick up the action in the third quarter. Speaking of Ja Morant, he was making things happen.
10:30 remaining here, 62-55, Grizzlies by 7. Morant on the baseline, a stop and pop 12-footer. After a lefty dribble towards the baseline on the left side of the floor, got Green backing up, and Morant makes the mid-range jumper. He's 5 of 7 tonight.
92.9 ESPN Memphis on the call. 6 of 11 from the field for Ja Morant for 17 points. Also had 10 assists in the game. Fast forward to the fourth quarter, Memphis getting a lot of pressure on Milwaukee, and Jaren Jackson doing the damage from downtown.
Into the front court, Spencer working on Rollins. Kicks right wing, Jaren Jackson, rhythm 3. Bring it up. Put 3 on the board. Jaren Jackson with 24, and Cam Spencer with his 5th assist of the night.
Grizzlies win it 125-104. Grizzlies with an 8-game win streak versus the Bucks, their longest win streak against Milwaukee in franchise history. Morant, again, as we mentioned, 17-10. 5th game with 10 or more assists this season. Memphis had lost 3 of the last 4 times that has happened. Jackson finished with 24 points, 9 rebounds, 5 blocks. 2nd game this season with 20 points and 5 blocks this season. We'll shift gears now to college football, and it's been a wild few years on the coaching front at Michigan. Go from Jim Harbaugh to Sharon Moore, and with a very strange exit and plenty of news still to talk about there. But Michigan was looking for Moore's replacement, and they have found him, as the school has hired Utah head coach Kyle Whittingham, agreeing to a 5-year deal. The deal will pay Whittingham $8.2 million a year over the course of the contract. Whittingham told his Utah team on Friday that he will not coach the Utes in the Las Vegas Bowl on New Year's Eve. Dan Wetzel, ESPN college football reporter on SportsCenter, on how Michigan ended up landing on Whittingham.
Well, over the last week, Michigan began really zeroing in on Kyle Whittingham. Kalen DeBoer and the Alabama team won their playoff game last week and extended their season, kind of took Kalen DeBoer off the market as a possibility. Kyle Whittingham, 21 years as a head coach, 66% winning percentage, had won everywhere at Utah in every single way. He also brings a lot of character and consistency and culture and things like that the Michigan program's looking for after Sharon Moore was fired for an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. So kind of checked all the boxes. He's available. This is a veteran, steady hand to take over Michigan in a turbulent time.
More from Wetzel and why there was a sense of urgency to get this hire done at Michigan.
Well, the calendar did not help the University of Michigan. The firing of Sharon Moore came after a lot of the top coaches had already been hired or had re-signed with their school. And the January 2nd transfer window was fast approaching. And so not only do you have to get new transfers in, the main thing is Kyle Whittingham's got to win over the team he has so the Michigan roster does not deplete and take off. As chaotic as the head coach was last year at Michigan, this is a really good team. They still won 9 games, even with Sharon Moore as the head coach. So getting someone in place, getting them up, trying to re-recruit the Michigan roster, work with the recruits that had signed with Michigan, and getting that done as soon as possible was really a priority for Michigan going forward.
Well, Wetzel talked about the challenges of getting this hire done. Now that they have the coach in place, what are the expectations at Michigan for Kyle Whittingham?
Well, right away, it's to, again, get that roster in order, keep the recruits that are really talented, hire a staff and get going. Certainly at Michigan, they want somebody who's not going to, they want the program to settle down. They don't want any more scandals. They don't want any more embarrassments. He should be able to deliver that. But on the field, Kyle Whittingham is not going there to just kind of hold the fort. He's going to want to try to win. The question for him is, he's certainly a tremendous coach. You mentioned how good they are in the offensive, defensive lines. The only really question with Kyle Whittingham is, can he recruit at the true 5-star, the top 10 level of player that he didn't get at Utah? Now, he didn't have the resources, the tradition, the power that the University of Michigan brand brings. He will have all of that to get into those recruiting fights. But you've got to win some of those at Michigan, because if you don't, Ohio State's going to have that player, or Oregon's going to have that player, or Texas is going to have the player. And those are the teams that eventually Michigan's going to want Kyle Whittingham's program to defeat. So that's the challenge for him going forward. Steady the ship and then try to get back to the level of 2022, 23 when they won the national title.
Again, after 21 years in charge of the Utah Utes, Kyle Whittingham is making the move to be the head coach at the University of Michigan, signing a 5-year deal at $8.2 million annually, again, as the new head coach at the University of Michigan. SportsCenter all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. 2 games on the NFL slate coming up on Saturday. The Texans will face the Chargers, and the Packers will take on the Ravens. An important game for both the Packers and the Ravens. Packers go in, though, without quarterback Jordan Love. They'll instead start Malik Willis. Love suffered a concussion in Saturday's loss to the Bears. He did not clear the concussion protocol. Clayton Tune will likely be Willis's backup. Tim Hasselbeck, ESPN NFL analyst on NFL Live, on the Packers' need to start Willis over Love.
I think Malik Willis has done a great job every time he's had an opportunity to fill in for Jordan Love. And, in terms of confidence level, I guess, if you were to say, all right, a backup has to play, in one of these scenarios and play well in order to have a chance to, have an impact on the playoffs. I think Malik Willis can play at a starter level. I think he can play at a winning level. He's shown to do it. And I think that, I think the team has confidence in him. So, assuming he's healthy enough to go, obviously we're dealing with a shoulder injury for a thrower, but assuming he's healthy enough to go, I expect him to play at a starter level.
And Tim Hasselbeck on NFL Live. As for the Ravens, they will also likely be without their starting quarterback, Lamar Jackson, listed as doubtful in the injury report because of a back contusion. If Jackson does not play, it will be Tyler Huntley. Jeremy Fowler, ESPN NFL reporter on SportsCenter on Friday, on Lamar's issues with the Ravens.
It kind of came to a head this week. There was a report in the Baltimore Sun that sort of
highlighted some of his conduct, slammed his conduct a little bit. The reality is Lamar Jackson and the Ravens have not had a situation or a season that they've wanted. He's got a $75 million cap hit next year and a contract that runs out of guarantees during that time. So something has to come to a head with the franchise. I do know that his practice availability over the years has been unpredictable for people in the building. They show up, they don't know whether he's going to practice. A lot of times he's listed with an illness. He might have various injuries. So in the offseason, not always there for workouts. So that is one concern. But otherwise, look, they know they have a two-time MVP. They have a chance every time he steps out on the field. So I do know Baltimore doesn't take that for granted either. It's just the dynamics of this season and the contract this offseason. Something has to come to a head.
And Jeremy Fowler, ESPN NFL reporter on SportsCenter, on some issues Lamar Jackson having with the Ravens. But again, as we mentioned, likely will not be playing in the Ravens game against the Packers on Saturday. SportsCenter all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. One other NFL injury note, TJ Watt returned to the Pittsburgh Steelers lineup, likely to be delayed one more week. But Pryor on ESPN.com says the Pittsburgh Steelers star pass rusher returned to practice this week, but ruled out for the Steelers game coming up on Sunday in Cleveland. Still more to come, especially more from the NBA hardwood. That's next. SportsCenter all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The College Football Playoff Quarterfinals. First on New Year's Eve, Miami faces Ohio State. Then on New Year's Day, it's Oregon versus Texas Tech, followed by Alabama, Indiana. Then Ole Miss faces Georgia. The College Football Playoff Quarterfinals on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. More SportsCenter all night coming up next.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
The end of the year is upon us, and that means you need a strong finish. Well, good news. The year-end sales event is on at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, and the zeros are back. 0% APR for 60 months, 0 payments for 90 days, and 0 down payment on select models. Finish the year strong, my friends. Get off to an amazing start in 2026. The key is a new Ford from the one and only Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert. Go to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because Comfort Specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR, that's 602-2, then our EP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, everybody, it's Dave Burns, and Million Points Mania is back at Global Credit Union. With a Global Credit Card, you have a chance every week to win 50,000 points with a grand prize of 1 million points for one lucky winner. Sign up now and get an introductory APR of just 1.9%. Get your Global Credit Card today. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities. Introductory APR on purchases for 6 months on new accounts open before January 9th, 2026. After the introductory period, a variable APR will apply.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Alex Del Barrio.
We're rolling on here on Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. By the way, news from All Night Nation. Just hit us up on the Dr. Pepper call-in line. Call us at 888-SAY-ESPN. That's 888-729-3776 on the Dr. Pepper call-in line. Let's get back to the association. The Phoenix Suns taking on the New Orleans Pelicans. Suns at 16-13 on the road to take on New Orleans. Pelicans 5-1 in their last 6 after a 3-22 start, and that includes a 4-1 record since the return of Zion Williamson. Let's get to the action here in the fourth quarter. Tie game, 94 apiece. Devin Booker looking to change that on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Tied at 94. Suns bring it up the right wing with Booker dribbling on Trey Murphy III. Penetrates to the left hand. Got around Murphy to the rim. He got another runner to go off the backboard and in for Devin Booker.
Devin Booker with the bucket there to make it 96-94. Suns go on to win it 115-108. Booker recording his 11th 30-point game versus the Pelicans, third most since entering the NBA. Zion Williamson, his 4th straight 20-point game. Williamson in the game, coming off the bench, 20 points on 5 of 10 shooting and 10 of 14 from the free throw line, added 8 rebounds and 6 assists in the loss to Phoenix. Mark Williams already his 4th 20-point, 10-rebound game, tied for the most by a Sun center in a season the last 3 years since the team traded DeAndre Ayton to Portland. Pelicans now with consecutive loss following a season-best 5-game win streak. The teams will meet again coming up on Saturday in New Orleans. We'll shift gears now to the Hawks taking on Miami. Atlanta with 3 straight home losses. Trae Young, though, playing well since his return from a knee injury, nearly 22 points and over 11 assists per game. But the Hawks 0-3 in those games. Heats have had their struggles as of late, just 2-8 in the month of December, tied for the worst record in the NBA in that span. We'll pick up the action in the fourth quarter. Miami already up by double digits, looking for more.
Davion has it up top, 7 on the shot clock. Young is all over him with both hands, gets off to Larson for 3. Hey, Kiss was on his list. The bank open at nights, the night after Christmas in Atlanta for Pelle Larson. He's 3 for 3 from downtown.
On 104.3 WQAM, Larson with 21 points in the game, 3 of 4 from the outside, 6 rebounds and 5 assists for Miami. More from the Heat, Norman Powell getting in on the action in the fourth.
Capella, Davion, Norm working from the dot, scoops it, got it to go. Rigged that thing all the way down and up and off the glass on the left-hand side. Heat up by 17, 2:40 remains.
Powell with 25 points in the game. Heat go on to win it by a final of 126-111 over the Hawks. Kel'el Ware with 16 points and 13 rebounds for his 28th career double-double. 5 players with 15 or more points for the Heat, tied for most in a game this season. For the Hawks, their 4th straight home loss and their 4th straight home game, allowing over 125 points, tied for the longest streak in franchise history. Trae Young in the game had 30 points, 8 of 16 shooting, 5 of 8 from downtown to go along with 6 assists in the loss for Atlanta. We'll move on to Charlotte taking on Orlando, and the Magic with 5 straight wins against the Hornets, while allowing just 94 points per game over that span. Another win would tie the 3rd longest streak against Charlotte in the series history. Desmond Bane for Orlando, season-long 3 straight games with 20 or more points. Another would tie his 3rd longest streak dating back to last season. Already up by 18, Charlotte looking to make it more as LaMelo Ball picks up the steal on defense.
And it's knocked away, a steal for LaMelo Ball. LaMelo on the left side, sizing up Bane. Keeps the crossover around the Diabate screen. Gives to Musa. Kick out Salon. Pump fake. Gets the flyby. Kicks to LaMelo. LaMelo for 3. Yes, sir. LaMelo Ball.
LaMelo Ball with 4 3-pointers in the game. Finished with 22 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists. As the Hornets win in Orlando 120-105. 19 3-pointers made in the game by Charlotte, averaging 20 3-point field goals over the last 3 games, tied for the 2nd most over a 3-game span in franchise history. Pistons off to their 2nd-best 30-game start in franchise history themselves at 24-6. Pistons 8-2 in December, 2nd-best win-loss record in the month, only to the Spurs. Jazz averaging over 126 points per game, but they've really struggled this season. We'll pick up the action here in Utah, 97.5 The Zone. Keontae George coming up with a steal.
1:15 to play. Keontae jumped the passing lane. Keontae's going to Painter. Keontae with a dunk. Keontae jumped the passing lane at midcourt. Got the turnover. Goes the other way and lays it up and in.
On 97.5 The Zone, Jazz go on to win it 131-129. Jazz improved to just 11-19 on the season. Pistons fall to 24-7 as Jazz coming up with a big upset win at home over the previously 24-6 Detroit Pistons. SportsCenter all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. JJ Redick, this is what he had to say after Thursday's loss.
Been a good basketball team. When we haven't, we're a terrible basketball team. And tonight we were a terrible basketball team. And that started legitimately right away. We don't care enough to do the things that are necessary. We don't care enough to be a professional. We had it. It can change like that. We don't have it right now. Where I said the other night, it's a matter of making the choice. And too often we have guys that don't want to make that choice. And it's pretty consistent who those guys are. And so Saturday practice, I told the guys, it's going to be uncomfortable. The meeting is going to be uncomfortable. I'm not doing another 53 games like this.
Lakers falling to the Rockets 119-96 to drop to 19-10 on the season. Rockets improving to 18-10 on the year, but JJ Redick noticeably frustrated with his Lakers team. Still more to come, including some college bowl action. We'll get to that, plus our half-hour headline. SportsCenter all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Tomorrow, bowl season continues on ESPN Radio.
Here we go.
First at noon Eastern, Penn State faces Clemson in the Bad Boy Morris Pinstripe Bowl. Then, it's Georgia Tech BYU in the Pop-Tart Bowl. It's bowl season, and it continues tomorrow on ESPN Radio and on ABC.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? SafeStep walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. SafeStep walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. SafeStep walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. SafeStep walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Arizona Sports,
The local sports leader on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Listening to Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Alex Del Barrio.
We continue rolling on here on Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Half-hour headlines on Sports Center all night.
Some injury news around the National Football League. Jordan Love, still in the concussion protocol, is out for the Green Bay Packers as they take on the Baltimore Ravens on Saturday. Also in that game, Lamar Jackson likely will not see the field for the Ravens. He is doubtful with a back contusion. And no T.J. Watt for the Steelers coming up on Sunday when they take on the Browns. But as for Josh Allen, he's good to go for the Buffalo Bills against the Eagles after suffering a foot injury. Looks like he will be in the lineup for Buffalo. Elsewhere, the Raiders have shut down defensive end Max Crosby for the game against the Giants. Las Vegas Raiders coach Pete Carroll announced that on Friday. Crosby told Carroll that he wanted to leave the facility once informed the team's decision. So he did just that. Some bowl game action we'll get to in just a bit. But on the coaching front in college football, Kyle Whittingham leaves the Utah Utes and has signed a 5-year deal to become the head coach at the University of Michigan, paying him just over $8 million a season. ESPN college football reporter Dan Wetzel on how Michigan landed on Kyle Whittingham.
Well, over the last week, Michigan began really zeroing in on Kyle Whittingham. Kalen DeBoer and the Alabama team won their playoff game last week and extended their season, kind of took Kalen DeBoer off the market as a possibility. Kyle Whittingham, 21 years as a head coach, 66% winning percentage, had won everywhere at Utah in every single way. He also brings a lot of character and consistency and culture and things like that the Michigan program's looking for after Sharon Moore was fired for an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. So kind of checked all the boxes. He's available. This is a veteran, steady hand to take over Michigan in a turbulent time.
Dan Wetzel on Sports Center. As for how Whittingham will do, Game Neitzel, ESPN radio host on Game Night, said if the boosters support Whittingham, this will be a fine hire for them.
If this was Michigan 15 years ago, 20 years ago, before the NIL and transfer portal era, I would say they would have some work to do in repairing the trust and making sure that you can go out and get those recruits, that the recruits are going to trust the university and do all those things. Now it just seems like as long as you're spending the money, you're going to be competitive.
Yeah.
And I don't think the boosters are going anywhere. They've loved Michigan football for a very long time. So as long as you have the money continuing to flow into the program, I feel like hiring Kyle Whittingham is a great hire for the University of Michigan because he's still going to have the support. He's gone out, shown that he can be a highly effective coach. Heck, in the BCS era, he led Utah to an undefeated season. But he has shown that he can be a highly successful coach. And if he gets the support that most coaches do at Michigan, I think he's going to be fine.
Gabe Neitzel on Game Night on ESPN Radio. As for the bowl action, it continued on Friday with the Rate Bowl. The 9-3 New Mexico Lobos out of the Mountain West taking on the 7-5 Golden Gophers out of Minnesota. Gophers 6-0 in bowl games under P.J. Fleck, have won 8 straight bowl games since losing in the Citrus Bowl back in 2015. Lobos haven't won a bowl game outside of the state of New Mexico since the 1961 Aviation Bowl. Mexico has won 6 in a row. A win would give them a 7-game win streak. It would tie the longest win streak in program history, and a 10th win would tie the most wins in a season in program history. Let's get to the action on ESPN Radio. Minnesota on offense. Drake Lindsey firing to Jalen Smith.
Play clock at 10. Lindsey, straight drop, looking left, throws left corner of the end zone, and it is in the back corner. It is caught. Touchdown. Jalen Smith, and Minnesota with an extra point can take the lead.
And they do to make it a 7-6 game. We move to the fourth quarter. Darius Taylor punching it in for Minnesota.
I formation, Lindsey under center. 3rd down and 3 from the 5. Motioning is the tight end Bibber. And they'll run it with Taylor. Slips it outside to the left. Breaks a tackle. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Minnesota. Darius Taylor.
Darius Taylor, and with the point after, that made it 14-6. But on the ensuing kickoff, New Mexico trying to stay in the game.
And a couple of yards deep in the end zone, Damon Bankston brings it up the right side. He's at the 20. Big hole. Across the 30. 40. Midfield. Bankston racing down the sideline. 30. 20. 10. Touchdown, New Mexico.
100 yards on the return.
That made it a 14-12 game. They'd get the 2-point conversion to tie the game at 14. This game would go into overtime. New Mexico would have the ball first, kick a field goal to take a 17-14 lead, but Minnesota, thinking the win, get the ball to Jalen Smith one more time.
Back in the shotgun is Lindsey. Taylor on his right. Out to the right side is Smith. Straight drop Lindsey from the pocket, throw in middle of the end zone, and it is caught! Touchdown! And a walk-off! Jalen Smith wins it for the Golden Gophers!
20-17, the final score. Drake Lindsey, 147 yards passing and 2 touchdowns as the Gophers pick up the win over the Lobos. 7-0 in bowl games under P.J. Fleck. Fleck joined Don Davenport on ESPN Radio after the game.
Coach, Minnesota just wins bowl games. This one didn't come easy, though. Take me through that last game-winning play.
Cardiac Gophers. It's been that story all year. One-possession games have been really critical for us. We got a really young team. A lot of guys coming back next year. Just the resolve and the grit, the response is just inspiring. I love these guys. I love coaching them. Offense, defense, special teams all had to respond. They did.
That was P.J. Fleck after the game, again, as Minnesota beats New Mexico in overtime. 20-17. Let's get to the game above. Sports Bowl, Central Michigan taking on Northwestern. Wildcats looking for their 6th straight bowl win, behind their 6th straight bowl win, the longest active streak in the college football scene behind Minnesota and Ohio. Central Michigan looking for their 2nd straight bowl win after having lost its previous 3. Wildcats have been hit by the turnover bug this season, fumbling 17 times and losing 8 of them. We'll see how they do against Central Michigan. We'll get to the action here. Northwestern on offense. Here's Dave Enett from Learfield.
Stone now lofting it for Wilde in the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown, Griffin Wilde on the left side of the end zone. Griffin pulls down the 15th touchdown pass of the year for Preston Stone. The 7th touchdown for Wilde and the Wildcats score first in the game above Sports Bowl at 6-0.
Again, a 6-0 lead at that point. We then add the point after to make it 7-0. More from Northwestern as Stone goes to the air again.
First down, Stone fakes the give. Protection's good. Stone looking towards the right side. Man wide open. End zone. Touchdown. All by himself in the right side of the end zone. Lawson Albright. He was clear of any defender within about 10 yards. And it is 20-0 Northwestern.
They made it 21-0. They'd go on to win 34-7 over Central Michigan. Their 6th straight bowl win for the Wildcats. Northwestern head coach David Braun with Ashley Sterline after the game.
Well, Coach Braun, how satisfying is it to end the season with a win today in this bowl game?
Yeah, just so happy for our seniors. Credit to Coach Strinkle and Central Michigan. That's a really good football team. He's done an incredible job in his first year. And, we set out to make sure that we finish what we started for these seniors, for this football team. The preparation that our guys put in, awesome to see it come to fruition today and result in a bowl championship.
When you have a team like this that's dedicated, that wants to play, that gets the win, how does this build momentum for next year?
It builds momentum for next year, and it also shows that you can win with culture. You can win with team in a ever-changing world of college football. This stuff still matters, and the fabric of the team still matters. And I think more than anything else, this group showed that togetherness, putting the team over self, it wins. And so happy to see this group go out on top.
That was David Braun, Northwestern head coach, as they pick up the win over the Chippewas. Let's continue on with FIU and UTSA in the First Responder Bowl. UTSA at 6-6 has been a bowl game every season under head coach Jeff Traylor, looking for a third straight win. FIU 7-5 in its first bowl game since the 2019 Salute to Veterans Bowl. Panthers 2-3 all-time in bowl games, wins in 2010 and 2018. Panthers have the second best offense in points and yards per game in Conference USA, one of the nation's top runners as well. And Keyshawn Owens, his eighth best in yards in the country at just under 1,300 on the ground. Let's get to the action. FIU building a lead. McGuire Anderson on the punt return.
McGuire, deep to return, fields it at the 2. Anderson breaks a couple tackles, and McGuire's loose. 25-30, 35-40. He's still going across midfield. 40, 35-30, 25-20. He's going to score. He's going to score. McGuire Anderson has his first punt return touchdown. FIU leads by 2 scores. History in the making in the postseason.
On the Panthers Sports Network, that put the Panthers up 14-0 over UTSA, but back come the Roadrunners, already back in front. Owen McCown launches from 23 yards away to give UTSA a bigger lead on 760 The Ticket.
They'll put 2 wide receivers to either side. The ball's on the right-hand hash. Now, Overmeyer goes in motion. McCown back to throw. Fade pattern for the sideline for McEwen. He's got it. And that's a touchdown for UTSA. Devin McEwen down the sideline, tight-roping the boundary. And UTSA is on the board again. And that makes it 23-14 and 23 unanswered points.
And make it 24 unanswered points as they took a 24-14 lead at that point. More from UTSA in the second quarter on 760 The Ticket, this time on the ground from Amarian Peterson.
Down to 1:25 to go in the half. Overmeyer goes in motion, and here's the handoff to Peterson. Up the middle, gets bounced off, and he'll walk into the end zone. Amarian Peterson scores, and UTSA has scored 30 unanswered points. It's 30-14 with 1:17 to go in the half.
57-20 would be the final in the First Responder Bowl. UTSA beating FIU. The 57 points in a bowl game is the most in program history. Joins Oregon as the only teams to score 50 or more in a bowl game this season. The 57 points are also the second most in a First Responder Bowl, trailing only the 58 points scored by Oklahoma State against Purdue in the 2013 Heart of Dallas Bowl. Owen McCown, 18-28, 295 passing yards, a program bowl record, and 3 passing touchdowns. All 3 touchdowns were for 20 or more yards. Will Henderson, the third, 2 rushing touchdowns and a receiving touchdown in the game for UTSA. UTSA did trail 14-0, as you heard, and outscored FIU 57-6. the rest of the way, making it the largest comeback win in First Responder Bowl history. UTSA over FIU 57-20. Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Again, more in the National Football League. The Raiders sitting defensive end Max Crosby for the game coming up against the New York Giants because of a knee injury. Here's Raiders head coach Pete Carroll on keeping Crosby out for Week 17.
We talked before when he was getting out of here, that he's been fighting it so hard for so long. He's been fighting this thing for 9 weeks, whenever Kansas City was. And each week he has done everything you could possibly imagine a guy could do to play. And he's been able to, and they've worked with him to get through it. But after an evaluation we did Monday or Tuesday, whenever it was, it just looks too bad. And so, and he didn't want to take the news like that, and I didn't want to take the news like that. And so we just worked our way through to get to this point where, he's been practicing on Fridays, and he wasn't, he'd have gone, if we let him, he'd have been out there and he would not have hesitated, but he knows that he's banged up. So he's talking about, I'd like to get out of here, and I said, yeah, get out of here, so he took off.
Again, Crosby telling Carroll that he wanted to leave the facility after being informed of the team's decision to not play him. So here's Pete Carroll answering the question on his support for Crosby's reaction.
The competitor that he is, the reaction that he we've been talking about it for a couple of days, what's going on. This isn't his spring on. We've been talking about it. And, it was exactly like you would think he would do, and he should do. And I agree with him 1,000% on how he responded. I responded the same way, and I get it. And so we fought our way through it, and just came to the hopefully the right conclusion for his long betterment.
Again, that was Raiders head coach Pete Carroll in his press conference. Las Vegas Raiders will not play. Defensive end Max Crosby, they announced on Friday. It'll be on Sunday's matchup against the New York Giants because of the knee injury. Crosby subsequently left the team facility afterwards in full support from Pete Carroll. Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Coming up, some of the best moments from play on Friday. That's next with our top sound. Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Football Sunday on ESPN Radio.
Where we're at right now, got to win out to win the division, get in the playoffs. It's as clear as it can be.
The Buccaneers face a must-win against the Dolphins to force a Week 18 showdown for the NFC South title versus the Panthers. Coverage begins Sunday at noon Eastern with kickoff at 1 Eastern on ESPN Radio. More Sports Center all night coming up next.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken, humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gambo for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. Lund Mortgage tracks rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice and full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance or buy now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com. That's RateWatch@LundMortgage.com.
Collectors, Front Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on December 27th and 28th for a special holiday show.
Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards.
Plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books.
CGC and JSA will be there.
So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale. Saturday and Sunday, December 27th and 28th, 11 to 5.
For more info, go to FrontRowCardShow.com.
That's FrontRowCardShow.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
And in the ESPN app. This is Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Alex Del Barrio.
We continue rolling on here on Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. ESPN Radio has you covered for bowl game action. Tune in today for the Bad Boy Mowers Pinstripe Bowl, followed by the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Coverage begins at 11:30 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Well, we got some bowl game action on Friday, plenty of action on the NBA hardwood. Let's get to some of the best moments from Friday's action in the world of sports. Let's go to our top sound.
Sports Center all night.
Oh my goodness! Check it out on Sports Center tonight.
Today's top sound.
How good is that?
Number 5.
The Hornets got the win in Orlando, and LaMelo Ball hit a three to put the game away. The call on WFNZ.
And it's knocked away, a steal for LaMelo Ball. LaMelo on the left side, sizing up Bain. Keeps the crossover around the Diabate screen. Gives to Musa. Kick out Salon. Pump fake. Gets the flyby. Kicks to LaMelo. LaMelo for three. Yes, sir. LaMelo Ball.
Number 4.
New Mexico lost the Rate Bowl, but they had a kick return that went 100 yards to help tie the game in the fourth. The call on ESPN Radio.
And a couple of yards deep in the end zone, Demond Bankston brings it up the right side to the 20. Big hole, across the 30, 40, big field, Bankston racing down the sideline. 30, 20, 10, touchdown New Mexico.
100 yards on the return.
Number 3.
In Indiana, Jaylen Brown had his 8th straight game of scoring 30 or more. His step-back three put the Celtics up big in the fourth. The call on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Here is Jaylen Brown with 27 points, knowing he's coming out on the left side, dribbling between his legs. It's going to be a step back. It's going to be a three, and he got it.
I teach him about taking me out of the game. He knew what he needed to get that 30.
Number 2.
Back to the Rate Bowl, where Drake Lindsay connected with Jalen Smith to win the game in overtime for Minnesota. ESPN Radio on the call.
Back in the shotgun is Lindsay. Taylor on his right. Out to the right side is Smith. Straight drop Lindsay from the pocket, throwing middle of the end zone, and it is caught! Touchdown! And a walk-off! Jalen Smith wins it for the Golden Gophers!
Number 1.
And in Chicago, the Bulls ended the game on a 10-0 run, and that was sparked by a dunk by Jalen Smith. The call on 670 The Score.
Giddy, left corner, Jalen Smith with a power move on him. Bang! And throws it down with right-handed dunk. Jalen Smith just puncturized the former MVP. Wow. Yeah, wow. That was a Statue of Liberty's hammer. Wow.
Continue rolling on here on Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. We'll get back to the NBA hardwood. Clippers on the road in Portland to take on the Trailblazers. Clippers have won back-to-back games for the second time this season, haven't won 3 straight since winning 8 in a row between March and April of last season. Clippers with a 5-19 record since November the 1st. It's the second worst in the span. Only the Wizards are worse. Clippers in action against the Blazers. Brooke Lopez hitting from downtown on AM 570 LA Sports.
The Claw gets around traffic. Pump fakes twice. Kicks it Lopez. Left corner three. Splash! Splash! Mountain has turned into a tsunami here at the Moda Center. 78-72 Clippers. He's got a career high 9 made threes.
And gave him 31 points in the game as a result. 5 rebounds and an assist as well. More from the Clippers, this time from James Harden in the fourth.
Harden, right wing extended, one-on-one against Shaedon Sharpe. Loses Shaedon Sharpe, gets to the rim with a fancy left-handed finger roll. The beard cooking down the lane. The Clippers up a baker's dozen.
James Harden with 34 points in the game on 3 of 9 from downtown, 10 of 17 from the field, 6 assists as well. Clippers win it 119-103 over the Portland Trailblazers. And they proved to 9-21 on the season, 3rd straight win now for LA. More news out of LA's basketball scene. JJ Redick with a pretty rough assessment of the way his team is playing after his loss on Christmas to the Rockets.
We're a terrible basketball team, and tonight we were a terrible basketball team, and that started legitimately right away. We don't care enough to do the things that are necessary. We don't care enough to be a professional. It's, we had it. It can change like that. We don't have it right now. What I said the other night, it's a matter of making the choice. And too often we have guys that don't want to make that choice. And it's pretty consistent who those guys are. And so Saturday practice, I told the guys, it's going to be uncomfortable. The meeting is going to be uncomfortable. I'm not doing another 53 games like this.
J.J. Redick with a tough assessment of his team. As for Kendrick Perkins, ESPN NBA analyst, he says that J.J. Redick needs to own the issues his team is having.
It's always somebody else's fault. It's never J.J. Redick's fault. Did I see LeBron James pouting all game long? Did I see the bad body language from LeBron? Absolutely. Did I see him not putting forth the defensive effort and getting back in transition, only having 2 rebounds last night in the game when you know a team loves to pound the glass and grab offensive rebounds? Did I see your best player, your franchise player, Luka Doncic, complaining after every single call? You damn right I did. But J.J., why don't they care? Why are they not playing hard? Why are they not trying to compete on the defensive side of things? You're the coach. That's a reflection of you. When your team is not responding and going out there and competing at a high level defensively and playing hard, that's saying that they're not listening or that they somewhat lack respect for you. So it's got to be a little level of accountability all across the board.
That was Kendrick Perkins on First Take discussing the tough words that J.J. Redick had for his own team after the loss against the Rockets on Christmas Day. As for when the Lakers have another shot at changing their form here, next up will be a game against Sacramento coming up on the 28th. Still more to come. SportsCenter all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. We'll talk about the Michigan's new head coach, plus some bowl game action and more from the NBA. SportsCenter all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The NFL on ESPN Radio.
Houston, there is a problem, and it's the Texans' defense.
Week to week, team to team.
He's got it, touchdown! The best unit in football, and I'm not sure how close it actually is.
The NFL lives here. ESPN Radio. SportsCenter all night. More still to come.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Hey, it's Gambo, and joining me today is Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's cut right to it. Why do people here in Arizona need a living trust?
Because, Gambo, without a trust, your estate goes through probate, which means it's the courts that decide who gets your money, not you. It's expensive, it's public, and it can drag on for months or years.
What else does a trust do?
A trust also maintains your family's privacy, helps reduce estate taxes, and most importantly, makes sure the right people inherit your assets exactly the way you intended. Our trusts are an estate planning portfolio that include durable power of attorneys, healthcare POAs, living wills, and pour-over wills.
And just for my listeners, if you allow Asset Preservation to do a portfolio review with $250,000 or more of investable assets, they will set you up for a trust for just $9.99. Call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment Advisory Services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
The end of the year is upon us, and that means you need a strong finish. Well, good news. The year-end sales event is on at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, and the zeros are back. 0% APR for 60 months, 0 payments for 90 days, and 0 down payment on select models. Finish the year strong, my friends. Get off to an amazing start in 2026. The key is a new Ford from the one and only Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert. Go to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Arizona Sports on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. Arizona Sports on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. Arizona Sports on the Arizona Sports app.
Coming up on Sports Center all night. Michigan has their new head coach.
It's not like we're going to bring them in and they're going to go 3-9. Like, that type of thing would be absolutely stunning. They may not go 15-0, but they're going to do pretty well.
The Sixers and Bulls go at it in Chicago.
Giddy, left corner, Jalen Smith with a power move on him. Bang! And throws it down with right-handed dunk.
We have the latest with the Ravens and Packers QB situations heading into their matchup at Lambeau.
I think Malik Willis has done a great job every time he's had an opportunity to fill in for Jordan Love.
Plus, bowl season continues to roll on.
A runner with Taylor. Flips it outside to the left. Breaks a tackle. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Minnesota.
From the worldwide headquarters of ESPN, this is Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Alex Del Barrio.
Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Be part of All Night Nation on the Dr. Pepper call-in line. Call us at 888-SAY-ESPN. That's 888-729-3776. ESPN Nation is brought to you by Dr. Pepper. It's not college football season without the delicious taste of an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. College football, it's a pepper thing. A lot going on a busy Saturday, or pardon me, a busy Friday in the NBA, in college football with some bowl games, and we're looking ahead to a couple of games in the NFL on Saturday, but we'll start in the National Basketball Association. Philly versus Chicago. Sixers on the road to take on the Bulls. Philly has won the last 3 meetings against Chicago and 4 of the last 5 on the road. Tyrese Maxey playing well for the Sixers, 31 a game, third best scoring mark in the NBA, and tops in the East. But the Bulls, meanwhile, they won 4 in a row, seeking to match their season opening win streak of 5 straight. Bulls trailing in the fourth quarter. Joel Embiid makes a drive-in layup with 2:45 to go to put the Sixers on top 102-99. But on the other end, on the ensuing Bulls possession, Jalen Smith pulls them closer.
Giddy, left corner, Jalen Smith with a power move on him. Bang! And throws it down with right-handed dunk. Jalen Smith just posterized the former MVP. Wow. Yeah, wow. That was a Statue of Liberty's hammer. Wow.
Big time dunk on 6:70 the score, but Philly still up 102-101 at that point. But after a big Kobe White defensive rebound, Kobe White makes a big time play to put the Bulls in front.
Kobe brings it out beyond the arc on a switch go to by Embiid. Kobe wants it, feels it, steps back. Left wing three, got it. Big time shot. Kobe White. That is a big time shot for Kobe right there. He's 1 of 6 now. That was his first 3-point make tonight.
Told you it was a big time shot. Bulls win their 5th straight, 59 points from the bench. Bulls taking the lead with 1:54 remaining. They close out the game on a 10-0 run. Bulls beat the Sixers 109-102. Joel Embiid, 31 points in the loss for Philly. His second 30-point game this one. Tyrese Maxey, 27 points, but shot just 9 of 24 from the field. Kobe White, who hit that big step-back 3 to give the Bulls the lead on Amazon Prime.
Kobe, so many winning plays on both ends of the floor during that 10-0 run to finish the game. What stood out to you was the difference down the stretch?
During the second half, they was probably up the majority of the game, and we kept fighting. We kept being us, and we stayed together, and everybody contributed down the stretch, and we made some big-time plays. So it was a grinded-out win coming off like Christmas, so it was sloppy a little bit, but, I mean, as long as we got the win.
And you got 59 points from your bench. What tone did they set for the win tonight?
They picked it up. I mean, us as being the starters, we didn't start the game off too good, so we needed a spark, and that's what they did. Shout out to the bench. They come to play every night. I always tell people, we got 10 starters on the team, so.
And this is your 5th straight win. It's been a kind of a seesaw season, but right now you guys are on a roll. What do you feel like this winning streak is saying about you guys right now?
There's no quitting us, and I think it talks highly of our character to lose 7 straight and to come back and win 5 straight. So it talks about our character and who we are. What up, boy?
Your former teammate congratulating you, and so am I. Yeah. Congrats on the win.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Cassidy Hubbarth with Kobe White on Amazon Prime, again, as the Bulls pick up the win over the Sixers. Continuing on in the NBA, the Celtics in Indianapolis to take on the Pacers. Celtics are 7-2 in December, second best record in the East behind Detroit. Jaylen Brown, 7 straight games with 30 or more, longest streak of his career, tied for the second longest in Celtics history with Paul Pierce. Pacers are losers of 6 in a row, meanwhile, second longest skid of the season, and lost 8 in a row back in November. The 6-24 mark is the team's worst 30-game start to any NBA season in their franchise's history. We'll pick up the action in the third quarter. Sam Hauser picking up where he left off, hitting from downtown.
Celtics by 19 on the ball. 1:51 to go in the third. How about Hauser again? Got it!
Get on that man.
For 7.
Somebody get up on him.
98.5 The Sports Hub. Sam Hauser continued to launch from downtown. More on that in a bit. But Jaylen Brown was the story as he hits from the outside as well on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
And here is Jaylen Brown with 27 points, knowing he's coming out on the left side, dribbling between his legs. It's going to be a step back. It's going to be a 3, and he got it.
I teach him about taking me out of the game. He knew what he needed to get that 30.
His 8th straight 30-point game. Celtics beat the Pacers 140-122. 19th win for the Celtics. Brown mentioned his 30 points, 8th consecutive games with 30 or more. That's the second longest streak in Celtics history. Only Larry Bird had a longer streak, and that was 9, so he can tie that next time out for Boston. Brown tied for the most, the 18th 30-point game this season, tied for the most through the first 30 games of a season in Celtics history. Hauser, 23 points. He was 7 of 8 shooting from downtown, made his first 7 from 3. Sam Hauser on NBC Sports Boston.
Sam, you guys were trailing by double digits when you checked into this game. How did you turn it around and end up dropping 40 on this team?
I don't know. I think we started to get some stops. Ball was moving. We started making shots. And then the tide just kept kind of turning. We started rebounding really well. And, come out of halftime, we blew out the lead a little bit more. And so there was a lot of good things happening at once there.
One of those nights for you, in a good way, hit your first 7 shots, all from 3. Was there a moment you knew you had it tonight?
When you hit your first 3, you start feeling pretty good about yourself, and it just kept going from there, and teammates were finding me, so credit to all of them for getting me open and getting me open shots tonight.
Big games from Peyton to D. White, but Jaylen Brown, 8th straight with 30-plus. Do you guys know that on the bench?
Well, we looked up, and by the looks of the shots he was making at the end there, he was going for it, and credit to him, he's so special, and he can kind of just score on anybody in this league at will, so great having him as a teammate for sure.
No question. Yeah. How important to get this win to start off the season-long road trip?
It was great. It was great. Always good to start off the road trip with a win, and we got 4 more tough ones here coming up, so everybody's going to have to be ready.
Sam, thank you. Congrats.
Yep, thanks.
Sam Hauser on NBC Sports Boston. Elsewhere in the NBA, Bucks in Memphis to take on the Grizzlies. Grizz have won 7 in a row against Milwaukee, tied for the longest win streak against the Bucks in franchise history. Ja Morant was listed as questionable, but he did go into the game. He'd missed 14 of the last 16 games for the Grizzlies. Grizzlies 9-5 in the games without him in that span. The Bucks did not have Giannis in the lineup, out with a calf injury. Bucks are 3-10 without him this season. Pick up the action in the third quarter. Speaking of Ja Morant, he was making things happen.
10:30 remaining here, 62-55. Grizzlies by 7. Morant on the baseline, a stop and pop 12-footer. After a lefty dribble towards the baseline on the left side of the floor, got Green backing up, and Morant makes the mid-range jumper. He's 5 of 7 tonight.
92.9 ESPN Memphis on the call. 6 of 11 from the field for Ja Morant for 17 points. Also had 10 assists in the game. Fast forward to the fourth quarter, Memphis getting a lot of pressure on Milwaukee, and Jaren Jackson doing the damage from downtown.
Into the front court, Spencer working on Rollins. Kicks right wing, Jaren Jackson, rhythm 3. Ring it up. Put 3 on the board. Jaren Jackson with 24, and Cam Spencer with his 5th assist of the night.
Grizzlies win it 125-104. Grizzlies with an 8-game win streak versus the Bucks, their longest win streak against Milwaukee in franchise history. Morant, again, as we mentioned, 17 and 10. Fifth game with 10 or more assists this season. Memphis had lost 3 of the last 4 times that has happened. Jackson finished with 24 points, 9 rebounds, 5 blocks. Second game this season with 20 points and 5 blocks this season. We'll shift gears now to college football, and it's been a wild few years on the coaching front at Michigan. Go from Jim Harbaugh to Sherrone Moore, and with a very strange exit and plenty of news still to talk about there. But Michigan was looking for Moore's replacement, and they have found him, as the school has hired Utah head coach Kyle Whittingham, agreeing to a 5-year deal. The deal will pay Whittingham $8.2 million a year over the course of the contract. Whittingham told his Utah team on Friday that he will not coach the Utes in the Las Vegas Bowl on New Year's Eve. Dan Wetzel, ESPN college football reporter on SportsCenter, on how Michigan ended up landing on Whittingham.
Well, over the last week, Michigan began really zeroing in on Kyle Whittingham. Kalen DeBoer and the Alabama team won their playoff game last week and extended their season, kind of took Kalen DeBoer off the market as a possibility. Kyle Whittingham, 21 years as a head coach, 66% winning percentage, had won everywhere at Utah in every single way. He also brings a lot of character and consistency and culture and things like that the Michigan program's looking for after Sherrone Moore was fired for an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. So kind of checked all the boxes. He's available. This is a veteran, steady hand to take over Michigan in a turbulent time.
More from Wetzel and why there was a sense of urgency to get this hire done at Michigan.
Well, the calendar did not help the University of Michigan. The firing of Sherrone Moore came after a lot of the top coaches had already been hired or had re-signed with their school. And the January 2nd transfer window was fast approaching. And so not only do you have to get new transfers in, the main thing is Kyle Whittingham's got to win over the team he has so the Michigan roster does not deplete and take off. As chaotic as the head coach was last year at Michigan, this is a really good team. They still won 9 games, even with Sherrone Moore as the head coach. So getting someone in place, getting them up, trying to re-recruit the Michigan roster, work with the recruits that had signed with Michigan, and getting that done as soon as possible was really a priority for Michigan going forward.
Well, Wetzel talked about the challenges of getting this hire done. Now that they have the coach in place, what are the expectations at Michigan for Kyle Whittingham?
Well, right away, it's to, again, get that roster in order, keep the recruits that are really talented, hire a staff and get going. Certainly at Michigan, they want somebody who's not going to, they want the program to settle down. They don't want any more scandals. They don't want any more embarrassments. He should be able to deliver that. But on the field, Kyle Whittingham is not going there to just kind of hold the fort. He's going to want to try to win. The question for him is, he's certainly a tremendous coach. You mentioned how good they are in the offensive, defensive lines. The only really question with Kyle Whittingham is, can he recruit at the true 5-star, the top 10 level of player that he didn't get at Utah? Now, he didn't have the resources, the tradition, the power that the University of Michigan brand brings. He will have all of that to get into those recruiting fights. But you've got to win some of those at Michigan, because if you don't, Ohio State's going to have that player, or Oregon's going to have that player, or Texas is going to have the player. And those are the teams that eventually Michigan's going to want Kyle Whittingham's program to defeat. So that's the challenge for him going forward. Steady the ship and then try to get back to the level of 2022, 23 when they won the national title.
Again, after 21 years in charge of the Utah Utes, Kyle Whittingham is making the move to be the head coach at the University of Michigan, signing a 5-year deal at $8.2 million annually, again, as the new head coach at the University of Michigan. SportsCenter all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. 2 games on the NFL slate coming up on Saturday. The Texans will face the Chargers, and the Packers will take on the Ravens. An important game for both the Packers and the Ravens. Packers go in, though, without quarterback Jordan Love. They'll instead start Malik Willis. Love suffered a concussion in Saturday's loss to the Bears. He did not clear the concussion protocol. Clayton Tune will likely be Willis's backup. Tim Hasselbeck, ESPN NFL analyst on NFL Live, on the Packers' need to start Willis over Love.
I think Malik Willis has done a great job every time he's had an opportunity to fill in for Jordan Love. And, in terms of confidence level, I guess, if you were to say, all right, a backup has to play, in one of these scenarios and play well in order to have a chance to, have an impact on the playoffs. I think Malik Willis can play at a starter level. I think he can play at a winning level. He's shown to do it. And I think that, I think the team has confidence in him. So, assuming he's healthy enough to go, obviously we're dealing with a shoulder injury for a thrower, but assuming he's healthy enough to go, I expect him to play at a starter level.
And Tim Hasselbeck on NFL Live. As for the Ravens, they will also likely be without their starting quarterback, Lamar Jackson, listed as doubtful in the injury report because of a back contusion. If Jackson does not play, it will be Tyler Huntley. Jeremy Fowler, ESPN NFL reporter on SportsCenter on Friday, on Lamar's issues with the Ravens.
It kind of came to a head this week. There was a report in the Baltimore Sun that sort of highlighted some of his conduct, slammed his conduct a little bit. The reality is Lamar Jackson and the Ravens have not had a situation or a season that they've wanted. He's got a $75 million cap hit next year on a contract that runs out of guarantees during that time. So something has to come to a head with the franchise. I do know that his practice availability over the years has been unpredictable for people in the building. They show up, they don't know whether he's going to practice. A lot of times he's listed with an illness. He might have various injuries. So in the offseason, not always there for workouts. So that is one concern. But otherwise, look, they know they have a two-time MVP. They have a chance every time he steps out on the field. So I do know Baltimore doesn't take that for granted either. It's just the dynamics of this season and the contract this offseason. Something has to come to a head.
And Jeremy Fowler, ESPN NFL reporter on SportsCenter, on some issues Lamar Jackson having with the Ravens. But again, as we mentioned, likely will not be playing in the Ravens game against the Packers on Saturday. SportsCenter all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. One other NFL injury note, TJ Watt returned to the Pittsburgh Steelers lineup, likely to be delayed one more week. Brooke Pryor on ESPN.com says the Pittsburgh Steelers star pass rusher returned to practice this week, but ruled out for the Steelers game coming up on Sunday in Cleveland. Still more to come, especially more from the NBA hardwood. That's next. SportsCenter all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The traditions, the rivalries, the drama.
Every week there was something magical.
This is the most wide open college football season we've had ever.
1, 2, 3. College football lives here. ESPN Radio. More SportsCenter all night coming up next.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Did you know you can opt out of winter? With Vrbo, save up to $1,500 for booking a month-long stay. With thousands of sunny homes, why subject yourself to the cold? Just filter your search by monthly stays and save up to $1,500. Book now at Vrbo.com.
We've been the trusted experts since 1960 because nobody knows tires better than we do. And with over 90 tire brands, we have an abundance of options in stock for your vehicle. Buy and drive today at DiscountTire.com. Let's get you taken care of.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
At Grand Canyon University, we believe in equal opportunity, and the American dream starts with purpose. By honoring
honoring your sacred vocation of cybersecurity, you impact your family, your friends, and your community. GCU certificates, bachelor's, and master's online cybersecurity programs are designed to grow your dynamic capabilities in defending organizations from cyber attacks while enhancing your threat detection, risk assessment, and critical problem-solving abilities. Find your purpose at GCU. Visit gcu.edu.
Waltz, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
This is Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Alex Del Barrio.
We're rolling on here on Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. By the way, news from All Night Nation. Just hit us up on the Dr. Pepper call-in line. Call us at 888-SAY-ESPN. That's 888-729-3776 on the Dr. Pepper call-in line. Let's get back to the association. The Phoenix Suns taking on the New Orleans Pelicans. Suns at 16-13 on the road to take on New Orleans. Pelicans 5-1 in their last 6 after a 3-22 start, and that includes a 4-1 record.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696 to learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Imagine every time you make a money move with your Visa credit card, you earn even more rewards. A large coffee with an extra shot of espresso? 2 times the rewards. That all-you-can-eat brunch. 3 times the rewards. A weekend haul at the wholesale club? 4 times the rewards. Buyers rejoice. Now you can earn up to 4 times the rewards with the ICCU Premier Rewards Visa credit card. It's the credit card from the credit union you love. Apply today at ICCU.com on approved credit.
Becoming a medical assistant is a great first step into the healthcare world. It opens doors to a career in pediatrics, dermatology, surgical offices, and so much more. And in just 9 months, this could be you. Pima Medical Institute's Medical Assistant Program provides hands-on training in real-world labs, clinical externships, and the support of fellow students and teachers. Classes start soon. Visit pmi.edu for details. Pima Medical Institute. You can get there from here.
Hello, I'm here during the lunch rush with Janice, who owns her own food truck.
Best cheesesteaks in town.
Janice traded up to Geico Commercial Auto Insurance for her food truck business. We're here where she needs us most.
They sure are.
We make it so easy for her to save, with customised coverage that grows with her business. Sorry, I just get so emotional talking about saving folks money.
Not this onion I'm chopping?
It's just so beautiful. Oh, yeah, no, it's the onion.
Get a commercial auto insurance quote today at geico.com and see how much you could save. It feels good to Geico.
What are we doing right now with their taxes?
Gambo, this is crunch time. There are 2 big moves that people can make before year end. First, harvesting gains and losses, and then Roth conversions.
All right, give me the quick playbook. Gains and losses first.
Sure, if your investments are up, you can harvest some gains while taxes are still low under the big beautiful bill. If they're down, harvest the losses to offset future gains. Either way, you're putting points on the board.
All right, how about the Roth conversions?
Converting IRA money to a Roth now means you pay today's low tax rates, and all future growth is completely tax-free. It's like locking in a win for retirement.
Folks, the clock runs out on December 31st. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Arizona Sports, The local sports leader on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Heats have had their struggles as of late, just 2-8 in the month of December, tied for the worst record in the NBA in that span. We'll pick up the action in the fourth quarter. Miami already up by double digits, looking for more.
Davion has it up top, 7 on the shot clock. Young is all over him with both hands, gets off to Larson for 3. Hey, Kiss was on his list. The bank open at nights, the night after Christmas in Atlanta for Pelle Larson. He's 3 for 3 from downtown.
On 104.3 WQAM, Larson with 21 points in the game, 3 of 4 from the outside, 6 rebounds and 5 assists for Miami. More from the Heat, Norman Powell getting in on the action in the fourth.
Capella, Davion, Norm working from the dot, scoops it, got it to go. Rigged that thing all the way down and up and off the glass on the left-hand side. Heat up by 17, 2:40 remains.
Powell with 25 points in the game. Heat go on to win it by a final of 126-111 over the Hawks. Kel'el Ware with 16 points and 13 rebounds for his 28th career double-double. 5 players with 15 or more points for the Heat, tied for most in a game this season. For the Hawks, their 4th straight home loss and their 4th straight home game, allowing over 125 points, tied for the longest streak in franchise history. Trae Young in the game had 30 points, 8 of 16 shooting, 5 of 8 from downtown to go along with 6 assists in the loss for Atlanta. Let's move on to Charlotte taking on Orlando, and the Magic with 5 straight wins against the Hornets, while allowing just 94 points per game over that span. Another win would tie the 3rd longest streak against Charlotte in the series history. Desmond Bane for Orlando, season-long 3 straight games with 20 or more points. Another would tie his 3rd longest streak dating back to last season. Already up by 18, Charlotte looking to make it more as LaMelo Ball picks up the steal on defense.
And it's knocked away, a steal for LaMelo Ball. LaMelo on the left side, sizing up Bane. Keeps the crossover around the Diabate screen. Gives to Musa. Kick out Salon. Pump fake. Gets the flyby. Kicks to LaMelo. LaMelo for 3. Yes, sir. LaMelo Ball.
LaMelo Ball with 4 3-pointers in the game. Finished with 22 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists. As the Hornets win in Orlando 120-105. 19 3-pointers made in the game by Charlotte, averaging 20 3-point field goals over the last 3 games, tied for the second most over a 3-game span in franchise history. Pistons off to their second-best 30-game start in franchise history themselves at 24-6. Pistons 8-2 in December, second-best win-loss record in the month, only to the Spurs. Jazz averaging over 126 points per game, but they've really struggled this season. We'll pick up the action here in Utah, 97.5 The Zone. Keontae George coming up with a steal.
1:15 to play. Keontae jumped the passing lane. Keontae's going to Taylor. Keontae with the dunk. Keontae jumped the passing lane at midcourt. Got the turnover. Goes the other way and lays it up and in.
On 97.5 The Zone.
That's the
Jazz
ease at
go on
which
to
you
win
get
it
information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696 to learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow.
high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
An ice cold Coca-Cola is perfect, but a free Coca-Cola from Sonic with endless flavors and add-ins like cherry, jalapeno, or lime, perfect just got perfecter. Whether you're into cherry vanilla with sweet cream, strawberry, jalapeno, or green apple and bourbon caramel, Sonic has the perfect Coca-Cola for you. Create a Coke your way, any size.
Yeah.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Packers as they take on the Baltimore Ravens on Saturday. Also in that game, Lamar Jackson likely will not see the field for the Ravens. He is doubtful with a back contusion. And no TJ Watt for the Steelers coming up on Sunday when they take on the Browns. But as for Josh Allen, he's good to go for the Buffalo Bills against the Eagles after suffering a foot injury. Looks like he will be in the lineup for Buffalo. Elsewhere, the Raiders have shut down defensive end Max Crosby for the game against the Giants. Las Vegas Raiders coach Pete Carroll announced that on Friday. Crosby told Carroll that he wanted to leave the facility once informed the team's to become the head coach at the University of Michigan, paying him just over $8 million a season. ESPN college football reporter Dan Wetzel.
Ago, 20 years ago, before the NIL and transfer portal era, I would say they would have some work to do in repairing the trust and making sure that you can go out and get those recruits, that the recruits are going to trust the university and do all those things. Now it just seems like as long as you're spending the money, you're going to be competitive.
Yeah.
And I don't think the boosters are going anywhere. They've loved Michigan football for a very long time. So as long as you have the money continuing to flow into the program, I feel like hiring Kyle Whittingham is a great hire for the University of Michigan because he's still going to have the support. He's gone out, shown that he can be a highly effective coach. Heck, in the BCS era, he led Utah to an undefeated season. But he has shown that he can be a highly successful coach. And if he gets the support that most coaches do at Michigan, I think he's going to be fine.
Gabe Neitzel on Game Night on ESPN Radio. As for the bowl action, it continued on Friday with the rate pull. The 9-3 New Mexico Lobos out of the Mountain West taking on the 7-5 Golden Gophers out of Minnesota. Gophers 6-0 in bowl games under P.J. Fleck, have won 8 straight bowl games since losing in the Citrus Bowl back in 2015. Lobos haven't won a bowl game outside of the state of New Mexico since the 1961 Aviation Bowl. Mexico has won 6 in a row. A win would give them a 7-game win streak. It would tie the longest win streak in program history, and a 10th win would tie the most wins in a season in program history. Let's get to the action on ESPN Radio. Minnesota on offense. Drake Lindsey firing to Jalen Smith.
Play clock at 10. Lindsey, straight drop, looking left, throws left corner of the end zone, and it is in the back corner. It is caught. Touchdown. Jalen Smith, and Minnesota with an extra point can take the lead.
And they do to make it a 7-6 game. We move to the fourth quarter. Darius Taylor punching it in for Minnesota.
I formation, Lindsey under center. 3rd down and 3 from the 5. Motioning is the tight end Bibber. And they'll run it with Taylor. Slips it outside to the left. Breaks a tackle. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Minnesota. Darius Taylor.
Darius Taylor, and with the point after, that made it 14-6. But on the ensuing kickoff, New Mexico trying to stay in the game.
And a couple of yards deep in the end zone, Damon Bankston brings it up the right side. He's at the 20. Big hole. Across the 30. 40. Midfield. Bankston racing down the sideline. 30. 20. 10. Touchdown, New Mexico.
100 yards on the return.
That made it a 14-12 game. They'd get the 2-point conversion to tie to give it 14. This game would go into overtime. New Mexico would have the ball first, kick a field goal to take a 17-14 lead, but Minnesota, thinking the win, get the ball to Jalen Smith one more time.
Back in the shotgun is Lindsey. Taylor on his right. Out to the right side is Smith. Straight drop, Lindsey from the pocket, throw in middle of the end zone, and it is caught! Touchdown! And a walk-off! Jalen Smith wins it for the Golden Gophers!
20-17, the final score. Drake Lindsey, 147 yards passing and 2 touchdowns as the Gophers pick up the win over the Lobos. 7-0 in bowl games under P.J. Fleck. Fleck joined Don Davenport on ESPN Radio after the game.
Coach, Minnesota just wins bowl games. This one didn't come easy, though. Take me through that last game-winning play.
Cardiac Gophers. It's been that story all year. One-possession games have been really critical for us. We got a really young team. A lot of guys coming back next year. Just the resolve and the grit, the response is just inspiring. I love these guys. I love coaching them. Offense, defense, special teams all had to respond. They did.
That was P.J. Fleck after the game, again, as Minnesota beats New Mexico in overtime. 20-17. Let's get to the game above. Sports Bowl, Central Michigan taking on Northwestern. Wildcats looking for their 6th straight bowl win, longest active streak in the college football scene behind Minnesota and Ohio. Central Michigan looking for their 2nd straight bowl win after having lost its previous 3. Wildcats have been hit by the turnover bug this season, fumbling 17 times and losing 8 of them. We'll see how they do against Central Michigan. We'll get to the action here. Northwestern on offense. Here's Dave Enett from Learfield.
Stone now lofting it for Wilde in the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown, Griffin Wilde at the left side of the end zone. Griffin pulls down the 15th touchdown pass of the year for Preston Stone. The 7th touchdown for Wilde and the Wildcats score first in the game above Sports Bowl at 6-0.
Again, a 6-0 lead at that point. We then add the point after to make it 7-0. More from Northwestern as Stone goes to the air again.
First down, Stone fakes the give. Protection's good. Stone looking towards the right side. Man wide open. End zone. Touchdown. All by himself at the right side of the end zone. Lawson Albright. He was clear of any defender within about 10 yards, and it is 20-0 Northwestern.
They made it 21-0. They'd go on to win 34-7 over Central Michigan. Their 6th straight bowl win for the Wildcats. Northwestern head coach David Braun with Ashley Stroline after the game.
Well, Coach Braun, how satisfying satisfying is it to end the season with a win today in this bowl game?
Yeah, just so happy for our seniors. Credit to Coach Drinkle in Central Michigan. That's a really good football team. He's done an incredible job in his first year. And, we set out to make sure that we finish what we started for these seniors, for this football team. The preparation that our guys put in, awesome to see it come to fruition today and result in a bowl championship.
When you have a team like this that's dedicated, that wants to play, that gets the win, how does this build momentum for next year?
It builds momentum for next year, and it also shows that you can win with culture. You can win with team in a ever-changing world of college football. This stuff still matters, and the fabric of the team still matters. And I think more than anything else, this group showed that togetherness, putting the team over self, it wins. And so happy to see this group go out on top.
That was David Braun, Northwestern head coach, as they pick up the win over the Chippewas. Let's continue on with FIU and UTSA in the First Responder Bowl. UTSA at 6-6 has been a bowl game every season under head coach Jeff Traylor, looking for a third straight win. FIU 7-5 in its first bowl game since the 2019 Salute to Veterans Bowl. Panthers 2-3 all-time in bowl games, wins in 2010 and 2018. Panthers have the second best offense in points and yards per game in Conference USA, one of the nation's top runners as well, and Keyshawn Owens, 8th best in yards in the country at just under 1,300 on the ground. Let's get to the action. FIU building a lead. McGuire Anderson on the punt return. McGuire keeps a return, fields it at the 2. Anderson breaks a couple tackles, and McGuire's loose. 25-30, 35-40. He's still going across midfield. 40, 35-30, 25-20. He's going to score. He's going to score. McGuire Anderson has his first punt return